with you. I'll turn my audio on and we're going to get this stream fired up. It is noon Eastern time. We are, of course, talking about Hurricane Helene and the impacts that it is bringing to Florida. Already have popped several tornado warnings through the morning. Now getting into the afternoon, storm surge flooding has already been reported and observed on the Gulf Coast of Florida. Everything kind of working out, unfortunately, as expected. Some of the positives, relatively speaking, are that it really hasn't undergone its rapid intensification. It's still been kind of wobbly. It's been battling some drier air. It might try to do that over the next couple of hours. But the good news is again, I use good news loosely here. When we're talking about a strong hurricane or a big hurricane, they're harder to rapidly strengthen. They're also harder to kind of rapidly weaken as well. But nonetheless, this is a very, very large hurricane. We've been talking about that for quite some time. So here is the latest on Helene. This is the 11 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. It's starting to pick up forward speed out of the north-northeast now at about 14 miles an hour. Pressure down to 960 with winds of 105 miles an hour. That puts it at Category 2 intensity. Now, I've seen some rumblings on social media that this is deviating significantly from the track. Now, I will say, just by looking at the satellite picture here as we loop this around, it would appear, and I guess we need to have the, let me try to overlay some models with this so we can see clearly what the hurricane hunters are finding is that the center, what you would look on a satellite, is not actually the center of the storm. So we're not seeing a deviation that much. So there's really not much changing with this forecast. I'm going to try to pull up some models to overlay this real quick just so I can show you. Helene, okay. And you can kind of see it there. I got to take this out. We're going to do this in real time. So it would appear anyway that the center is kind of right here, especially on a visible satellite, and that would appear to be deviating to the east. There's some drier air getting into the other side. We're gonna go to our other weather computer source, and I'm gonna show you tropicaltidbits.com. This is what we have to kind of pay attention to right here, and this is gonna be where the center is. So if you kind of see that little indentation where you would think that there's an eye, kind of right there where my mouse is, that's where Recon is finding the center. So kind of right in line with those models. So again, important to note that the look of that can be deceiving. We're not seeing a significant deviation, what the satellite presentation would suggest. So keep that in mind. There should be some closed captioning with this. It should be auto closed caption, so that should start to populate soon, if it's not doing so already. Hey, what's going on, guys? All right, just looking at some of the comments as we get situated to go for a very, very long time tonight. We're going to answer questions and all that jazz. We're also going to bring you live pictures, live video from different places around Florida and the landfall site. What you're looking there just below me from our WeatherStem network of cameras and weather data. This is just on the western side of Appalachia Bay, very, very close to the likely landfall spot of Hurricane Helene. The bottom one there is from Daytona Beach. So two very, very different areas, but kind of what April is saying here is that the deal with this is it's a very wide storm. We have tropical storm conditions on the beaches, especially whenever we're talking about these outer bands coming through, as April mentioned. I want to get to the radar now. We're going to try to figure out this. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on with the closed captioning as well, because that's obviously critically important. What's the storm surge look like? I cannot believe the astronomical footing on this storm surge. So Abby is talking about the crazy storm surge forecast, and we can actually bring that in. What you see on the Hurricane Center website and what you see on most TV stations will be the the worst case scenario. What I'm showing you here is the actual model forecast of the most likely scenario. So there is a difference, but we're already seeing what? Let me check. And onto this computer, you're going to see me turn a bunch of times to the left. That's where we have our other computers. We're getting in all the information from emergency management, things like that, from around the state of Florida. Storm reports, flooding reports, things like that to keep you guys posted. So we have a bunch of stuff to show you here. And again, we're going to be able to watch this thing with our live cameras slide their way throughout the course of the afternoon. So it actually isn't. So we talked about that just a second ago. This one, it looks like it is, but it's it is not actually doing that. The center is still pretty much right where it should be. So it's kind of a little deceiving. There's some drier air on the eastern side. It's making it look like it's an eye. That's not actually the eye. So that's what we're going to be watching right there. Let's see here. Hello, buddy, coming from the Dominican Republic. Hope you are doing well, my friend. Always good to see you. Got a question if anybody's near Madeira Beach. Oh yeah, we're gonna look at the storm surge stuff, and then I'll try to go around some different spots. But the latest forecast with this, because the storm, I don't think it's gonna get as strong. It might not reach Cat 4 status. Good thing. So the surge has kind of shrunk a little bit. A little bit. This is still a 12 to 15 foot surge. You have to think. I mean, that's gonna be like 12 to 15 feet up on your house. So that is what we're going to be watching there. All right, so is Leesburg should not get hurricane force winds, tropical storm force wind gusts, but and all that stuff. Okay, so when I don't mean to be rude, but um it is moving northeast. It's not deviating northeast. So it's all in line with the forecast. Trust me on this. We're not seeing a shift. So that's the deal here. All right, I'm going to get you to the radar now. Things are relatively quiet if you're away from the ocean. We had a nice band go through Central Florida a little bit ago. We popped a couple of tornado warnings in Volusia and Brevard County, some decent rotation there. We've had a couple of tornado warnings in southern Florida, really southwest Florida, overnight. And right now, everything is relatively calm. We can work out of the Tampa radar, and I think we might be able to see where the core is. And there we go. And I mean, that tells a different story right there with the center, because satellite would suggest it's a little further east, but we can see the core of Helene right there. And that is hanging about, let's see, 160, 170 miles off of the Tampa coast as it moves in that general direction, closing in on the Big Bend of Florida. So, okay, so I want to make sure, if you read one of the comments, these impacts are going to be way worse than Idalia, my friend. Way worse. Even if it's a similar landfall. This storm is much bigger than Idalia was. It's going to push a lot more water. So if it comes in the same spot as Idalia does, the impacts are going to be way worse. Okay, so it's important to note that Idalia was also weakening on approach. This one likely going to rather than going to where that storm went. So just keep that in mind. That's super important to note that each storm is different. This is not going to be this is going to be worse than Idalia even if this never reaches Cat 3 intensity, which it's expected to. It will be worse than Idalia. Pensacola and Gulf Breeze, all electric trucks are out here ready to move into those central cities tomorrow morning. It's a wonderful thing. I mean, they do great work. The line men and the line women out there, they are ready to go. We had some staging areas in the greater Central Florida area as well, where we're based out of, and all that stuff. So they do great work. Be patient with them as well. There's no doubt going to be a lot of power outages, but as Ert mentioned, there are a lot of crews ready to jump in and help. Alrighty, post in the comments where you're tuning in from. If you want to stay updated on this storm all day long, we're going to have continuous coverage right where you're finding this. Hit that subscribe button for me. If you're finding us for the first time, let us know. Post that in the comments and all of the above. Katrina's asking a good question. When will the front affect the storm? That's going to be a little bit later today. We're actually already seeing some of the effects of it because that's what's helping to lift it to the north and pull it up out of the Caribbean. So we're already seeing that interaction. The deal is, and I mean, I don't know if anybody has happened to be tuning in from North Carolina, the Appalachian Mountains area, where we've already seen significant flooding. I can't stress enough how bad this is going to be for the mountainous regions of the Appalachian Mountains. I know that's kind of getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but we're already dealing with flash flood warnings. We can check that up on the radar picture from last night. Look at all of that flooding in the Southwest Virginia through Asheville, Johnson City. These are all flash flood warnings. And I want to show you that because that was kind of the appetizer and it's already bad. Look at what is coming. I'm going to pull up the rainfall graphic. I know this says winds, but it's showing rainfall. So I mean, we're talking about where you see that white color there. I mean, the purple is about 8 to 10 inches, and then this white, a foot plus. So we're already saturated, we're already flooding, and now we're going to add a foot plus of tropical rain into the Blue Ridge Mountains, into the Appalachian Mountains in eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, western South Carolina, Georgia, and Southwest Virginia. So some big time impacts, unfortunately, coming for well inland, and that's what we were talking about. And that's what we were talking about yesterday. All right, good question. How much will it affect Reddick? I've got a special graphic for you for Marion County. So I'm going to pull that in. And there it is. So our impacts from the hurricane, we're just outside of that hurricane warning. I'm expecting the worst to come in the next couple of hours along I-75. The gusts about 45 to 65 miles an hour. That tornado threat also going to be high. There's a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight for all of Central Florida. And then the rainfall is going to be about 4 to 6 inches as well. So that's what we can expect in Marion County, especially along into the west of I-75. I want to show you, we can go kind of hour by hour here. This is where we stand, and this is the model that's been doing very, very well. I know we talked about this a lot yesterday, and David's going to be on later on this afternoon. He has some military duties that he's attending to. He's in the Navy Reserve, and he's doing some training in Virginia. So he's been awesome. He's the newest member of the Pinpoint Weather Team, and he's going to be joining me later on today as soon as he can clear that, probably around 4, maybe 5 o'clock. So he's going to be on there as well. So he's obviously great at what he does, and we thank him as well for being a part of military. He's an Air Force meteorologist for a long time, so it's great to have his insight. This is what we're really watching for Central Florida. This is going to be the quote-unquote worst of the worst for Central Florida. Now, again, landfall in this model is doing great, by the way. This is our in-house model. And I mean, our friend mentioned it. It looks like Taylor County is going to get it. Tallahassee maybe wobbled out of the worst of the worst. He's great. I met him in person at a conference a couple of months ago, and I'm so happy he's on the team. He is so fun to work with, and he is very smart. So I am so happy he is here, and we're gonna get to be able to break things down with him later on this afternoon and early evening. Here we go. And I mean, that's pretty much right where Adalia came to shore. That's going to put Perry back in the eye wall. Um, Tallahassee would stay out of the eye wall in this case. So, Tally, we might miss out on the worst. Again, we're going to be watching these wobbles. Okay, no, that it's always looked like it was going to be around Taylor County, my friend. So, we've always talked about that. I wouldn't say it moved east. It kind of this is the time where it does a little bit of wobbles. But yeah, so we're looking toward the Perry area instead of taking the eastern eye wall. It's more the northerly side, and then it kind of goes in, and then just some really nasty weather in Live Oak, Lake City. This is about 8, 9 o'clock tonight. So again, you're going to want to make sure, and we'll talk about all this stuff this evening. Um, we're going to have high resolution radar data and all that stuff. Let's see. It probably is about, let me see. We can check that. I got to add in my, toolbar to measure. Stand by real quick. I'm going to add my measuring toolbar in, and we'll see just exactly how much this model shifted. But it's probably about that. I think it just froze my computer because I've got like 300 tabs open. All right, there we go. So what I'll do is we're going to zoom in a little bit. I got to put a pause point. We're kind of building some graphics in real time as we do this. So yeah, so I think again, what you're seeing out there about this easterly shift is being completely overblown. It's erroneously being I'll show you in just 1 second. We're gonna look to see how much this model shifted. But it's not like coming in. It was supposed to pause there. Hang on 1 second, and then we're gonna get into this. And for the most part in Port St. Lucie, Zachary, that's what it's gonna be. For a lot of the Central Florida area, it's just gonna be a couple of bands, and then we have to watch out for those all that stuff. No, so I want to say everybody's using the same cone. That's from the National Hurricane Center. So the Hurricane Center track has not changed. It just gets smaller and smaller. So it's important to note that. And there's been no change in the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center. Let me bring that up. That is the cone. So they still have, again, that's what it looked like a lot last night. They might need to nudge it this way, and we'll see if they do that. But they just had a fresh advisory come out an hour ago. All that stuff. So here's where you're seeing the shift. So we're going to get into that now because a lot of people are bringing that up. We're going to go back to my other weather computer, and what you're looking at now is Brevard County, right at Port Canaveral, and then Daytona Beach on the east coast of Florida. Those are the two live cameras. So this kind of illustrates what's going on. So you see this little area right here? People are thinking that that is the eye, that that's the center of the storm. It's not. So that's why everyone's freaking out on social media that that's the center of the storm. Okay? There is the center of the storm. Where it says 962, the center is still to the south and west of that. Okay, so it's important to note that what you're seeing on there, it's kind of deceiving. So I would consider a shift, Abby, if like kind of like what Ian did. That was more than a wobble. We're talking about mere miles for a wobble. So like the difference between say, let me pull up an example real quick. I would say, I mean, the difference between the landfall being Wakulla Beach and Live Oak Island, that would be a wobble. A shift is a shift is if we ended up seeing this go toward Keaton Beach or something like that, like, well, again, in this part, it could. That was a bad example. I'm just trying to find two different places that are all that stuff. The dry air is definitely helping. I mean, again, it's going to be bad either way because of its size, but it has not allowed it to rapidly intensify. It's only steadily intensifying. Still not the best, but all that stuff. And there you go. Thank you, Lizzie, for that. 45 to 60 mile per hour wind gust, potential tornado warnings, and then some heavier rain along the I-75 corridor. So thank you for that. All right, let's get back to the actual stuff. We'll look at the latest satellite, and we're going to get updates. And again, this is what's happening. So you see right here, if my telestrator will work, see where this green color is right in the middle of the screen? That is the warmer cloud tops, okay? So it is pulling in some drier air. Note the center, though. It's still to the back, to the south and west. That hurricane symbol right here is actually where the center was at 11 o'clock from the Hurricane Center mission, or the Hurricane Hunter mission, and from the 11 o'clock advisory. So it's important to note that this is not an eye as well. And I think that's the big thing. You got it, Abby. Good question. For Orange County, I got a graphic for you as well. And again, the worst of our weather right in the central Florida area coming a little bit later on this afternoon. Gusts maybe pushing 50 miles an hour later today in those heavier rain bands, and then rainfall about 1 to 3 inches. So this is the water vapor imagery. It's hiding some of the the lower level air, drier air that's in place. It's doing a good job fending off. Somebody asked about the front before, that drier air. Don't pay any attention to that steering piece thing. This is from a little bit before. But when I showed it earlier in the week in one of our videos, but that's the dip in the jet stream. See that little spiral there? Let me get these circles off real quick so that we can do some high level stuff, because this is really interesting. So build my toolbar back, and I'm going to delete these little pop-ups. That's when we were talking about the steering current being in Russia for a while. Why it was a little bit complicated to know exactly where. Okay, so this is why we talked about this a lot, that we had a lot of questions. Was this going to shift like Ian or Charlie? So the main flow is kind of riding up into Montreal, northern New York. But look at that big spiral right there, this upper low. That guy right there is pulling the storm straight up. So now you can see this happen in real time. Just really, I mean, obviously it's not good news that we're being impacted by a hurricane, of course, but it's cool to watch this happen and unfold on the satellite imagery whenever you have that counterclockwise circulation, that upper low, and watching how the steering current. So it's everything that we talked about leading up to this point from a forecasting standpoint, that is the verification of the forecast right there. And you kind of can on the last couple of frames. I didn't have advanced all the way out to real time. Look at where the green goes lighter, and you'll see it pop out again when it kind of advances. It tries to maybe get an eye right there, and then that is the drier air that it pulls in. So all that stuff. So that's actually a good point about a wobble tracker. We can make one of those. And that's a fantastic idea. So bear with me here. We're going to add the wobble tracker to the satellite. Great idea. That's why I love you guys so much. So actually, they actually just canceled Horror Nights for tonight. Universal just announced on News 6, just sent a push alert. Yeah, Universal Orlando canceled on clickorlando.com. But yeah, unfortunately, Horror Nights has been canceled this evening because of the hurricane. Eastern Tennessee is going to be pretty bad with the flooding potential, and there's still an opportunity for some very nasty winds. We'll take a look at Tennessee in just 1 second. I do real quick, though, want to build our wobble tracker. We were kind of doing that with the models, but we're going to take the models off the satellite. And what we're going to do, bear with me 1 second. We're kind of breaking this down together and lost my train of thought. I need to get some more coffee or something. It was a long night last night, and Nazario and I were on for a long time, and then overnight trying to build the streams for today. All right, let's see. We got to add that. I want to add, what storm is this? This is Helene. So you can kind of see what I'm doing. I'll pull it over. This is our weather computer, so you can kind of see real time. We have to find the storm. We have all this data coming in to our computer, so you can actually watch what I'm doing. We'll add that. So now we're going to have all of that information over here. And then that dashed line is going to be its past track. So we want to get rid of the path forward. So there we go. And again, so there's kind of the wobble tracker. So this is where it came from. That's whenever it became a tropical system down here. This white lines, we can keep tabs what it's doing through the course of the live stream, through the course of all that stuff. So Jenny adds as well, Disney has canceled their Not So Scary Halloween party tonight as well. However, they're still open for guests. And we've got a full list. Thank you for that, Jenny. Appreciate that. We've got a full list on how the theme parks have been impacted by Helene on clickorlando.com. Hey, 12 Doc. I-95 should be good tomorrow morning going south. You might run into a few tropical downpours, but the worst of this junk that's coming through is going to be over, so you should be good. I'm with you. I got to make some. Not ready to take a break just yet. We're doing a lot of stuff, breaking a lot of this down. Okay, so got some questions about when Orlando was going to get bad. So let's do that. We're going, and thank you guys, because this stream is going to be what you guys make it. That's why I love this super growing weather community, and thank you guys for the support, hopping on this channel, following along, and interacting and giving your storm reports. That's what makes us different, the interactivity, because I love getting your storm reports and see what the weather's doing in your location. So if you want to be a part of this growing weather community, hit that subscribe button for me. And at that, I lost my train of thought. So at some point, we are going to have to get coffee. I was so involved in getting all the cameras in here that I forgot to fill up and bring the cup. watching from Rockledge. Awesome stuff. If you want more coverage too from the Central Florida area, if you don't already watch News 6, you should tune in to News 6 WKMG. We have live coverage as well, so you can pull up both screens, the Florida live stream here that we're breaking things down, and of course on News 6 for that more local look. So we got you covered on all fronts. So thank you for tuning in, Cheryl. Appreciate you. Yeah, and that's pretty much that, and that's a great point. The Orlando International Airport still going to be operational. They did not close. There might be some flight disruptions when that ban comes in, but the thing of it is that it's just going to be like an afternoon thunderstorm. Like when a lot of time, believe me, if you fly out into the evening, sometimes you get screwed with those storms coming in and blasting MCO and then having the ground stop. So it's going to be a similar situation like that. I will show you. We do have an opportunity for tornadoes. I think the tornado threat's really our biggest deal in interior Central Florida, mountain, everything. So there will be the opportunity for that. Already popped 2 tornado warnings today. I-75 north and south tomorrow should be pretty good. Much, much better than today. Still dodging a few downpours as well. Thank you for that, the super chat. I really appreciate that as well. All right, we're going to get into where do you think it will go in Georgia? I live in West Central Georgia. So for that, I'm going to pull up the future radar once again. Let me do that because that's going to tell the story. We had a lot of questions about Orlando. We had a lot of questions about it takes a second to load on this one because this toolbar is super, super powerful. So it takes a second to load. Okay, there we go. I'm going to add a bunch of different pause points in here. When I say pause points, it's for the camera like this, so it make sure that it stops, so that we can actually zoom in and find your town, and do all that kind of stuff to give you guys some good detail. So I'm going to change the camera view in a second to get in on all this, and I just realized that the other cameras aren't up. So in the bottom camera is Brevard County. That I'm sorry, Daytona Beach, I should say, in Volusia County, and that middle one is on Appalachia Bay, close to the likely landfall site of Helene. So we're gonna watch things deteriorate. Hopefully that raindrop dries up because things were looking pretty. The ocean was getting a little more rocking. All right, so here we go. This is where we stand pretty much right now. I think the future radar is doing a pretty nice job. I don't know why my pause points are not work. Oh, because I said, sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to add pauses because I want to pause it here. I want to pause it there, 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 there. All right. Are those reports coming in now, Austin, or is that going to be what you saw for the forecast? Because we can do the same thing here, and we can check up on some of the wind gusts, and we will do that. So bear with me just 1 second. I'm going to update this in real time here. Some of the latest high resolution model data, and we are going to get at it. I mean, look at that. I mean, the browns are still popping up. That's okay. All right, so here's 5 o'clock tonight, and we're going to start from south to north. So this is where we're really going to be in the thick of it. Gulf Coast of Florida, this nasty outer band. Okay, so here is the eye, of course. This is the eye wall. We'll change the colors of the telestrator. This is the worst part of the storm, right in here. Okay, so that's the eye wall. That is heading in that direction, give or take. Okay, we are going to be concerned with in the Florida Peninsula all of this outer band because all of these little isolated cells that you see here are going to be in a pretty good environment to produce tornadoes. So when this heavy band comes in from Cape Coral to Bradenton, Sarasota, Tampa, St. Pete, Spring Hill, this is going to be about anywhere from 3 to 5 o'clock. So in the next few hours, and all that stuff. I know I say this, I get that in my head all the time, Chrissy. I said it and then I played that in the back of my head. So I'm with you there. Um, and so that's going to be the super heavy rain. We'll go forward in time a little bit. This is where we're really going to have to watch for the Orlando area. All of these could produce those tropical tornadoes. Still, that band is nasty. This is the outer eye wall that we're going to be watching closing in on the Big Bend of Florida. Had a question about Gainesville. We're going to have that band come through at about dinner time tonight, give or take. And then all of this as well is going to slide through Gainesville. So again, it's mainly going to be a late afternoon, early evening kind of thing for a lot of the Florida Peninsula, and then the things really, really go downhill and all that stuff. And we're going to get into the Carolinas in just 1 second, but absolutely right. The Carolinas, I don't want to say it's going to be worse, certainly not in wind, but the rain is going to be insane. We can take a look at that as well. So that's a good question. It depends upon what you think is bad. I think, I mean, if you've lived in Florida a long time, you know what an afternoon thunderstorm does. And I think it's going to be very, very similar to that. It's going to look a little gnarly outside for a little bit of time when that outer band comes through. But the main thing is that when those come through, they're going to have the potential to produce tornadoes. So what I've been saying for the past few days is, at least from the Central Florida Peninsula perspective, it's almost like a severe weather day where we're kind of just waiting for some bands to come through. They're going to get a little nasty in the bands. Then there's going to be quiet weather, kind of like what we're dealing with right now in Leesburg, and all that stuff. So Sandy was actually a hurricane, and it did a lot of damage in the Northeast. I don't know what that comment is. It is running out of time to grow, and that is going to be the big thing, and what I hope so. Just looking at some things here. Ocala, we're going to see the potential again, 45, 65 mile per hour winds, and all of that tornado threat's going to be there. And the potential for some flooding. And the Hive mentions don't sleep on the training bands after the storm is to the north. And I mean, that's a great point. My friends watching in the Tampa, Clearwater, Sarasota area know exactly what those training thunderstorms can do. Remember, Debbie passed to the west as well, but we had that training thunderstorms moving up the Gulf Coast of Florida and all that stuff. So that's a real threat as well. All right, I want to get to Georgia for my friend there. I'm sorry if I'm keeping you waiting. I hope you're still here. Gave the super chat, so really appreciate that. Okay, and then there's the possible landfall site, really anywhere from about Perry, uh, just on the western side of Appalachia Bay. The latest modeling here, and again, I put a lot of we've been talking about this model. This is our in-house model. It does very, very well with south to north moving storms. It kind of nudged it to the east just a little bit. If this comes into fruition, Tallahassee still gets some rough weather, but it keeps it out of the worst. So the worst for us in Gainesville happening about this time, 8, 9 o'clock tonight. Same for us in Lake City, Lakeside, Stark, into Live Oak, Jacksonville. We're getting close to that point. Still, we have to watch these guys here. These have the potential to spin tonight. Although the tornado threat will be going down. That tornado watch does go until 8 o'clock tonight. Um, and there you go. And that's the perfect point. And that's what we've been talking about a lot. I know there's been a lot of questions that I keep on bouncing around. I'm going to keep this comment up, and we're going to go over that once again because I think that's one of the biggest. I think right now, anyway, that is one of the biggest comments that we're getting. And I think the biggest thing that's out there on social media that there's been this giant push to the east. And it's not doing that. It looks like it is on satellite, but it's not. There's hurricane under aircraft in there now. They've got control of where the center is. They've got the visuals on it. They're dropping their instruments. They're getting again, they're right inside the center. Valdosta, we could take, again, according to this model, which again is pretty well, we could take the worst of the worst here. So that could be hurricane force wind gusts for sure. I can't remember if our friend from Georgia's here. I can't remember where, but you said central and west, and somebody had mentioned Columbus before, but you see all that heavy rain from Macon and Albany and Atlanta, uh, Columbus, super heavy rain. So I mean, you're gonna be in that as well. And then let's go up Greenville. So there's still some heavy rain in Macon, Warner Robins, Statesboro, Augusta. Somebody mentioned about Savannah. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with Savannah, and they should be talking about it because of this right here. So we're actually in a super prime spot. These are big time supercell thunderstorms. So while the meat and potatoes of this thing is hanging around Macon and Warner Robins, um, Macon and Warner Robins, we're going to have this big time tornado threat. And I'm going to show you the severe weather graphic in just 1 second. Um, so there's going to be a lot going on, even though and that's what makes this storm so, so impactful. Oh, thank you guys. Okay. So that was Noonan, sorry. Excuse me. All right. So that's in between Atlanta, I believe, and Columbus. Let's see if we can get Noonan to pop up. It might not pop up on the map, but we're right in that general area right here. So some super heavy rain coming through 40, 50 mile per hour. I mean, maybe even more than that, actually. We'll take a look at the wind gust model. It's likely going to be more than that. There could be hurricane force wind gusts into Peachtree City, even in Atlanta. Someone brought up on the live chat last night that somebody brought up on the live chat last night. Somebody mentioned on the live chat last night about the storm kind of lifting north. For Ocala, I'm all over the place. Sorry for the squirrel mentality here. Let me get to my friend in Marion County. There is our impacts here. Coming the worst, 45 to 65 mile per hour gusts. That tornado threat's going to be there. And okay, good. That makes me happy because I was going to say either they should be because it's obvious the severe weather threat in Savannah, Georgia is very high. So thank you for pointing that out that they are talking about it because I was going to say I can't imagine that they wouldn't. Noonan is right by Peachtree City. Okay, so we were that's what we were just about hanging out. We can take a look at the winds in just 1 second. Let me get back to the future radar and finish that kind of roll around. And look at, I mean, this is going to be around Charleston, South Carolina. Somebody asked, I think about Columbia, South Carolina. Greenville, South Carolina, I think came up as well. And look at all the very, very heavy rain. We're going to have to watch for some flooding. This fire hose here, and these are also supercell thunderstorms. I mean, these guys are going to rotate. There is a very high. I mean, when the model looks like this, I mean, we're going to just get, I mean, man, it's going to be terrible in Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah tonight. I'm not saying you're going to get hit with the tornado, but nonetheless, that possibility is going to. All right, so I'm happy to report that I have gotten caffeine. Our wonderful web manager, Daniel Don, have to give him a shout out. He got me a Coke. So we're ready to rock and roll now, and we're going to get much more where that came from. All right. Charlotte impact. So here we go. We're on the northern end of this. And you see that spiraling up. We're going to be in that tornado threat as well. Look at all of these. All of these are supercell thunderstorms. This is nuts. Fayetteville, into Raleigh, Wilmington. All of those guys have the chance to produce tornadoes. Again, I'm not guaranteeing a tornado is going to touch down in these spots, but the model is looking ugly. And then that kind of slides up into Virginia Beach. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then look at the spiral. That's from whenever that upper low captures it, and now we kind of have like a hybrid upper low mixed with a hurricane. So impact for Tallahassee. Okay, so here we go with the wind gusts. Things may have improved for Tallahassee, relatively speaking. I think we are going to see gusts higher than 55, 60 miles an hour, but there you go. If it comes in like this, the worst of this is going to be impacting Perry again, Live Oak, Lake City, High Springs. We can go down again, checking out. There's those gusts to, I mean, maybe pushing hurricane force. That's why we do have a hurricane warning in effect. I love some of the commentary sometimes. It keeps me going. Thanks a lot for that. Got a chuckle in my head. It's obviously not going to Wyoming. Fort Myers, the storm is now ahead of you, but you're going to get some of those bands kind of spiraling in tonight. So could be some severe weather associated with that. So we're going to continue this going forward. That Wyoming comment, by the way, is the comment of the day so far. Okay, so Northport, Florida, you're talking about like just south of Sarasota, north of Fort Myers, correct? I just want to make sure that there's not another Northport I'm missing. Just watch out for the severe weather threat. It's going to get gusty, but you're not taking a direct hit. Let's go forward here with the wind. And this is kind of the Peachtree City area. I mean, we're talking 40, 50 mile per hour gusts. The meat and potatoes heading towards Macon, Warner Robins, maybe pushing 50, 60. All of the worst, though, and look at this. So wherever the center goes, and here's the center right here, all of this brown, this is the worst side. And the reason why we know that is because let me pull up the Hurricane Hunter graphic. It is, see all that purple there? Those are the strong winds that the the hurricane force winds that the hurricane hunters are finding in there right now. Are you talking about Casadega, Volusia County? If you are, love that town. Go there for school visits all the time. The elementary school just down the road. So if you're talking about that, that's my favorite school visit of the year. They've got a great career fair out there, career day. Um, sure, I have a request about Okeechobee. We're gonna head down there real quick. We'll back the train up for a second, and then we'll start the progression back north. Um, let's see here. Where do we start that? So we're into that tropical storm warning. 40 to 50 mile per hour gust for Okeechobee. That was kind of beyond the worst of it. So still by 9 o'clock, we're still talking 40 to 45. Um, but anyway, that's the deal there. It's nothing too crazy. We just had that severe weather threat as well, and then tropical storm force wind gusts 40 to 45 miles an hour. I don't think it's going to hook that aggressively um, toward Gainesville. Gainesville, we're going to get some weather for sure, but it's not going to do that. There's a new tornado warning. Let's check this out. We can check this out here. This is just north of Waycross. I think that's the best radar to use. Let me see here. Yep. All right. So we're going to take a pause from all the forecasting stuff. We have a tornado warning for Pierce, Georgia. This is going to go until 1:15 Eastern time. And again, already we have these cells popping up all over the place. It's moving in that direction. So if anybody knows anyone that lives in Coffee, Georgia, Lambright, Georgia, New Lacey, Georgia, or Holmesville, Georgia, make sure that you are in your safe place right now. We're going to get in here and we're going to look at some of the, and then there's that rotation. So we're getting in here. This is going to be just to the southwest of Mershon, Georgia. That is what you don't want to see. It's not the tightest, but there's a couplet there. That's why there's a tornado warning. And this is what we're talking about when we are talking about a couplet. So the reds and greens you see on the radar. The green represents wind blowing toward the radar, which we're using out of Valdosta. It's going that way. The red is the wind going in that direction. So there is that circulation next to Mershon. In Northport, you're going to be in a tropical storm warning. You're in a tropical storm warning. So let's take you further in. Coffee, Georgia, and Lambright, Georgia. Make sure that you guys are in your safe place. Right now, same for us in New Lacey, Georgia, Rockingham, Georgia. Those are where that is where the tornado warning is right now. For Orlando, 40, 50 miles an hour, kind of like what we're used to for an afternoon thunderstorm. Don't think anything too crazy just to deal with. We're going to be watching in Orlando. That's where we are, by the way. That's where we're based out of. Um, 40, 50. I mean, might be able to pop an isolated wind gust higher than that, but it shouldn't be much higher than that. Still could cause some power outages, though. And then we're really just watching for the tornado threat. Yeah, Pensacola's looking good. We're on the west side of the storm. It's being eroded by dry air, and all of the bad weather is on the east side of the storm. We can go back to the water vapor imagery, and that really tells the story here of what is going on. Look at all the dry air on the west side. So that's going to be pushing in, and this is the reason why we're seeing it go east just a little bit. Again, not like what is being thrown out there on social media, but this little area, this is our upper low. It is digging down and it's going to grab Helene, this big green blob, and pull it right to the Big Bend, central or western Big Bend. So while there may be a wobble east as all of this stuff is happening in our atmosphere, we're not really going to be dealing with something like a Charlie or an Irma I saw mentioned in the comments, and all of that stuff. So important to know that. We can go back. I know we've had a lot of people tuning in from, and we'll keep tabs on this tornado warning as well. This is in Georgia, uh, Bacon County, Georgia. We're under a tornado warning. Appling County, Georgia, we're under a tornado warning until 1:15. So that's going to roll for another about 15, 20 minutes. Some of the latest high resolution hurricane models are coming in, and it's slightly more positive for Tallahassee, slightly, but like the other side of Leon County could, I mean, just really take it on the chin. And again, that's going to be depending upon the wobble. We're going to be watching that in real time. Looks like we have another tornado warning for South Carolina. And again, this is already happening. Let's get you back. That's going to be up here. I don't have radar data for that right now. This tornado warning, though, is going to be for Collection, South Carolina. And I want to go to... That is where our tornado warning is. You can see the hook there. This is right near Earhart. The storm itself, though, looks like it is lifting. So that's where they did it. So yeah, if you're watching in Earhart, there's no warning right now, but it's drifting in your direction. It's just a very short fuse. And typically with these tropical tornadoes like this, they don't last long. They drop down, they do damage, unfortunately, and then they lift back up. In Northport, we talked about you guys a bunch, actually. You're gonna be relatively okay. There's the storm itself. We can see the core of the storm. It is taking on some drier air. Again, radar only we're using. Let's get out. Make sure we're using the Tampa radar. I want the Tampa radar for the high resolution stuff. Um, and here's what I'm talking about. So look at all these things. Let me exit out of this. All of these are supercells already. So once this band, the storm's going to go like that. This band is going to come ashore like that in the next couple of hours. We showed that on future radar. Katrina was a 3 at landfall. All right, I'm gonna do. Let me see here. Okay, so I wanted to show you this. When we're talking about the size of the storm, these are the wave heights. So look, we can check in on what the waves are doing. Look at that around the center, 25 to 30-foot waves popping up. So when you're talking about the storm surge, you're not really talking about the wave heights. There's going to be these type of waves on top of the water that come in. That's why storm surge is so deadly. That's the leading killer of these tropical systems, the hurricanes, because the water just comes in so fast and all that stuff. It's crazy. Yeah. So and that's the one thing that's the one thing that we always try to talk about each storm is different. Each have their own personality. Yeah, Katrina was an absolute beast. It found the loop current. It rapidly intensified into a Cat 5, but it went through an eye wall replacement cycle. It weakened to a Cat 3, quote unquote, weakened. But Katrina was a super large hurricane. And because it was so large, it pushed all of that water inland. So anybody to the right of the center, Mississippi, we oftentimes get forgotten in Mississippi because of how bad the damage was in New Orleans, but it came through like right about in here. So Gulfport had the worst of the damage, and then the issue with New Orleans was, to kind of get off topic of tracking Helene today, with that counterclockwise flow that put Lake Pontchartrain back into, unfortunately, New Orleans. The levees failed, and then that's what we had there. So yeah, Katrina officially made landfall in Mississippi as a Category 3 hurricane. Just devastating situation, and that's why the category doesn't always tell everything. Believe me, I fight people all the time that say, "Oh, it's just a Cat 1." If it's a big Cat 1, kind of like Sandy. Sandy was a Cat 1 that was merging with the non-tropical system. It did a lot of damage. Ike in I think it was Ike. It was a Category 2, large Category 2, did a ton of damage into Galveston and Houston. Allison, a tropical storm, retired because it dropped so much rain. So to kind of get off topic a little bit, again, that's why we always mention that each storm is different and to pay attention to the impacts. Certainly the category is important when you're talking about these higher end deals like today. But still, that's that's the deal. It it may have bumped a little east, but it's not really heading east. Um, so Tampa, we're not talking about a landfall in we're not talking about a landfall in Tampa. So, relatively speaking, we are still good. I'm going to actually check up. Again, if you're just joining, welcome. If you're not subscribed and you want to stay updated on the live stream, meteorologist David Nazario, you may know him from Weather Center Nazario. He's going to be back on with me. We're going to be breaking this down together a little later on into the evening. Um, hit that subscribe button. See, I lost my train of thought. But I was going to say, I'm every now and then I'm going to look over to the other computer. We have a bunch in here. I can show you the streaming setup. This is what the room looks like. So we're watching everything closely here. These cameras or these computers over here, I've got a direct source to the Weather Service chat, to the Twitter machine, so that we can get those storm reports out to you guys if local officials are starting to report some things. So this is our new stream room. If you followed everything, we have it built up better than ever so that we can give you guys the best coverage on the internet. At least that's what we think. Okay, so let me just make sure. So, all right, so we have a storm report just coming in. Street flooding now occurring in downtown Punta Gorda. Bridges over Peace Road still open. Flooding also occurring in residential development on east side of Mayaca River at El Jobin. That's going to be in Punta Gorda. So flooding now happening in Punta Gorda. And then I've seen photos of storm surge flooding in St. Pete Beach, Pinellas County. That's the kind of impacts those are the kind of impacts that we're talking about for Tampa in the Gulf Coast. All right, so just want to before we go forward here, because I do before it gets too crazy outside, because again, once we get into the afternoon, and already we've got 3 tornado warnings between Georgia and South Carolina. Um, I want to kind of show, and we already have some super heavy rain west of town. Look at that. I mean, this is not even the storm just yet, and we have some big time flooding going on in the Panhandle of Florida. Let me check out the Tallahassee chat. Yeah, a lot of flash flood warnings coming in. Some reports just to the east of Panama City, west of Tallahassee, but a flash flood warning in effect until 3:15 in Calhoun County, Jackson County, back to Calhoun on the other side to the entire county under that. Gulf, Florida, Franklin, Florida, and this is kind of close to where the storm could make landfall somewhere in this general area. It is looking more likely that it might be kind of right here, very close to where Adalia came ashore. So that's going to put some big time damage again in Perry, Madison, Monticello, Valdosta. We're going to be back in it. You got it. Somebody mentioned about calm before the storm in Valdosta. That's going to be here late tonight and early tomorrow morning. That's when your worst of the weather comes. We could have wind gusts 100 miles an hour plus hurricane warnings for you in effect at least through tomorrow. Let me see. I want to. This is the rain that has fallen over the past 24 hours. And there's big time flooding going on. I'll turn the warnings back on. Flash flood warnings already in McDowell, North Carolina, near Asheville, Henderson, North Carolina. Somebody had asked earlier about Eastern Tennessee. Look at all of the rain that has fallen. And let me close out of this marker here. And where you see the purple, 6 to maybe 10 inches of rain right through the Appalachians. We're talking about potential devastation here in the Appalachians around Asheville because of the amount of rain that is to come tonight into tomorrow from the hurricane itself. But already a whole lot of rain. This rain was from out ahead of the storm. And that's why we have flash flood warnings in effect over the past 24 hours. Again, anywhere from 6 to maybe even as high as 10 inches of rain just to the east of Panama City, kind of splitting the difference between Panama City and Tallahassee. So when we're talking about more rain coming, and here's the amount of rain that could be coming, I mean, maybe more than a foot of rain. Now, let me change. This is going to be rainfall, not future winds. And I'm going to add a telestrator banner so that we can kind of look at what the model is showing for the rainfall here. And again, using the same kind of track as what we were looking at the same model, I should say, that we were looking at the track. So it's going to do a fairly good job at pinpointing where these storms are going to go. And the other thing is too, you kind of see how these purple lines are in stripes. The center of low pressure is going to end up drifting back this way. So like it's going to come like this and then get pulled back over. We're taking straight up tropical moisture from the Atlantic Ocean, running it right into the mountains, and then it is lifting up. So when we take a sample of what this could be like, and let me get, I'm going to add town names to this real quick so that you guys know where we're actually looking at. And I'm going to put a lot of town names on there. So it might be like super populated before, but I really want to make sure that you guys, know what is likely coming your direction in your town. So this is going to be through tomorrow at noon, okay? Near Boone, 14 inches of rain, 16, 20 inches of rain. That's nuts. Okay, put 3 inches of rain in the mountains, and that's going to be a really terrible day. Put 20 inches of rain in the mountains, that's going to be catastrophic. Again, I don't use that word lightly, but that's a really, really, really bad situation far inland, and all that stuff as well. So again, please just keep that in mind that if you're watching from the Appalachian Mountains, from eastern Tennessee to western North Carolina, this is going to get really, really bad. Plus, you're going to have the wind on top of it, 40, 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe even close to hurricane force in the higher elevations. A lot of trees down, a lot of power outages. Please take any flash flood warning that may be issued tonight, tomorrow, and into Saturday very, very seriously. But you can see the footprint clearly there from the storm from Helene. I keep wanting to call it Adalia. Thank you for that super chat, count on. We're going to get hit in Tallahassee. The question is kind of very similar to what it did in Adalia. The worst of it kind of nudged to the east. And I'm going to show you that model forecast again if I can find it. Here it is. And we can even go over some hurricane models if you would like. You can put that in the chat if you want to take a look at some hurricane models. But here we go, 7 o'clock tonight. We're nearing landfall. Watch these guys here. These have the potential to produce some tornadoes. We're on the right-hand side. And then this is where it gets kind of ugly for it. But notice the difference between Panama City. It's just a walk in the park. Tallahassee, it's getting way worse. And then Perry, Taylor County area. I mean, man, if we take the eye wall to that again, that's going to be crazy. I mean, that's where we could have winds over 110 miles an hour in Perry. East Mississippi, we're looking good. Should not get anything, Angela, in East Mississippi. I'll back that up to show you the radar too. So it's crazy how much, I mean, again, hardly a cloud in the sky in Mississippi by later tonight at 9 o'clock. I mean, literally, it's not that far down the road. I know it's a couple hour drive, of course, from Tallahassee or Perry in taking I-10 to the west, but still. But yeah. Okay, so what's interesting here, on the Twitter, the Hurricane Center actually just tweeted what we've been talking about. So I'm gonna read their tweet word for word here. And it says, as Helene continues to approach the coast, Please do not get overly focused on the short-term wobbles in this track. False, quote unquote, false eye locations or on specific computer model simulations. Everyone along the Florida Big Bend coast is at risk of potentially catastrophic storm surge. And I need to continue. And life-threatening surge is already increasing on the west coast of Florida. And then it goes on to say, for some ragged hurricane eyes, the actual center position may not be where it seems on satellite imagery. This is why we also rely on the hurricane hunters and radar data. So we were talking about that because that has been the hoopla on social media. We've gotten a lot of questions because, again, on satellite, I'm going to go back to the other weather computer and show you that exactly what we've been talking about and what the Hurricane Center, because obviously they're seeing all of that as well, and it's messing up the message. Let me refresh. So this is so it actually, I mean, I wish I would have refreshed it after I would have showed you, because you can clearly see now where that area that people thought was the eye has filled back in. Okay, so like the eye was looking like it was over here, but the center, that's what the fixes are. That's what these yellow lines are. And it does look like we are now starting to get that eye feature. You see these bubbling clouds. We're going to take a look at the high res infrared satellite in just 1 second. You'll probably be able to see this way better. But notice how the clouds over here next to these purple wind barbs are bubbling. That's the eastern eye wall ready to come back around. So this thing is going to give it a go. That's really what it needed to do. No, so okay, so Diet Coke, let's see how much caffeine is in here. I think it should say 46 milligrams of caffeine in this in this Diet Coke. This live stream is not sponsored by Diet Coke. It's just what I need to get through. Okay. So we're going to look at the satellite imagery. Let's get back to the other weather computer. Let's make sure that we are still pulling in the live streams. Might have to reload some of the cameras in. It looks like I may have lost some of them in the breeze. So what you see up top is the Big Bend of Florida, Appalachia Bay on the western side. The bottom camera there is a live look at Daytona Beach on the east side of Florida, of course. Yeah, plywood's expensive. So that was some of the drier air coming in, so it was eroding the cloud cover that was there. So for the last 24 hours or so, the over the last 24 hours or so, it's been battling some drier air. It's one of the reasons why we didn't wake up to a major hurricane this morning. So it's been kind of holding it back. When drier air starts to get entrained, it really, really puts a pause on the rapid intensification. So it's been more steady. So it's been trying to fight that off. But some of it got into the core. And then what it has to do now, it has to fight that dry air off first before it can start to rebuild itself back up. So anytime that dry air makes it to the core, that's good news for us. Again, I use good news lightly because it's fending it off and it still has some time to make a run for Cat 3 or Cat 4 status, which it is expected to do. But just keep that in mind that that's what that was, and that's why we were really, really cautioning that. And I'm really glad that the Hurricane Center put that out officially, because that false eye was getting a lot of different play on social media. I'm going to retweet that. You can follow me at Jonathan Kegas on the Twitter as well, if you're interested in that stuff. All right, so let's see what Helene is actually doing here. Oh, wow. Okay. We haven't really looked at the satellite in a while. Let me get rid of. We're going to keep the past line because that is. Oh, yeah. Okay. So here's what we have going on now. This thing down here, note where the dashed lines are. Let me take this really close. My telestrator thing won't pop up because the way I'm controlling it. But that's where the center was, where that little white dashed line is right in the middle of your screen. This is what everybody thought the eye was. Look at the green and yellows. That's some of the warmer cloud tops, okay? When the cloud tops are warm, the thunderstorms aren't as weak. So we had some drier air coming up on the southern and southeast side of the storm, okay? So this wasn't an eye. It gave that presentation on satellite, but the hurricane hunters were in the storm and then pegged the center to be right where that little white, where these dashed lines are. Now we're going to go through, look at what has happened over the past couple of, I guess, past hour. We now have thunderstorms firing up on both sides of the center, and that little piece kind of got back in line. So it was almost giving like a false sense of where the center is. I don't know. I'm just looking up at the thing. What's everybody talking about 150 for? Wait, 150. Where's everybody seeing 150 at? Alrighty, guys. So I'm just perusing the internet, weather service chat over here, Twitter, just making sure that we are not missing any storm reports coming in. There's some storm surge flooding happening right now on the Gulf Coast of Florida, and we have some flash flooding going on as well. I just got a push alert from the WKMG news app. If you don't have that app, download it for free. And if you download that app, you're going to get updates on everything. So we just got a push alert from the news app here. And that's how I'm staying informed because I'm kind of in our new little weather cave, as I like to call it. But SeaWorld is closing early on Thursday. So if anybody had any plans to go to SeaWorld, that is going to close early tonight. There's more information on clickorlando.com. So I know the winds were never predicted to be at 150. I think the highest was 130. Storm surge in Crystal River. We can check up on that. I'll try to get a source. I'll show you the forecast for Crystal River. It's still significant. Let's get back up to Crystal River. And you can kind of see all in here. If it will let me telestrate. Or I mean check up on the stuff. There we go. So 6 to 9 feet coming into Crystal River, and then out on the barrier islands, that's where it's crazy town, 9 to 12 feet. So significant storm surge coming in. We'll likely start to see that go up a little bit more today. As a result of that as well. So that tornado risk, I mean, it is significant. That I'll show you. Here is the risk. I mean, you don't see a risk like this too often. Let me get. I have a, because we're based out of Florida, and so I normally have like a kind of a mask over the other parts of the country when I'm showing that, but I'll turn that off, obviously, because we've got people tuning in. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from, by the way. Would love to know who's watching on the stream. And also something that I like to do, since I'm kind of stuck in here, when you can so safely, let me know what you're seeing. I'm interested in seeing if there's just clouds out there right now, if there's rain, there's not a whole lot going on, or if you're starting to see some storm surge flooding. We're seeing that at a good deal on the west side. I'll try to find some cameras to see what's going on in the Tampa area. I know in Pinellas County, we had some. Looks like they have a camera in Oldsmar that is out. Let me see here. Stand by. I'm doing this a little bit, try to pull in some. All right, so we can do this. Save. I need to copy the address. Stand by. Keep your comments coming. Again, post in the comments where you're tuning in from. Hey, Matthew in St. Augustine, what's up? Warner Robbins, Georgia. What's going on, Kelly? Dothan, Alabama is going to be. We're going to be right on the cusp of like either getting it really bad or not so much. That's how close we are. That's how close we are to the center of this thing. What's up, Natalie? I like that. I like that. It's like the NFL red zone of weather. That's a really good comparison. It's what I'm trying to achieve anyway. To kind of show you what's going on around the state of Florida and through Georgia and the Carolinas, where this thing is actually heading from. So every now and then you might see me bouncing around, looking up, looking all over the place. I'm just trying to pull in some of the extra feeds for you guys so you can see what's going on. Okay, so this is here. This is in Oldsmar at Veteran Memorial Park. Certainly gray. We're on the north side of the bay, obviously. If you're not familiar with Oldsmar, you may know Oldsmar from my buddy Mike Boylan, Mike's weather page. He's a friend of the show. He's been on a couple of times with us. Hoping that he's safe. He always chases these things. But that is that's what we're seeing in Oldsmar right now. So we're gonna be watching that. That's right on the northern side of Tampa Bay. If you're referring to this is the severe weather risk. So the Storm Prediction Center, when there's a severe weather threat, they're going to put out David, real quick, it is Kegges. That's how you spell my last name. So they'll start with marginal and basically 1 through 5. So marginal is a 1 out of 5 risk, slight is 2, enhanced is 3 out of 5, moderate is 4 out of 5, and then purple is that high, that 5 out of 5. So the higher the number, the brighter the color, the worse or the more confidence and the worse the severe weather threat is going to be. So most of the Florida Peninsula is in that level 2. That's fairly high for a Florida thing during a tropical system, and then especially an enhanced risk. If you were with us earlier, If you were with us, if you were with, oh, I know he's got his sandals out. I saw him posting on that stuff. He's nuts. Love the guy though. He's fantastic. Um, but if you were with us before, we were showing the future radar from Wilmington to Charleston to Savannah to Jacksonville. This is where we could really, really have a nasty tornado threat unfolding later today into tomorrow. We will go back. I will bring in the wind map here. This is going to be, I think this is, show the wind gusts to give you a better idea. Let me find where I put it. All right, so here's the deal. This is 9 o'clock on Thursday night. So the storm is making landfall. And again, it's still even too early to say, like, okay, is the eye coming in right here? Is it coming in where the model has it right here? Or is it going to come in right here? There's still going to be the opportunity for wobbles west or wobbles east. If it went right here, Tallahassee, we're getting 100 mile per hour plus winds. If it trends a little closer to Perry, we are still going to get a little bit of something, but all that stuff. No, Charlie was a Cat 4 when it made landfall. Charlie was a mean little thing. Yeah, Charlie made landfall as a Cat 4 in Southwest Florida, not a Cat 1. Plus, it was moving at a very, very fast clip as well. Okay. And right now, let me get the dabber out. And we can kind of measure. All the worst stuff is on the east side. Hurricane hunters are showing that. And satellite representations of it, and we can see that on radar coming through. Okay, let me go back. I'll show you Tampa. Sorry about that. If I just like stop talking like randomly, it's because I saw something across the National Weather Service chat room. I want to make sure that I'm getting you guys any information on some of the flooding that is out there. We have storm surge flooding going. I'm going to try to get you those storm surge charts as well through the course of this because, as we all know in Tampa, it's been like 100+ years since we've taken a direct hit, thankfully. But still, with these hurricanes that get close by, they push the bay. Through that as well. Yes, Florida Bushman. I'm going to do that in just 1 second. I'm just going to add some extra pause points so that we can get real in there, and I'm going to make sure more towns pop up as well so that we know. So I'm going to really ratchet up the town names. See them all pop up. There's going to be a lot on the screen, but we're going to get real close because I want to make sure I get to as many people as that as well. All right. So here we go. We're gonna go through this. So we're gonna clean this up a little bit as we zoom in. But here we go, starting with South Florida. This is going to be the band to watch tonight. Okay, so 3, 4, 5 o'clock, spiraling in on the Gulf Coast of Florida. This is also going to be our highest tornado threat with this nasty band coming through. So places like Lakeland and Bartow, these are the estimated wind gusts. Again, this is from our in-house model. It does very, very well with south to north moving. It's right in line with some of the major hurricane models right now. So it's not deviating like you may have seen the graph model out there and all that stuff. So keep that in mind that this model is doing pretty good There still can be wobbles, which will change impacts slightly, but it's a very, very large storm, so it may not change it that much, except at the landfall point. That's going to matter a ton. So you see there through the I-75 corridor, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts are going to be possible. And then there we go tonight through Orlando. There's Leesburg, Bellevue, Ocala, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, more like 40 to 50 into Orlando into the evening. There you go there. That's kind of like your routine thunderstorm. Natalie's asking how long we'll be on. Probably at least until midnight. Now, there are going to be some times where I will have to bounce off if we have tornado warnings in the central Florida area, because we'll have to bounce off and go help our weather team and cover those for the central Florida area. I can put the programming in if you guys want, so you can see that coverage. Or I can do the streaming cameras around central Florida. So we can talk about that if that situation presents itself. Plus, Nazario will be coming on sometime this evening, once he gets done with his military reserve duties up in Virginia, and he's going to come in. He'll be able to control stuff too and keep the stream going forward. So long story short, we're going to be on for quite some time tonight, beyond landfall, as this thing races into Georgia. Here's where things start to get real ugly. Live Oak, Jasper, Madison, Monticello, Perry. Look at these wind gusts. That's where you're going to really have the 100 mile per hour stuff. Okay, we got a vote for live cams tonight if that has to happen. And again, we're bringing you some live cams from Daytona Beach. And then the middle one here is from right on the western side of Appalachia Bay. Okay, so there is... Where did my mouse go? I lost my mouse. There we go. So that's at the landfall point tonight. Now we're going to take this further inland. And I actually want to take it back out. I want to put a pause point around the Valdosta area right there. And we're going to go back in and get real close. Okay, so here we go again, 5 o'clock. That's when that nasty band comes in just for a review, and we're going to be on certainly for that, because that's whenever it's going to be, that'll be rocking. Okay, like, here's the thing. A Cat 3, nothing more. A Cat 3 is a serious hurricane. Like, I don't understand, like, what's the point? Like, that's the one thing that just blows my mind here. And, like... A large category 3 is a bad hurricane, especially on the coast, and especially a fast moving one. So like, I don't understand that comment. Like a Cat 3 is a major hurricane for a reason. Storm surge 10, 15, 20 feet is, you can't survive that. Okay. So I don't understand that. That grinds my gears. Like that's crazy to me. It's just nuts. If you're right around the center or to the right of it. It's wild. All right. Here we go. Center here where the colors are lighter. And we're going to be looking at wind speeds of maybe, there we go, pushing 90, 100 miles an hour. Look at how far inland. And that's the thing here. Well, no, I mean, it was officially forecast to be a Cat 4. So like, it's, don't downplay a Cat 3. Like, it's not about fear mongering. It's not about fear mongering. Like it's just not. Like I hate that. Like it's not. It's we're passing along information here, and you can say what you want with that, but like that's the thing. And it all depends upon the area. And if you're not familiar with this area, it's surge prone on. It's surge prone on a good day, on just a Cat 1. And Patrick mentions about Beryl. Houston was without power for a long time, and Beryl was quote unquote only a Cat 1. So, like, chill with the fear mongering stuff. No one fear mongers on this channel. You certainly get that elsewhere on YouTube, but not here. I'm just trying to pass along the best information that I can give you here. So that's what we do. That's my job. So that's what we're talking about. And this is a nasty situation for our friends, especially along the Big Bend. Right. Yeah. And we were talking about this earlier. If you weren't here, Katrina was a Cat 3. I think that's the mic drop right there. So again, chill. All right. Does not appear. All right. There it is. We can go to the Tallahassee radar. Thank you for that. And that's I appreciate that as well as we're looking into some of the things as well. If you find something pop up as we're all tracking this together, we have a tornado warning in Tallahassee. So we're going to check this out, or just to the west of Tallahassee. We're using the Tallahassee radar. Let's see. Whoops, clicked on Tampa again. Let's go back to Tallahassee. And here it is right in this general area. It's the dropout, and then that is the rotation. Right on in through here. And this is going to be for Liberty, Florida, until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Calhoun, Florida, until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Skyline, it's actually not. I'm not going to give you the time of the day for the rest of the chat. But it's not. It's actually there. It's actually there on satellite. Like, we know what happens from future, and thank you to the guys that say don't give this guy the time of day for sure. But like, when there's blatant misinformation being posted in the chat, I'm gonna call that guy out. Because that's not accurate at all. Like, there's a Cat 2 going to be a Cat 3 hurricane and all that stuff, and we're here passing on the information. So just want to be clear about that as well. Say with it what you will, but whatever. All right. So here's the deal. Kind of closing in on Bluntstown. This is that we're going to put a tracker on. I don't think this is in a super populated area. Here's what we're going to be looking for, though. I have all the small towns in here too. So if you do live in a small town, rest assured that we have you covered. We're not just talking about the big cities here. We're going to be able to pinpoint things right to your small town in Florida. Love some small towns, and we want to make sure that we're giving the best coverage out there. So Central City, this is right on top of you. This is going to say just to the east of the town center. Jensen Place in about 6 minutes. Orange in about 10 minutes. Gun Landing 15 to 20. Mosquito Landing in about 15 to 20. Woods in about 20 minutes. And Marysville 22. Gaskins 22. And Scotts Ferry in about 20 to 25 minutes. So that's a heads up on the tornado warned storm just to the west of Tallahassee. This is going to be in Calhoun and Liberty County, Florida, running until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're going to keep tabs on this. Right now, we can remove some of the noise here. That goes back to the Tampa radar. I want to go back to Tallahassee. And that green color that is popping up, that is, that kind of shows, some of the stuff that we're watching, the shear, the green there. All right, let me get back to this. There's the velocity again. It's not that strong, but that is the couplet there in question. Thank you for that report, Teresa. I don't have, unfortunately, the Panama City radar in this system, but I just looked. I was looking at the radar scope that I have on the other computer, and yeah, and there even looks like there's some more. I would not be surprised if they warn on this guy coming up as well. I'm going to turn on the. Keep on doing that because I don't have the Tallahassee radar on the toolbar up there. Let me look. Let me get rid of the marker here. I want to look at the actual level 2 data here, super res reflectivity. Right in there, I would not be surprised if there's another warning coming, and you can see that better on the Panama City radar. Miami's going to do okay. I do think we could have some flooding coming in with the flow off the Atlantic on the east side. But the other thing too, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. It's not going to be too crazy for Miami. Miami always just floods though, so be on the lookout for that. If we get one of those bands to push through South Florida, and all that stuff. Okay, it looks like we may have lost. Uh, let's see the Oldsmar stream. I'm going to back up. I'm going to try to get another camera in here. Yeah, and you got to be. Look, I'm not. People might make mistakes. Like you know what I mean. I'm not gonna. Meteorology is a very humbling science for sure. So I don't want to call anybody out that may have just misinterpreted something. But yeah, that's the whole thing. You have to be careful with though. You really need to make sure that you know what you're talking about because I think that freaked out a lot of people towards Cedar Key because it looked like it was doing a significant. And I mean, Cedar Key is still getting something, of course, but not like what the landfall site is going to get. We're keeping an eye on the North Gulf right here. This is Oldsmar, just on the north side of Tampa Bay. I believe the camera is right on the bay. Yeah, that's going to be at Mobley Bayou Beach Park. So on the Mobley Bay side of Tampa Bay. In that old Tampa Bay sector, if you're familiar with that. I want to show you that because this is what we're going to be watching too throughout the day. The storm surge. And again, even with the storm surge lifting, the center of the storm staying far to the west. If I can get my telestrator to work. Those are the tropical storm force winds. And you see like these are wind speeds over 39 miles an hour. So you see really from about this actually kind of tells the story really good, really well. Miami, we just have a low end chance of getting tropical storm force winds. So we had some friends watching that. Yes. The next hurricane update, I'm almost lost track of time that it was 2:00. We can check in on that. Let's see. I'm going to actually, on my source 2, I'm going to change something up so we can watch that come in real time in that corner. So bear with me 1 second. Input 2. I'm going to change this to. Okay, so there we go. So the 2:00 advisory is in. Now, there we go. It is now 120 or 110 mile per hour storm. So it has strengthened a little bit. Um, no changes with the track, of course. That'll come out at 5 and 11. Awesome. Hey, Teresa, cool. I missed that before. Meteorologist, possible. That's awesome. Welcome to the feed. Possible tornado in Panama City. Let's. I know we don't have. I don't have the Panama City radar able to show you guys, but we can work out of the Tallahassee radar. It's going to be a little bit further down, and the data is not going to be as good, of course, but we can still see what's going on there. Let me. Linz, thank you for that report in Tampa. Anyway, this storm has not yet made landfall, and there's that warning we were actually just we were talking about this before. We were watching to see if they were going to issue another warning northwest of the initial warning that we came on for. This is to the southwest of Bluntstown. So before we get back to finishing that 2 p.m. advisory, I want to look at this little nub right there, that velocity couplet, and we're going to put a tracker on that for you. So new tornado warning. This is for the northern side of Calhoun County until 2:15, and that's going to be the rest of Calhoun County. The red was kind of covering up the county line there. So now the rest of Calhoun County. So there are two different areas of rotation that the Weather Service has warned on now. That's going to go until 2 o'clock, this first box for Liberty and the southeast side of Calhoun County and all of that, and then Calhoun County as well. Anyway, the 2 o'clock advisory, we'll update this in real time here. I have to, we can look at, while I do this, I'm going to put a camera on for you. Let's find a camera to watch because I have to update that radar loop. I have to move the camera view up. So bear with me one. I'm going to find a camera for you guys to watch while we do this. So this looks like, okay, we got something. This is going to be Marco Island, Collier Bayview Park. It looks like there's some storm surge flooding going on here. So I'm going to get that live feed into this as well. This is also, okay, I'm going to try to bring this up before. So this camera is on the west side of Appalachia Bay. And you can see some of the waves coming in. Obviously, we're still a ways away from landfall, 6 to 8 hours away from landfall. And that's what that is doing. So we're going to keep this live view up. This is up from WeatherStem, by the way. This they've allowed us to use their network of cameras and weather data for our live stream coverage of this storm. So thank you to them. Again, they have great coverage, a network of coverage throughout the entire state of Florida with great weather data. This is the comment of the day right here. I love it. Couldn't put any better myself. That wind field is stupid big. It is stupid big. Before I go to talk about it, to change some of the things, I mean, there it is right there, and on how far the tropical storm force winds um, get extend from the storm. I mean, we're talking about the storm making landfall in the central Big Bend, and boy, the tropical storm force wind, high probability getting to the I-4 corridor. So there's a lot of wind. All right. So we're going to, let me get you. This is on the north side. This is Oldsmar again, the north side of Tampa Bay, on the west side, north side of Old Tampa Bay. And then I'll leave you with this one. This is kind of to the west of where the storm will make landfall. We'll get some closer looks as we do that now. But what I have to do is kind of update that loop so that we can get some better coverage. And that's the loop that I'm going to be updating. So we're going to be watching that. Let me just change the Tallahassee one here. Okay, so on the top, that is Tallahassee. In the middle, that is what we were just, that is going to be, I think I have the thing. Tallahassee's the top. St. Mark's Lighthouse is actually the second one. I have those two reversed. And then the western side of Appalachia Bay. So let me just rename all my stuff so that it's actually accurate, so the people that are tuning in get the correct information. That is important. And these are from our WeatherStem network of cameras. All right, so I'm gonna try to update and talk at the same time. And then, yeah, we have those tornadoes near Panama City. Oh, yeah, Orlando's looking good right now, my friend. Yeah, it's going to be like 3, 4, 5 o'clock. That's when we're going to get that band to come through. Yeah, and this is exactly, it's playing out exactly as we thought it would, where there would be these big laws for Central Florida. And then, we get some nasty stuff. So it actually looks like that band that we're going to be tracking, it's still way, way out there. So it's probably going to be more like 5, 6 o'clock. And all that stuff. Well, welcome to the channel. You are in the right place if you love weather, and if you love keeping tabs on the weather, hit that subscribe button. If you're finding us for the first time, we always talk weather in a non-sensationalized way. Of course, we're going to tell it like it is, but nonetheless, we break down the science and get real into the meteorology. Before we update that, we have one request for the hurricane wind graphic, and there that is for you. That's the percentage for hurricane force winds sustained. So really, really tightly packed to the landfall site. And we'll see if that changes any as we get to the 5 o'clock advisory. That's the next time that this will be updated from the National Hurricane Center, and all of that stuff. Before I do update that, I want to get back to the situation at hand with kind of the tornadoes going on. We don't have the best view here. We're working out of the Tallahassee radar. I don't have access to the Panama City radar at this time, which would give us a slightly better view. But nonetheless, we do have some rotating thunderstorms, and we can see that a little bit as we work here. And I'll highlight that. This is just a heads up here. I'll put a tracker on this thing for you. Let me get back out of here. There's the other one. Okay, we've at least been able to see one of the storms, one of the tornado warnings expire for Liberty County, in the southeast side of Calhoun County. So that is good news, relatively speaking. We still have that flash flood warning that remains. in play. Yes. Okay. So I keep on saying I gotta update that loop, but there are so many good questions coming in that you guys are really preventing me from doing that. And that's a good thing. I really appreciate these comments, the conversation that we're having, the questions that are coming in. So yes, we're gonna look at storm surge. Um we are, and I have a nice graphic to show you to kind of illustrate that, a nice animation. This is what we're going to be kind of dealing with here. So what this is, it's not like a tsunami per se. It's similar to that, except it's not generated by an earthquake. But what you see going here is, because the storms are so big and we have these winds pushing the water, this is what kind of happens. So you're sitting there on the beach, and that is why when you're asked to evacuate, um, you need to evacuate, because it can be calm, and then all of a sudden you get this big push of water, and that's essentially that what you're seeing on the screen here. That's what's happening. It's literally the water from the ocean source, in this case the Gulf of Mexico, literally being lifted and then pushed right on into the shoreline. um and and all of that stuff. And there's actually a great Daniel Dom, again, the person who got me the Diet Coke, again, live stream, not sponsored by Coca-Cola. It's just fueling me today. Um, just posted, just wrote up a story from what we were talking about on the live stream there, that has the Hurricane Center information, and some information from him on News 6. So if you're watching from the greater Central Florida area, and um, so that uh, if you're watching from the greater Central Florida area and you want to get updates not only on the storm but on news in general, download the free News 6 app. You're going to get information on all that stuff. We have a bunch of stories. There's been a lot of questions about the theme parks today, and if they're open. Some of them are, some of them have closed and canceled the specialized things that they have. So clickorlando.com, that'll get you there, or download the free News 6 app. So again, this is the simulation here of what storm surge is. And it's basically the water is literally being pulled up and then pushed right into the storm. And when you're talking about, it does. So this is a great question. Does low pressure raise the water level at all? When you're talking about storm surge, there is a small pressure component. It's not the biggest part of why the water is rising and being pushed in, but there is a pressure component as well that kind of lifts up the water as it's forcing it in. The biggest thing is because the size and the storm and the winds forcing it to it, and that is why when we look at the dirty side of the storm, that's where we get the storm surge. So in Helene's case, let me get to a spot where I can illustrate. In Helene's case, with this deal, the storm surge is going to be, gotta mark my telestrator if it's going to let me do that. Come on. There we go, I think. All right. So on this side, if it were to come in, if we would have landfall right in here, right smack dab in the middle of the cone. Again, we can have landfall on this side or on this side. We're going to use, if it follows right smack dab the center. Let me change my telestrator to blue. This is where storm surge is going to be maximized, because you have that force of the storm lifting north and forcing all of that water up. And then in this case of the bay, why storm surge is so bad, I mean, you literally have the water just being stuck in there and force that through. Pam has mentioned dirty side is the right front quadrant. You got it. It's broken up into 4 quadrants. Let me get my X to clear this out. And it kind of looks like, so if we draw the hurricane like that, it's drawn just like this. And then the right front quadrant is right here, and that's where the nastiest stuff is. Your highest tornado threat, your highest storm surge, and strongest winds. It's always on the right front side. There's no good side of a hurricane, but that is the worst side to be on, to the right. We were making the we had a lot of the questions about Katrina before, and that was the deal with New Orleans. Let me get this off the screen. Katrina came in about right here. So the worst of the storm surge was in Mississippi. I know Mississippi is oftentimes forgotten, but that's where the worst of the stuff was in this area from Katrina. I think there was like 30-foot storm surge, which is nuts, by the way. But what happened with New Orleans, we had storm surge on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain because we had the winds counterclockwise back and pushing on Lake Pontchartrain from north to south. So the storm was moving north, and then we had the winds coming in on the backside. That's what made the catastrophe in New Orleans when the levees failed, because of the force from Katrina pushing back down on that water source. So that's what that is. So good question about the storm surge. I know it's kind of a hard concept, but almost think of it like it's not a tsunami per se, but it's kind of like that, where that water can come in super, super fast. And that's what catches a lot of people off guard. And that's where, for the most part, your evacuations are coming from. If you do live in a mobile home and you're inland, if the wind gets more than 70, 80 miles an hour, sometimes local officials are going to have you evacuate mobile homes as well. So that's why it's always important to listen to local officials at all times when you're doing that. All right, I'm going to get you back to this. We're just going to keep on looking at that. Please keep posting in the comments. I'm going to upload our loop that we have going. This one here, I'll show you what I'm doing. It's that loop here that we have. I want to get it updated so we have a closer look at what the storm's actually doing. So I'm going to try to walk and chew gum, essentially. We'll see if we can pull it off. I don't know if I can, but that's what we're doing here. So again, keep the comments coming. If you're just tuning in, post in the comments where you're tuning in from, and we'll give you a shout out. And if you're finding us for the first time and are finding the information that we are providing on the stream, we're going for a long time tonight as we are watching the storm come in and unfortunately get stronger. Again, now a 110 mile per hour category 2. It's on the cusp of Cat 3. That starts at 111, I should say. But they go in increments of 5 miles an hour. So we are on the cusp of a major hurricane, which is category 3 and above. Some comments in there about the storm being gigantic. What we have here, this orange color on your screen, is where we have tropical storm force winds. So from the hurricane hunters flying their missions, they're sampling the wind field as well. And so even though the center is way out where you see that number 2, where we have that red color, that is where the hurricane hunters are finding hurricane force winds. And that orange color is where tropical storm force winds are being observed. So even though, we have tropical storm force winds in western Cuba, Key West, Dry Tortugas, west of Miami through the Everglades, Cape Coral, St. Pete, Sarasota, Tampa, pushing to the I-4 corridor. Haines City and Polk County, let's see if we're close to that. Yeah, tropical storm force winds now getting to Lakeland, Bartow, Fort Meade, Bayonet Point, Spring Hill, East Lake, Tampa, St. Pete. So a super large storm. Alrighty, guys. All right, I'm gonna attempt to do this upload. I just want to make sure that no reports of any kind of tornadoes are coming in from the stuff that we were watching up in the Panhandle. So I'm just kind of looking all over the place. If you're, this is what I'm looking at. So we've got the feed, all these different monitors, a bunch of sources coming in. We've got a crew in Perry as well, so we can bring you all of that whenever that starts coming in. We have a bunch of feeds coming in so that we can give you the best information. So all of that stuff to get you covered. So when you see me like stop looking, or stop talking, I should say. I'm just making sure that all the feeds are working, coming in, and we're able to show you the best information. So I like to show you some of the toys that we have to forecast this stuff and to bring this up. Yeehaw Junction, what is up? Love you guys in Yeehaw Junction. All right, so bear with me. I don't think I have two mic feeds on. Yeah, I definitely don't. I just muted my only mic, and it it went off. So I only have one feed, so it might be a feedback thing on your side. Thanks for coming back, April. That's important. That is important. Okay. So let's see here. I'm just probably going to talk to myself. I'm going to talk to you. It's quiet in Northport because we are in between some outer bands. So that's what we're going to be dealing with for most of the peninsula.
Nine times out of 10, they offer us a place to stay, or they ask us if we're hungry or if we need something to eat. The outpouring of
Okay, guys, give me 1 second. I'm just going to have to talk to my boss real quick. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Also want to welcome in viewers that are tuning in from the WJXT YouTube channel. I see that we are you picked up the stream, so welcome, guys. If you have any questions or comments or anything, I'm going to be glancing at another monitor, and we can bring those in as well, and just kind of look at everything as we go forward here. So I know we have a lot of questions on the Just Weather channel page, on the News 6 YouTube channel as well, but also on the Jacksonville page as well. So just keep that in mind. And one question here, I got to mute the other computer. Sorry about that. Um, someone asked, Rachel asked, does the red mean hot air on the Jacksonville page? The red actually on this represents the cold cloud tops. So the darker the reds here, the colder the cloud tops, because this is an infrared satellite image. And when you get those darker reds and purples and whites, as that we see in some cases, that means that the temperature in the cloud is very, very cold. Temperature decreases with height, and that's when you get those colder cloud tops. That means those storms are very tall and very intense. So the brighter the colors on this map, that would indicate again the stronger thunderstorms around the center. So good question coming in. And again, if you guys are watching on the News for Jax feed, thank you for tuning in. Hit that subscribe button. If you're watching on the WKMG YouTube channel, welcome as well. We also have continuous coverage through the afternoon and early evening on News 6. So if you're watching on the television, if you're in the greater Orlando, greater Central Florida area, you can bring up two screens. Hang on the couch with us on the YouTube channel on the phone. Put your TV on the News 6 page. I know it's pretty quiet right now through most of Central Florida. That was to be expected. We will see things really pick up probably in the next 3 to 4 hours as some of these outer bands start to spiral in. I did. So I'll show you this graphic too. Look, we had a video that said, in David Nazario and I, who will also be on later, we were talking about that down the line. And look, we don't want to jump ahead because we got a rough night ahead for our friends in the Big Bend and Panhandle, especially in Georgia and the Appalachian Mountains. That's going to be the worst of this. But yeah, there's another area that looked like it can lift and take the same path as this one. Here's the thing. Okay, I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent here. There's been a lot of pushback on those very aggressive forecasts from Colorado State, from most every single private forecast entity, weather entity, and NOAA. There's been a big time cap on the hurricane season. As we are changing the seasons, that cap is coming off, so to speak. And we can look at that at another time, because I do want to make sure that we're giving out the best information for the people that are following on the channel or finding the channels. Again, at News for Jax, WKMG, and Just Weather. That is coming off. Like, we got super, super lucky again in August and early September. We could have really gone gangbusters. And unfortunately, I think that's still coming as we get into October. Like, October is going to play out as September, we think. And there is a new area that just popped up in the Western Caribbean that could make a run in the next 7 to 10 days. So watching that closely here. What's up, Amber, on the west side of Jacksonville? You got it, Rachel. You're welcome. Great question. Awesome. Thank you for that, Free Willy. He mentioned that we were echoing on the News for Jax channel and stuff like that. All right. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to keep up this stream rolling. I'm going to update. You'll see some camera movements eventually, but I want to make sure that now we are kind of looking at the best stuff. I just want to screenshot the settings that I have here real quick. So we're getting into this real time kind of tracking. We update a lot of the graphics on the fly. I'm texting Nazario right now, just he's letting me know when he can hop on. I don't even know if he's on. I don't know if he's on the feed yet or not. Just tuning in. And if you're finding us for the first time, hit that subscribe button. Shameless plug, but I love the weather community that we're growing here. I know some people are here for information. Some people are really interested in the weather, and I love that. So if you are interested for the weather and or watching on the News for Jacks page or on the WKMG page as well, hit subscribe on the Just Weather channel. And if you are on the Just Weather channel and happen to be in the Jacksonville area or the Central Florida area, hit subscribe on the News for Jacks channel or on the WKMG channel as well, because then you get a bunch of great news and weather content from there as well. Absolutely, Nancy, and unfortunately, we think this is going to go rolling. I'll bring up that map after I update this. Yeah, man. Okay, hold on. I saw this comment and I got to talk about it. Yeah. Uh, Look, the graph model. I know the model well. We used to have it in house. We do not anymore. So I can't show it. I wouldn't have shown that one anyway. It was super inappropriate for people to be showing that yesterday because it was like 200 miles to the east of the official forecast cone. Yeah, wobbles can certainly happen. Shifts can certainly happen. That was such an outlier, though, for the Central Florida area that it was crazy. And we talked about the reasons why it wasn't going to do that, and that it wasn't going to make a super hard right turn like a Charlie or an Ian did a couple years ago. All right, let me see. I wish I could just do that and make it go away. I want to pull up. Okay, so I think at this point we'll probably just use the radar so we can get a. I'll keep that. What do you think, guys? Um, yeah, Bill, I think you're right. I think Teresa is. I'm pretty sure. I am pretty sure because there was nothing going on in Panama City before. So I think you're right, and she's not answering your question about where she is. So good call by Bill. Okay, so we're gonna keep. We will take a look up in Georgia in just 1 second. I'm gonna finish this upload here. But what I want to do, let me. Okay, we're gonna keep the radar on now, and you can clearly see the eye. Look at the outer eye wall here. Okay, so I want to put that here and make sure that we can see the information with that. Okay, I'm going to put that. Whoops. I'm a little OCD, so I want to make sure that it all fits right in there. Panama City should be okay. Relatively speaking, we've had some heavy rain. We have had some flooding around, some tornado warnings just to your east. All right. All right, Bill. Bill gets this is top 3 comment of the day. Sniffed out the rat. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you, buddy. Okay. All right, so we're building kind of these looping graphics. We have these rolling on our coverage on TV, so I want to make sure they fit on the screen. And we're going to move that away from Daytona Beach a little bit. We're going to slide that right into the middle. Whoops. And then we're going to push that just like that. Okay, cool. All right, so that one is updated. Just give me 2 more seconds, and then we are going to get back at it. And it looks like they just... All right, it looks like we just had an upgrade to a Category 3 special update. The computer just updated that, so now we do have a major hurricane. Let me just confirm that, but I mean... Let me see what the... Stand by real quick. We're going to... Yeah, look at that. So winds of 120 miles an hour now. So that's just a 10 mile per hour pass. It looks like the Hurricane Hunter pass. We can take a look at some of that Hurricane Hunter data. But there we go. Now 120 mile per hour storm. And unfortunately, that's the best the eye has looked ever in its life, where you're seeing the yellows and reds right before that donut hole. That means that it's gonna make a run now. So now we're gonna be at the critical point to see how much it can go. We're thankful that it didn't look like this while it was over the loop current, because then it would have really been able to do work. Still, though, it's moving fast, so the deep warm water doesn't matter. The surface warm water is like upper 80s to around 90 degrees, so it still has plenty of fuel to do that. For those tuning in on the News for Jax page, I'll take a look at Jacksonville in just 1 second. We'll go over the timeline for you guys. I want to just keep on updating this real quick. And then I'm going to slide that down like that. And then move that like that. All right, I think we're good there. So we officially have, if you guys are just tuning in, kind of the breaking news is that Helene has now intensified into a major hurricane, and that happened quick before that pass, or as the hurricane hunters kind of found that. So definitely a change. And it's, again, an unfortunate sign. So yeah, so that's the latest we have here. Hurricane Hunter Recon has confirmed a Category 3 hurricane. So that's going to be, we're going to get to some of the Georgia stuff. And looking at the radar out of Tampa, it's going to be a rough night, a rough evening for the I-75 corridor through I-4, through I-95. I mean, if that band comes through, it is going to be rough on the tornado front tonight. Okay, I'm gonna start talking to myself. going to move all of those to the left-hand side so that we can see what it is doing. Okay, perfect. Yeah, and it's crazy because that was 25 minutes after the pass that they updated the so James is asking, can it get up to a Cat 5 still? It's large, and typically that kind of helps it more of a steady thing. But I mean, we just had a big jump. I wouldn't put it out of the question. We would have to get it 35 miles an hour in about, 6 hours or less. So probably not, but it would have to really, really do work. We'll have to wait to see when we get that next pass to see what it's actually doing. The millibars only came down, the pressure only came down one 1 millibar for that thing. So we'll have to wait and see. But obviously here, okay. And also note again that the track has really not shifted. And we have an article up on clickorlando.com if you want to take a look at that about the reason why, kind of that false eye representation. Almost done, almost done. Awesome. So Crazy Frogs on the News for Jacks thing, since we kind of joined us in when I was updating some stuff for our on air feed. We're gonna go into that. I'm gonna take you guys hour by hour. From kind of start to finish. I'll show you future radar. So that's going to cover the Jacksonville area, the Gainesville area, the Putnam County area. We've had a bunch of questions coming in on the News for Jacks page. And that's going to kind of give you, I think, a really solid representation on how this is going to play out. I'm getting all of my frames to load in there now. And then I'll show you real quick again as we get into. So the forecast did change down to a 3. They have it coming ashore as 120. But regardless, it might go bouncing back up. Or I think maybe 125. Regardless, it's at 120 now. So since it's doing that, and since it's able to get a core, rather than looking at this blank map, I want to just real quick, and then I'm going to show you the hour by hour. I want to work out of the Tampa radar, the high resolution radar data that we have. And there it is. Okay. So this is the sign to us, and there's a lot of time. So here is the thing. Look at this. This is the most important thing here. We've got lightning in the eye wall. Lightning in tropical systems are hard to come by because they're warm core systems. There's a lot of warmer air. In order to get lightning, you need to have ice in the cloud, some hail in the cloud. That's what separates the charges to get that to get that lightning strike to happen. Only when there's intense thunderstorms is when you get lightning in the eye wall. And we have our first strike here. And I think it might even be our first strike ever. So, not the best look for this thing. I want to look at, we have some high resolution satellite imagery, the minute scan. We'll be able to really see what's going on with the clouds. I'm going to change that in just 1 second. Oh, I see my Adalia fake hurricane people are back. Awesome. Great. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let me. What goes east? Is this going to be Meso 1 or Meso 2? Aha. Okay, so here is the visible. This is going to tell us a lot. Whoops. All right, so let's just hang out. We're going to watch this. I don't know why that is not looping. Stand by. Last 2 hours. Whoops, it's going backwards. That was kind of cool to see the evolution here. Let me. Okay. All right, so there we go. That's what's going on. And now we have thunderstorms completely erupting around the center. So there is an eye right there. We're going to see, and really the thing that we're going to be watching for now over the next couple of hours as this comes on through is, will it clear its eye? When we see the eye clearing a little bit more, that is an indication that we're warming things up in the center. We have more sinking air in the center. That is a very, very healthy system. This unfortunately looks really, really healthy. And Human X2 on the News4JAX page, there are literally live cams all over the place showing it. So the hurricane is not fake. So thank you for that. Great question here. K-Trail, can anyone explain to me how pressure affects a storm? So when we're watching the pressure, when the pressure drops, the wind speed goes up. So the pressure is holding steady at 959. It dropped another millibar. And then I promise all my Jacksonville friends, we're going to get to you. Same for those watching in Gainesville. I just want to look at one thing here to see where, if that same Hurricane Hunter pass is happening. And there is, and geez, there it is. Okay, I'm going to get back. Here we go. So you can kind of see the progression here. And that yellow bar represents kind of the motion. So it was jogging to the northeast and then northeast. So the first pass, they found it at 962. The second pass, they found it also at 962. Then it was at 960 and then 959. So that's the thing. Now we're starting to see the pressure come down. It's been gradual. Now it looks like you might have a little bit more than gradual. And yeah, someone mentioned, David said healthy is an unfortunate word when it comes to hurricanes. Absolutely. You don't want to hear that a hurricane is healthy or that it looks healthy. It's breathing well. It's certainly gotten out all the dry air. So we mentioned at noon when we started the feed, that in order for a storm to form, when it has dry air still trying to get rid of it, it has to get rid of it first. And it looks like it has done that, unfortunately. Looks like let's check this out here. We might have All right, we have a tornado on the ground here in Georgia. When you see these things pop up purple, let's get to the Valdosta radar. We had that. We've got that high resolution data, and we're still on the outer reaches of it. It's kind of hard to tell from where we are, but this is going to be this area here. So for Telfair County, Georgia, a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's going to be in this general area right here. I'll draw that. This is the hook. And let me. There it is, right there. Man, we're probably too far out to get in on to see if sometimes when it's the debris is being lofted up, you can see that, but so there it is right there. Again, watching this closely, we'll put a tracker on this for you for our Georgia friends. Again, we have a tornado on the ground, and I mean it's not good. Look at all this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings in effect right now in Georgia. This is just north of Douglas. This is north of Valdosta. So we were talking about that high end tornado threat for Georgia. Eventually, I'm going to go back to Tampa, the work out of the Tampa radar. Look at these. These are all supercell thunderstorms. So once these get on land, look at them all. These are all isolated supercells, a string of pearls. That's all going to lift in that direction. And I'm going to show you that now because I promised you guys a lot that I would show you the future radar so that we can give you a timeline on when this stuff actually gets here. So here's the deal. We're going to start this where we stand right now. That's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There we go at 5. And it's going to be about 5 o'clock where we get those things. So the future radar doing a really, really good job. So notice what I just highlighted out there, those supercells. There they are through the I-75 corridor east of Tampa, closer to Lakeland, Cape Coral. That's whenever these guys work on shore. For us in Jacksonville, still kind of quiet at that time. Into Albany, Valdosta, we still have some nasty thunderstorms rolling through. The center of Helene is still right there. Here's the shoreline. So we're still not at landfall just yet. We'll put this a little forward. We start to get in on some of those outer bands again in Jacksonville. This is going to be 6 to 8 o'clock tonight. That's when our rough weather starts to come through. So we're going to have to watch these guys for you into Palm Coast, Lakeside, St. Augustine, Palatka, Stark, Alachua, Gainesville in that time frame, Lake City. So really watching out. We'll get to South Carolina in just 1 second. Landfall projected about 8 to 9, maybe 10 o'clock tonight. These bands continue to come on through off of the Atlantic. So then watching for Savannah again, watching for Waycross, Douglas, pretty much where we have that tornado threat right now. We have another band coming through that could produce some tornadoes, although that threat should go down after about 8 or 9 o'clock. And then that's when the worst of the weather is coming right around Perry. That looks to be like it's going to be the landfall site, kind of very, very close to where Adalia came on shore. This is going to be a lot worse than Adalia, though. I want to continue to make myself clear about that because the wobbles are going to happen. Regardless of if it's right where Adalia came on shore or just to the east or west, this is a much bigger storm than what Adalia was. We'll continue to go through that. A lot of people are still asking about um, we'll go forward for the future radar, and then we'll do more of what the storm's actually looking like. There's Albany, there's Macon, there's Augusta, Savannah, and then closing up into South Carolina. The storm center is right here. The worst of the wind is going to be to the northeast side of that. So that's where we can pop hurricane force gusts. Strong tropical storm force gusts are going to be possible in Atlanta. We'll go forward and slide up. We're going to really have to watch these supercells are going to be no joke here. That's going to be 4 o'clock in the morning on Friday. So late night tropical tornadoes, not going to be a good thing for South Carolina into Augusta. So with everybody said, we'll check that out in a second. For everybody saying it's definitely going more east, it's in line with the forecast cone. So it's really, really critical that you know that it's not deviating or anything like that. Okay, so it's important to know that northeast motion was expected. Okay, Rolando is in timeout. I love this new feature from YouTube. You can put people in timeout. So if we start getting too many trolls here, we're gonna put people in timeout. All right, so that is 5 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Really watching out for those tropical tornadoes. And then as we move into Charlotte, Raleigh, still those supercell thunderstorms are there. Look at all the heavy rain from Roanoke into Lexington, Asheville, Johnson City. If you're watching from those areas in the Appalachians, I cannot stress enough how catastrophic that flood event could be and likely will be. We're already seeing flooding going on in those areas. And add another foot to 2 feet of rain, foot to 2 feet of rain, man, it's going to be rough. It is. It's a lot of water and terrain is not a good thing, and we're already seeing the flooding. Some of these comments, man. My gosh. All right. And then Southeast Virginia, Virginia Beach, into Eastern North Carolina, that threat will continue as well until we get into the latter stages of Friday um, before all that. Okay, so let's get to the thing that we're watching here is what's actually happening in real time. I'm going to put this over the last hour. So, and this is what, let me get that off of there. You can kind of see what it's doing. So when everyone's talking about that east movement, it's a wobble, okay? And it kind of corrected already back. So it looked like it was going to go that way and then that way. So be careful with focusing on that. I mean, it was so bad that people thought that this was going to the east that the Hurricane Center actually put out a tweet like, guys, it's not going to the east. It's still following suit, right on with their forecast. So it's all that. Okay, so people in the wind speeds near Live Oak could top 100 miles an hour. to answer your question on Home Sweet Trailer on the News for Jack's page. Orlando Andre S. On the News for Jack's page. We're talking about 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts and then the threat for tornadoes. That is really our main threat in Central Florida. It's going to get a little ugly whenever those downpours come on through, and then we will see things quiet down. This is really what we're watching for in Central Florida. All this stuff that is starting to develop right down in here. These outer bands that are pushing up and lifting up. All right. Let's see. We're gonna check in on. I had some questions about Tallahassee too. Now, one of those wobbles may have helped. We still have? Is that a new tornado warning? That's a new tornado warning for just to the west of Tallahassee, really northeast of Panama City. Let's get in there and dissect that real quick. I want to go to the velocity. There it is, right around Bluntstown. So this is the same cell that we've really been watching. It's right in through here. So alpha, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. It might be alpha. Right in here is the rotation. Let me put a tracker on that for you. If I have anybody watching from Tallahassee or Panama City, really? Okay, so I had a good question about Asking Power. Let me put a tracker on this for you. So chasing Willis in about 10 to 15 minutes. Make sure you're in your safe place. Again, you want to make sure that in this situation, innermost room, it sounds funny, but getting into your bathtub, if you have a bike helmet nearby, that's always a good thing to do, to have. I know it sounds funny, but putting a bike helmet on can literally save your life. Most people get seriously injured or the fatalities occur from things hitting your head rather than getting sucked up by the tornado. So that is that. Okay, I'm gonna. Try to pull up another. I mean, cover again. Cover your head. That's the biggest thing. Cover your head. A mattress, blankets, anything to protect you from anything that could be flying around. That's the big thing. Armando says that he wrote out 92 Cat 5 Andrew in a bathtub with a futon. I mean, that's again at that point you need to do what you need to do to make sure that you don't have stuff falling on you or flying and hitting you. We'll be talking about that a lot tonight for those that are sheltering in place in the Panhandle in Big Bend. But that's the thing. You might see one of those extreme wind warnings issued. Those are really only issued when you're talking about winds over 115 miles an hour. That could be a thing. I mean, right now that would constitute for one of those warnings from the Weather Service. So we'll see if they do that. But again, it's not going to be pretty. Valdosta, Eric, could get 100 plus mile per hour winds tonight. So it's not looking great for them. Alrighty, guys, if you are just joining us, we're at you coming at you live on clickorlando.com, the News 6 weather, the News 6 YouTube channel, the News for Jack's YouTube channel, and the Just Weather channel. If you are new to any of those and you're interested in staying up to date on this storm and the rest of hurricane season, which does look like it's going to pop. We've been talking about that for weeks if you've been following the Just Weather channel. I know we said that in August. There's been a cap on the season. Unfortunately, it looks like that is going to lift off. There's a new development area as well that was just highlighted from the Hurricane Center. That one is going to bear watching for the eastern Gulf Coast as well, kind of born in the same area of what we're dealing with now in Helene. Trying to find that graphic to show you real quick before we start to get back into things. So there is the new area to watch. So we have Isaac out here, this little guy, way out in the middle of the North Atlantic. That's not going to help, or that's not going to hurt anybody. Maybe the Azores have to watch out for that. That's going in the other direction. There, of course, is our hurricane that continues to look healthier by the minute, unfortunately. And then we have this area down here that will need to be watched because there were indications that that will lift up and then get into the eastern Gulf Coast as well. And then there's still this thing here that is likely going to become a system over the next few days. So there are a lot of things that we are watching still in the tropics. October is likely going to be the new September. The thing that was holding the hurricane season back is unfortunately lifting off, and that's something that we're going to be watching going forward. As for this, the best thing that we can watch to see the development here, we're going to go back to the Tampa radar. And just look at this. Now, unfortunately, she is really cranking. Eye wall, well defined, especially on the eastern side. Lightning, that one strike has turned to 3 strikes. And I mean, that might not see a lot if you live in Florida and you're dealing with the afternoon storms, but in a tropical system in the eye where it is really, really warm, that's starting to get impressive. We have the satellite popping up. This thing is going to start to, I think, rapidly intensify. Let's see where the Hurricane Hunter Pass is. Okay, so I'm going to bring up the other computer again. I'm going to show you guys. So this is a real-time look. It's going to be heading back into the center. So that little thing right here, that icon, that's where the plane is within the storm. This is on tropicaltidbits.com. Yeah, and that's so you mentioned about tropical tidbits. That's one of the reasons why it was kind of falling up. It was having trouble last night. Because it was trying to bring in, it was not really an eye wall replacement cycle, but kind of, where it had an inner eye wall and an outer eye wall. And what happens is, in order for the storm to strengthen, you can't have competing eye walls. They need to collapse on itself, or they need to get a little tighter. I don't know. I think I just saw the eye wall is actually getting more organized as we speak. There's another lightning strike that has popped up within the eye. Um, and it is getting, it looks very, very, I mean, it's the best that it's looked, unfortunately. Yeah, and Bill H on the News for Jack's YouTube channel says, well-defined eye wall, better intensification. I mean, it's 100%. It's no question the best it's looked. I can do that. That is a good idea. Let me get my time to arrival thing. It's about 35 miles wide. So here's the deal with that. It's a double-edged sword. A bigger storm increases the impacts that are felt by people. It expands the wind field out. It also, though, it puts it. Think of the ice skater from high school in physics class, or if you're an ice skater yourself, or do that when you put your arms out wide. If you're doing the spin, I can't do that because I get dizzy. I can't even focus on the same point. I can't skate first and foremost. But if you hold your arms out wide, you spin slow. That's kind of the deal with this. It's a slower intensification process, but the winds are wider. When you bring your arms in tight to your body, though, you spin fast. So if you watch Olympians in the Winter Olympics coming up, you'll see when they do this, they automatically start spinning much, much faster. So when you have a small eye like Wilma, like that thing was a pinhole eye, I think it was 6 miles across. That's the deal. Let's see, are they, looks like the Hurricane Hunter or the Hurricane Center is now doing their hourly updates. Let me see. I think that's what they're doing now. They've started their hourly updates. Moving northeast at 20, still 9:59, 120. We'll get an update when that Hurricane Hunter passes. So that's the thing. It's the double-edged sword. If you have a small eye wall, it can really, really intensify, like a Charlie, like a Wilma. When it's bigger like this, it takes slower to intensify, but then it also is slower to weaken. This thing's going to be moving fast, and it's going to be very, very wide. That's why we're really concerned with inland areas like Valdosta. I had a lot of comments and questions about Valdosta on the News for Jack's page as well. We could have 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Look at what, let's show you Brevard County right now. This is Brevard County on the Space Coast, Port Canaveral. Again, so far away from the center, and we are talking about that thing, I mean, whipping around. That it is gusty. So that's a live look at Brevard County. Not raining right now. We are picking up those big time wind gusts. That is a look at Daytona Beach, Florida. Looks like we're having some problems with it, and the wind might be getting to it a little bit. We'll go back to Daytona Beach again. That's going to be on the bottom. Ethan, my friend, it could. The thing of it is that this was all expected. So everything that you've seen in the forecast that we provided leading up to this, nothing has really gone unchanged. So we expected it to be a big storm. We expected it to make landfall somewhere in the northern central Big Bend area. So really, that's what we're really watching, and that's what we're really seeing. So there's been no major changes to this forecast going forward. So that's important to note. That is really, really important to note. Wanted to show you some live cams that we have going on. Tallahassee up top. We have St. Mark's Lighthouse. That's in the Big Bend area. And then we also have the western side of Appalachia Bay. I want to try to get you some more live cams here so you can monitor what is going on in this situation. We also have our reporter, Eric Sandoval. He is in Perry. He's on right now. I'm going to let you listen in real quick because I work on some things on the stream.
Hall is still working to make repairs from the first hurricane that hit last year, and that was Hurricane Idalia. Of course, he's hoping, Helene loses her steam a little bit, but it doesn't look like that's happening. We're live in Perry. Eric Sandoval, Getting Results News 6.
Yeah, it looks like she's gaining steam right now.
Eric, thank you.
Yeah.
And she's now at Cat 3, or it is now.
If you want to see more of that coverage and you're in the greater Central Florida area, we are going to be on for a while as we watch things, unfortunately, ramp up. You can tune into Channel 6, WKMG, if you're in the greater Central Florida area. If you don't have News 6 Plus and you're outside of the greater Central Florida area, we got you covered there, too. It's a free download on your smart TV, all that stuff. Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, whatever TVs they make these days. You're good to go. We got you covered, and you can download that for free and watch that before. Okay, RDove is reporting that Cedar Key is starting to get waves on shore. Alrighty, guys. So as we are watching things really start to ramp up, of course, look at how many lightning strikes are in this thing now. We went from one to now we are exploding with the lightning strikes in the northeast eye wall. So we're going to wait and see. There's a new Hurricane Hunter aircraft, or it's the same one in there. It's going to be flying into the center to try to find what's going on. But the hurricane force winds are not far off the Tampa coast right now. They're flying through some of those nasty thunderstorms. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hop off for just a little bit. I'm going to keep this stream live. So do me a favor, post in the comments where you're tuning in from. If you have any questions, I'm going to try to look through that. I'm just going to go get a drink. I'm going to refire up some of these live cams that we have across Central Florida, refresh some of those, and then we're going to talk back. So come with questions, stay on the stream. Again, we're going to keep this stream live through at least midnight tonight, and possibly even longer than that as we watch this thing come ashore somewhere along the Big Bend later on this evening. So stay with us. If you're watching on the News 6 WKMG channel, hop on over to News 6 Plus or to News 6 itself. We have you covered there. We have coverage through the rest of the evening over there. News for Jax will be right back as well. And then on the Just Weather page, do that. So if you guys are just finding us for the first time and you love weather, if you're on the Just Weather channel or any other YouTube channel, do me a favor, hit that subscribe button, give this live feed a thumbs up. We're going to provide you live coverage for the rest of the evening with live cameras across the state of Florida, and with the radar and some expert meteorological analysis as this thing comes on shore. We're going to have meteorologist David Nazario on the feed as well a little bit later on this afternoon, evening. So we're going to keep this rolling as well through the evening. And again, post landfall, as that threat does not stop there. So again, just keep it here. We got you guys covered. Just going to take a short break. I'm going to have the countdown rolling so you know when we're coming back and everything like that. But I'm going to work on getting some more cameras into the system so that you guys can see what is going on as this storm continues to lift up into the Big Bend area and the outer bands roll through the Florida Peninsula. We'll see you soon, guys. Keep commenting. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being part of the live coverage. Really appreciate you all. Stay safe. Make sure you're listening to your local officials. We're back in about 30 minutes. What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas back with you on the live stream after a short break. Just trying to gather everything, all the information that we can look at here and give you guys some extra cameras to look at real quick. You can already see some of the storm surge flooding going on in Horseshoe Beach right now. These cameras are courtesy of WeatherStem, all the weather data and the cameras that we are going to be showing for you today when we get into the real-time wind gusts and things like that. That's going to be coming at you from our friends at WeatherStem, a great weather resource for these live cameras and things like that we can bring to you today. Here is the look, and this is exactly what that storm surge flooding is. This is going to be in, let me just double check my spot here. This is going to be, Cedar Key is right here. So this view here is from Cedar Key. Certainly can see some of the water coming back up. And we have another view from Collier, Florida, and Bayview Park. That is going to be right here. This is the Collier Bayview Park view that we were showing you. We're going to have these continuous cameras rolling with you through the duration of the event as we get closer to landfall. And then here's where we have Horseshoe Beach. Again, some of that flooding coming in to Horseshoe Beach. Again, there's the ocean, the Gulf of Mexico, and then coming up over some of the protection there. So if you live there or know anybody that's there, again, that's exactly what we call storm surge. And again, that is way, way, way prior to the storm actually getting there. What's going on, buddy? My friend Terrence, thanks for hopping back on the stream. We're never leaving. Yeah, that's a good point. It just seems to be like this whole area. It's this last thing Horseshoe and Steinhatchee need is another surge like this. And this one could be even worse than that, unfortunately, because of everything being east loaded and the size and the speed at which this is coming in. There have been some crazy radar developments here, and we'll check to see the progress of that Hurricane Hunter. When we last checked, it was heading back to the core of the system. But look at the lightning that really exploded over the 20-25 minutes that we were getting those new cameras in for you guys. We had at one point 55 lightning strikes in the eye. It is explosively developing its eye wall and wrapping it all around. So the last time we talked, notice how the red and yellow around the eastern side of the eye were not as prolific and certainly not as big. Now it's wrapping all the way around. So depending upon what the hurricane hunters find, I mean, that whole southwest side could be closed off. We just can't see it because the radar doesn't go that far out. So going to be interesting to see what they find. It looks like they went to the core and then kind of bounced back around. So was they're looking at something else in there? Here is the depiction of the hurricane hunters from Tropical Tidbits. Very anxious to see once. It looks like that might actually, that's how far the center has moved. So that's the deal. So they have found the center. We'll get another marker there, that yellow marker in just 1 second. But where my mouse is, there's the plane. That is the center of the storm. And you see these bright wind barbs up here, the purple, those are the super, super strong winds on the east side of the storm at flight level. And then where they go calm, it's calm in the eye of the storm. And then we will, again, see the stuff there eventually fill in. So it's going to be interesting when they make that drops on those instruments that they drop in the middle of the eye to see what the pressure is, because it has been some time, and we'll see if it's significantly lower than 959. That's, again, where we last left off when we were checking in with the system. So, which was about 25 minutes ago. So it depends upon where you're talking about. Is there any danger of water spouts? And if so, how dangerous are they compared to a tornado? So essentially, what we're looking at here with these supercell thunderstorms on the outer bands of the storm, a water spout is just a tornado that's over water. They're going to be developed by the same process. Water spouts that you see sometimes out in the middle of the ocean or coming on shore when it's a relatively nice day, or over the Great Lakes, if anybody's tuning in from the Great Lakes region. Those are built by different mechanisms and really don't cause a lot of damage, and a lot of times they don't even come on shore. But what we're going to be dealing with today are actual tornadoes over water, which is a water spout until it comes on land, and they can be very, very dangerous. They spin up quick. They dissipate quick, but they do damage in the middle there. So we're going to be watching for that closely all up and down the coast. And then we're going to continue to watch this Hurricane Hunter recon pass. Yeah, and we can actually, we're going to do a timeout. All right, so we put Teresa in a 10-minute timeout. That's super childish, but I do love that. I do love that option on YouTube, so we can kind of clean this chat up a little bit and talk about the weather. Whether it be, hopefully, that you find this information helpful, and or you're just interested in weather and meteorology and just the impacts to people here. We're gonna be doing that. Okay, Christine just said she lost power in Bradenton. Here's the deal in Bradenton. We're starting to get in on these guys. Look at this. Okay, so these are the supercells that we're talking about. To the point of, name is escaping me, who we just pulled up. Sorry about that, but that's a big supercell. That's a big supercell. Let's check the motion of this, because if this is going to get close. Yeah, so heads up in Sarasota and Bradenton. Let's get out of the Tampa radar. At least that's our closest that we can check. Some really nasty spinning cells out there, and that's going to run the risk again through the next couple of hours. If you're watching from the greater Central Florida area, we're based out of Orlando, so that's when you can see us on the news. But it's this band that's eventually right here going to slide inland like this. So Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Polk County, Osceola, Brevard, Orange, Lake, Sumter, Marion. Like, that's our main risk for this system in interior Central Florida. We're talking about, obviously for the Panhandle and Big Bend region, a major Category 3 hurricane. And we're waiting to see here. I think that it looks like, okay, Ethan says, what's going on with the eye? It looks like it's still growing. I mean, this thing is it looks like it's going to strengthen into right on into landfall. Unfortunately, that was the forecast. It's still on track. We also have another tornado warning up here. I do the squirrel thing a lot, so just post in the comments if I'm bouncing around too much. But I just noticed that tornado warning and just want to give everybody a heads up here. Mariana, Florida, Chipley, Florida. That's just to the west of Mariana. Jackson County, Florida, until 4:15. Tornado warning in effect. And again, so we're already seeing this, and the storm's not even there yet. So that's going to be the real issue kind of going forward here, is going to be these supercell thunderstorms really starting to crank up as well. Speaking of crank up, this is on the Atlantic side. This is Port Canaveral, Brevard County. That is a tropical storm right there. And we're so far away from the center that we're going to be able to get those tropical storm force winds. The storm is just so large, but some big time gusty winds there at Port Canaveral in Brevard County along the Space Coast. Shout out to our friends in Brevard. We're also watching some of this the storm surge flooding that is coming in. This is Horseshoe Beach. The camera froze on me. I'm going to try to reset that. But nonetheless, that is what we have kind of going on there. Already coming up into Horseshoe Beach. Of course, you may remember with Idalia, we had some big time flooding in Horseshoe Beach. This is from the storm surge coming in, and the same kind of deal here. And that's what we're looking at in terms of that situation. Let's see here. Let's refresh some of these, see if we can get them to play live again. As you might imagine, sometimes the connectivity is a little, when you're in a situation like this where you got the wind blowing everywhere. So that's the tornado warning again. That's going to be to the west of Tallahassee. Again, there are our live cameras brought to you by WeatherStem. I'm going to try to get them in motion again. Stand by. That is a good question. Where is Horseshoe Beach? Well, I'll show you. Let me get back to the screen here with the cameras, and we're going to go find Horseshoe Beach. It is going to be into the Big Bend on the eastern side of the Big Bend. Got to pull up my other display so that we can zoom out of the radar so I can show you on the map. Horseshoe Beach is over here. If I can get it to pop up. There it is right there. So we'll put a little marker, Horseshoe Beach. Okay, it's not going to stay there, but it's about right there. So, I mean, we're getting that storm surge flooding, and we're talking about the storm being 160 miles away from where that position is, where we're talking about the storm surge already coming ashore. So all that stuff. Yeah, getting some questions about Jacksonville and Orlando. It looks nice and quiet out there now, and it is. And this was to be expected. If you were paying attention to this, and I hope that you were watching WKMG News 6 if you were in the greater Central Florida area, we have been talking about this the whole time. This wasn't going to be an all-day rain or an all-day tropical event, that this was going to be banding features, these outer bands coming in where it would look a little gnarly at times. It would back off for several hours, and then we get another push of one of these outer bands sliding through. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. We have another one of those bands just coming on from the Atlantic side. So we're going to have to watch these near Satellite Beach in Melbourne, Mico, Palm Bay, for the potential for these to spin. We had tornado warnings earlier for Brevard and Volusia County, and there's a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere. And that is what is helping to create these tropical tornadoes. The main threat for the tornadoes this afternoon and evening, really as we get toward in the Orlando area, maybe like 8 o'clock, so 3-4 hours away. It's this band here. This is a nasty band of supercells that is lighting up. And then also now we have lightning on, I think this is 356. Yeah. So the radar is not we have more lightning showing up on the southeast side of Helene. So that's what we have going on there. We don't like to see lightning in the eye wall. It means it's getting mean, so to speak. It's trying to take advantage, and it is taking advantage of all that the environment and the ocean are giving it. I want to bring up the visible satellite imagery, and that really is going to tell the story. And look at that over the last few frames. I'll let that play again. It should loop back around. So there you go. Okay. So here's the thing. We just got the 4 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center. The wind speed unchanged. Look at the pressure. The pressure is now down to 951. At 3 o'clock, it was at 959. So we've now dropped 8 millibars in the last hour. This thing is about to really, really strengthen. It's not good as well. We also notice, watch as this loops again. You're going to notice this area and this area, and you can really see that coming to fruition. We call those dueling cumulonimbus clouds. A lot of times that is a precursor of rapid intensification. They may show up better on the infrared. So let me go back to the infrared here and see what we can see. And you can really notice, let me get that track off, or that pass track off there, and then change the timeline. This is going to be over the last 2 hours. So you'll probably notice some big purple thing. There's one little purple blotch right there. And the visible is just, I mean, it's now your textbook. You have this big also white area hanging out across the wall, across the eye wall, and it is it's opening its eye. That is clearly now its eye. And again, look at where it's headed. It is completely still on track. So those whole things about it going east that we were talking about before, completely nonsense. Okay, so here we go. Troll of the hour goes to Sheridan. The storm surge never happens, I swear. Evacuate an entire area for nothing. It's crazy. Okay, so it's actually already happening, and the storm is 100 miles away. So Sheridan, congratulations. You are the troll of the 4 o'clock hour. Here's the storm surge flooding in Horseshoe Beach. And again, it is 160 miles away from where that place where Horseshoe Beach is actually located. So that is why they issue those things. They issue the storm surge warnings. They issue the evacuation warnings. If it wobbles to the east a little bit, then you're okay on the western side from storm surge. But again, you can't take that choice because, or you can't wait out that long because it's going to be too late to get out because the storm surge will already be there to be that completely accurate. So anyway, I don't know, Evan. We should try to come up with something though. We should try coming out with something. More questions again if it shifted east. I'll show you the track, and we're gonna get a brand new track in an hour, probably in about 45 minutes. That'll be their 5 o'clock advisory. So again, let me see. Let me look to see if they actually had drops on data. Yep. So that's why they were able to do that. So that was the drops on from the thing. So that's the. So Clinton's asking, what can we expect the pressure to be realistically? I mean, probably 930s. Probably 930s. That's where a lot of the hurricane models were running in. We can check to see the latest. I've not looked at the latest hurricane models in a while since we've been live streaming, but we can do that together. We can bring them up and see if what they have done. So stand by real quick. So anytime you're looking at these models, my name is Jonathan, by the way. My name is Jonathan. Oh, my guy, Brig Commander. Good to see you, buddy. It's been a while. All right. So let me get you to the other screen. Anytime you're looking at, you got to see how the model is initializing. And this is, I believe, still the 18, or this is the 12Z. The 18 has not come out yet. Where do we stand now? We're at 1820. So we are right there. So at this point of the game, the model was expecting it to be 944. We're not there yet. Actually, hold on. Scratch that. I lied. It's not going by. Yeah, so that's 5 o'clock. It was expecting it to be at 944. At 2 o'clock, it was expecting it to be at 954. So we're running a little bit behind the forecast, at least from the HAFS B model. which is one of the specialized newer hurricane models. And it has it coming ashore as a 948. So, I mean, it has it kind of filling up a little bit. So what, we're at 951. Maybe, I mean, I guess somewhere in the upper 930s, 940s, probably there. Unless it's going to go nuts over the last couple of hours, it probably has about 4 or 5 hours to landfall. An anonymous nobody on the WJXT page, News4Jax, continues to bring up a good point about we got to watch for how wide it is too, because again, it's not just going to be this. I mean, look how big it is. And I mean, those tropical storm force winds are nuts. For those that haven't been paying attention to the actual track, we'll take a look. Again, we're going to get a brand new one of these at 5 o'clock tonight. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with their up most of the Florida Peninsula, including the Keys, into Gainesville, Ocala. And expect this. I mean, it's still right on schedule to come in somewhere in between Greenpoint, Apalachicola, and Perry. So that is where, and nothing has really deviated from that track. It has continued to look like for days that this was going to be, yeah, at 5 o'clock. So, Rana, to answer your question on the WJXT page, 5 o'clock, we'll get that new track from the National Hurricane Center. Typically, when you're talking about tropical tornadoes, they're generally EF0 to EF2. That's the general sense anyway. Beryl produced some really, really strong ones in Texas this year. Lowest pressure, at least in the Atlantic, was 882. That was Wilma. That was a ridiculous. So that one was nuts. That holds most records in the Atlantic Basin for intensity. Hurricane Wilma. Okay, and it looks like Teresa is going back on the timeout. All right, we're going to do a 30 minute. Yeah, they really have been. The European was the worst one, especially early on. But I mean, really, it has looked like Big Bend since what, last Friday. So I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible, the forecast and all that stuff. And I mean, again, if you were watching the videos last week on this channel, and if you're interested in more weather content, hit subscribe for me. I would really appreciate that. And if you are enjoying and finding this content helpful and any kind of preparations or updates, please consider subscribing and hit that thumbs up button so YouTube pushes out to more people so that they can get some credible information. You got it. Thank you, Alexa. Hope you and your family are doing well. Why is the track from the hurricane model you mentioned just a few minutes ago further east in the National Hurricane Center model? I don't think it was that. Let's pull that back up again. So it really isn't. That is kind of right on the money there. Hugging the right side of the cone. So it's still within that, it's in that wobble period. So that's why, and again, that is just one model. That's why, it's so frustrating sometimes when you're talking about forecasting these things, is because people will show one model and then it gets everybody in a tizzy, and then it doesn't come into fruition like that. So that's why, I mean, at this stage in the game, obviously major impacts are coming to the Big Bend. We're still trying to figure out, okay, where does it wobble? And those are kind of impossible to tell once they get that. If this model that I'm showing you here were to come into into fruition like this, Tallahassee would be getting a rough afternoon and evening, but certainly a little bit better than what it would if it was on the left side of that. Because if it's on the right side of the track, that'll at least take you out of the strongest of the winds. Remember, the strongest winds are going to be east loaded. Hey, what's going on? He should be on here within the next hour or so. I was just talking to him. He's almost done with his stuff. Landfall is going to be about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, in that ballpark. Yeah, I found that super, super crazy. I've never seen them do that before, that they put out a post because they saw so much of it going around that this thing was shifting crazy east. Yeah, and Neil, I would have to, that's what I would think. I think it's just going to come in just to the right of Tallahassee, just to the east of Tallahassee. I'm with you there. So that's the thing. I like this model did very, very well that I'm going to show you here. This is our in-house model. But this one, let's see. This one has it just to the east of Tallahassee, and I'll zoom in on the landfall site. We can go over the future radar too, because we just so that we can see just for impacts for everybody. You are correct. Next NHC update is coming in at 5 o'clock, and that's going to be a big one because not only will we get the update on the pressure of the storm, and we're going to get an update on the track and if they're going to increase the intensity, which I'm sure that they will, because it's already, I'm sorry, I did not see, I did not, if they can post that question again, I did not see that user. There's a lot of comments coming in, which I appreciate. Keep them coming. This has been a great live chat. For the most part, there's the bad apples, as they say. But we knew that was coming. All right, so then here we go. Let me back this train up. There are those nasty supercells that are coming through. And that's kind of an updated timeline. So I think this is now the fresh model here. It's these guys, these isolated. Look at this. I mean, 7 o'clock tonight. Spring Hill, Bayonet Point, Tarpon Springs, Tampa, St. Pete, Bradenton, Sarasota, Port Charlotte. Nasty supercells. That's going to continue toward the kind of towards the Orlando area by 8, 9 o'clock, and then we'll try to wind things down. But in terms of landfall, again, this is going to be the update here. Tallahassee's just in. Just in that marker. Or just in the center. So Perry, and that's where I think landfall is going to end up being, right around Perry or just to the west of Perry. So that's gonna, and that's terrible because we just had a Dahlia do that. Hey, I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much for doing that, and welcome to the team. Again, we talk a lot of weather here. That's why the channel is Just Weather. And if you're watching from the News for Jack's channel and WKMG, welcome as well. Keep posting your comments. If you have any questions, post them in. I'm watching all 3 feeds that this is coming on today, and we're doing that. All right, a question about the storm surge, the expected storm surge. I will show you the update to that. Got to find my storm surge graphic here real quick. I have so many graphics loaded up in this computer. It's around here somewhere. It's just like when I don't know if you guys are tab people. I say this a lot. But it's kind of like having a bunch of tabs open because there's so much information to share, and I want to just have it ready. Okay, so here's the latest surge, and it has not changed much. So I don't know. I don't know where exactly you were looking for, but I mean, we already have, looks like, some pretty significant stuff coming into Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key. Cedar Key is the far bottom live feed there from WeatherStem, and then Horseshoe Beach is the second one down, and all that stuff. That model was called the Barron 3 kilometer. So it's a contract with where we get our weather data from. So it's another weather company that provides weather data. So you're not going to be able to find that kind of publicly like you can with the Euro or the GFS or some of those other government run ones. So there's the expected surge. I mean, 9 to 12 feet is crazy. And then where the storm comes ashore, and again, putting the surge right here, this is where it's expecting the center to come, because the worst of the surge is going to be right here at about 12 to 15 feet. There's room for a little bit higher as well. Who are we talking about? I'm sorry. It's hard to keep up with all the comments. Who are we talking about blocking? Because I'll get in there and make sure that happens. So a lot of people saying power outages coming back. So Georgia's not going to take a direct. Well, they will, part of it anyway. Let me show you the future radar again for Georgia. You guys are going to be in an interesting situation because, I mean, it's not going to weaken much, the storm, but here we go. All this strong storms, or all this strong wind, is on the eastern side. And we're going to have to watch for those supercells right along the coast from about Savannah all the way up into the South Carolina, North Carolina border. Those are all still supercell thunderstorms coming through. So it's that's going to be kind of a rough night there, watching for that. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that. My bad. I read that in Georgia. Sorry. I read Georgia. My bad. So that's going to be a much different story. We actually had a live feed from there in Franklin County last night. I had it up. It went out earlier today, but that's going to be. I mean, if it comes ashore, let's see. According to this model, it's better than what. But again, wobbles matter. You're in the eye wall there. I mean, that's some nasty stuff. Coming on shore there. So just if it wobbles a little bit further to the east, you get out of the really, really nasty stuff. Northwest Ocala, we're talking about 50 to 65 mile per hour winds. Joe, we're looking good right now, my friend, in north of Orlando. It'll be into that, I think, 6 to 8 o'clock time frame, that we're going to be really watching for the potential for some tornadoes before things wind back down again. So we're going to keep that. We're going to keep that right on, kind of right on schedule there, into that time frame. I want to show you. We're getting a lot of questions or a lot of comments about the power outages. And look at all the power outages already from the gusty winds. I mean, so 12,000, it looks like in Hillsborough, Pinellas. 16,000. There's a lot of power outages already. And I mean, this thing is really just getting going. And you're going to see all of this, I think. I mean, this is going to be the main corridor for power outages tonight. Jennifer, that's a hard question to ask. I'm not exactly sure where you're at in Polk. And I'm not sure if your local officials recommended it, then yes, I would. Otherwise, I don't think that we're going to be getting into the hurricane force stuff, and you should be okay. Because I've not heard, unless I've missed it, of any local law enforcement going around and asking people to leave their mobile homes in like the greater Central Florida, Orange County, Kissimmee. Look at that power outage map just updated. Now 5,000 people without power in Polk County. So like this is the thing, is that, yeah, we were never talking about things being crazy in the Florida Peninsula, but it doesn't have to be crazy to lose the power. And that's what we're going to be dealing with. And remember, we have a lot of power crews on standby. We were talking about that earlier in the live stream when we started this off at noon. So 70-mile-per-hour gust in Charlotte County. Let's check to see. I'm just going to check. Okay, so another good question here. So it doesn't. It's within the cone. And this is the one thing that gets difficult every single time because it's right within the cone. So the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center, let me pull that back up here. We're going to get a new track at 5. But there it is. There's Perry. So it's got the center right here to right here or right here. Remember, the cone is to really show the uncertainty of those wobbles because those are basically unpredictable. So if it comes up the middle, if it comes up the right, Tallahassee gets the worst of the weather. If it goes into the middle, then we're talking about Thomasville getting the worst, Monticello getting the worst of the weather. And then if it comes up on the right-hand side, then we're talking about Perry getting in on the worst side of the weather. So again, to be clear, that model had it coming ashore right about here. And I'll show you that again. So it's not different from the Hurricane Center forecast at all. I think you might see the cone be more like this at 5 o'clock. Probably more like this. But nonetheless, that's where we're looking at. So again, it's not much different. Pasco County, very windy, no rain yet. And it looks like we've kind of observed those tropical storm conditions throughout a lot of inland central Florida. So this is actually not true. Um, it's look at the hurricane warning. So this was a good time to make that statement, which isn't correct. Look how far inland those hurricane warnings extend. This is a pretty big rarity and a pretty big area for a hurricane warning, because the storm is going to be moving very, very fast, and it's also going to be very, very big. So it's going to be able to maintain hurricane intensity for a lot of time inland. So we're talking about hurricane conditions into Macon, into Douglas, into Valdosta. I mean, if it comes in right here and goes up, it's still 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts going to be possible. I have a question on the JXT channel about Clay County. I mean, we're gonna be closer to the thick of it again. So we're talking 75, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, we were watching this guy earlier. That's a good point. Let's go back and check on that, because that was a nasty, nasty cell out over the water. So let me turn back the Tampa radar, and we're going to go investigate that thing. We'll see. Look at this thing near Venice. I mean, there's a couple of them. Like, you can just tell just by looking at it. All right, we also have a tornado warning for Volusia County. So we were talking about that line coming through. I may have to run out to help out the weather team on this cut-in. We're gonna have to break into programming we're already on programming on News 6. But here is the tornado warning now. This is gonna be for Volusia County until 4:45. So let me just stand pat for a second. And just bear with me for 1 second, and I will be right back. Alrighty, guys. So I'm gonna keep the stream rolling. I'm gonna put the stream actually on our News 6 broadcast. If you're watching in the greater Central Florida area as well, around Orlando, Daytona Beach, the land where we have the hurricane warning. We had somebody from Casadega on there before. That's where we have a tornado warning through Orange City, Lake Helen into Daytona. I'm just going to put the velocity mode on here back on the Melbourne radar, and we're going to be able to see that we've got that rotation right in through there. So just real quick, I'm going to call out a few streets in Osteen, Doyle Road again, Cortland Boulevard, Fort Smith Boulevard, Howland Boulevard, Saxon Boulevard. Again, make sure you guys are in your safe place. If you're watching from Volusia County, I'm going to put on our actual live stream right now that we have going on News 6. So we're going to cover this tornado warning in Volusia County in full. We're also going to watch in the Sarasota area. We had a nice big rotation before. That's why we have this kind of thing popping up. This, when you see that yellow cylinder, that's the computer picking up on the rotation as well. So we've got that. No warning for that just yet, but that's going to be a big heads up in Laurel, Florida, and Sarasota, Florida, to keep an eye on that cell. And we're going to be watching this closely. Again, tornado warning for the next 15 minutes for Volusia County. So I'm going to take a break for 15 minutes. Not really a break. I'm going to run into the studio, help out our chief meteorologist, Candace Campos, who you are going to see in just 1 second. She's going to take it from here for the next 15 minutes. I'm going to be helping her in the studio. Stand by, guys. I'll be right back. Make sure you guys are staying safe and have a way to get your warnings right now.
This for areas just north of Bowdoin, south and east of areas of Lake Helen. So if you're watching us from Seminole County, this is the zone that we are watching. Let me try to zoom in here, try to get some, this is Osteen. Areas in just north of Osteen, all this residential area here is the main zone for what could become a confirmed tornado on the ground. As of now, this is Doppler indicated. We have not heard of any reports in that area, but you can see whatever rotation there is, if there is a confirmed tornado on the ground, there is just tons of rain right now falling in and around the area, and that is talking about rain wrapped. So when we talk about rain wrapped, basically, if it is pouring rain, you don't even notice that there is a tornado there just because it just looks like a lot of rain falling at the same time. So that's one of the concerns that we have when it comes to tropical tornadoes. The one is that they move very quickly. Two, they come in and out pretty fast. And the third is if they're wrapped in with a lot of that rain, it's just very hard to see. So if you're watching us from areas of Lake Helen, Orange City, this is the zone that this circulation is going to be going. The advisory extends all the way up through DeLand, Glenwood, DeLeon Springs, Cypress, Lake Estates. And something you'll notice as we continue to get some of these tornado warnings issued is that a lot of these polygons stretch very far northward because it's trying to catch the northern, how fast everything is moving to the north as we continue to watch this spiral go on. So again, we are talking about a tornado warning that is in effect for Volusia County until 4:45 for areas of DeLand, Lake Helen, Orange City, Deltona. I feel like areas south of Deltona and east, and then I should say west there in Orange City, will have a little bit less of a threat as
All right, so if you're in the greater Central Florida area, certainly in Volusia County, and you want to stay updated on this tornado warning, we're going to bounce around the state again. But tune in to News 6 or News 6 Plus on your TV. You can pop us up on the phone if you want to keep the YouTube stream going as well. Kind of have that dual screen thing rocking and rolling. As we're going to bounce around one more time, I'm just going to get in here and do some street level stuff. We're going to go back to the Melbourne radar. That's what we're going to work out of, but some very nasty thunderstorms right around, let's see, this is going to be closer to Osteen right now. That's where we were before. This is very broad rotation. It's not as impressive into parts of Volusia County, but still Howland Boulevard, Old Train Road, Captain Drive, Catalina Boulevard, Ranch Road, Casadega. We were talking about you guys before. And that, again, goes for another 13 minutes or so. And that's going to be for Volusia County. We're going to look at the actual radar. And like all of these guys are going to have to be watched eventually because they all have that kind of kidney bean shape, that look. Okay, live off Howland in Deltona. Okay, we'll go back into Deltona. And I'm not 100% sure where Howland is. No, I just called it out, but let me put back on the velocity. I remember where. There it is. So, okay, so here's Howland again. This is the broad rotation right here. So Howland goes towards I-4. Sorry for all that bounce around. Want to just pretty serious. If you're really outside and not being sarcastic, take it seriously. And somebody just mentioned on the JXT feed too, brought up a good point. With all the rain that we've had over the past couple of weeks, it's not going to take as much wind as we normally would see to knock down trees and power lines and things like that. Let's see if we can find. Okay, I was just trying to find if there was a camera in that area. Don't have one right there. Okay, yeah. Weather Service also saying about the broad rotation that we mentioned. So they're still going to continue the warning for the next 15 or the next 10 minutes now. This is scheduled to expire at 4:45. So in Columbia and Suwannee County, it's going to get a little rough a little bit later. Wind gusts greater than hurricane force. I believe we're in the hurricane warning. Let me pull up the cone to show you that, because I've got the warnings overlaid on that. And we're about, I would say, anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes away from 10 to 20 minutes away from getting that new update from the National Hurricane Center to see if they increase the rotation, the wind speed anymore. Whoops. Sorry about that, guys. Well, there's your impacts for Flagler County. Wind gust 30 to 45 miles an hour. That tornado threat still going to be there. And rainfall 1 to 3 inches. So there's at least that. If you're interested in Flagler County, we're going to go here because it's going to pop up the watches or the warnings. Yeah, so there you go. You're officially in that hurricane warning right here, I believe. There's Columbia and Suwannee. So hurricane warnings, I mean, you guys can expect wind gusts over 75 miles an hour, and it might even be over 100 miles an hour. It's for 3 and making a run for 4. We're gonna see if it was able to hit Category 4 status. Hopefully not, but at this point, it doesn't matter. It's so close to coming ashore. I mean, look at it now. It almost has that super, super deep thunderstorm activity all completely around. So, I mean, it is, you can see that spiral right there and the thunderstorms just blossoming in that area. So it's, yeah, I mean, it's trying. It's trying. And I mean, the only thankfully last night it didn't have its act together over the even warmer, over the warmer waters. I mean, they're still really warm right there, but they were a little bit deeper, a little bit further down south. You can see that on the infrared imagery. Really blowing up. I think the only spot it's likely closed, but okay, Charlotte County. So that's what we were that might be the cell that we were looking at before. The rotation also, by the way, in Volusia County has retightened back up again. So when you see them touching like this, so let's get real deep in here and see about real close. Lake Pearl, geez. Damascus Road, Sandy Trail, Old Sawmill Road, Oak Apple Trail, Previtt Avenue, right towards I-4. It's getting to land. Highlands, Cypress Lake Estates, north the land, just north of Lake Helen. So want to make sure you're in a safe place there, but the rotation has come back and has tightened up a little bit. Okay, yeah, so this was the one that we were watching. And there's actually two here. So you can kind of see the shear. So right around Schaefer, Minnesota Key, New Point Comfort, Grove City, make sure that you're in your safe place here if you're watching from Charlotte County. Again, these ones are a little more impressive than the ones that we're watching in Volusia County right now. And this coming ashore pretty much right on schedule. We also have one that is unwarned right now. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, big time supercell thunderstorm. They need to get a warning on here now. This is the most impressive one. No warning just yet, but if you're tuning in from the northern side of Sarasota County, Florida, just east of Sarasota, right around Fruitville, make sure that you're in your safe place. I'm almost positive that they're going to issue a warning on that thing. Let me get into their chat room, into the Weather Service chat to see if they're talking about it. I'm sure they are, because that looks ugly. That's the most impressive storm of the day in these outer bands of Helene that are really starting to push through. And anytime you see on our computer here, we have that cylinder that pops up. That's the computer highlighting where it thinks the rotation is. And I mean, it's right on the money. Right on the money. And again, that's our in-house data product, our Barron data provider. I had some couple of people ask about what radar we're using, and this is the Barron radar. And you can see the rotation right there, the greens and the reds. There's no tornado warning on it. I don't know why. That's the most impressive cell of the day. And I see it too. It's even detecting on the right up on the legend there where it says moderate, strong, extreme. It's detecting strong shear. It's even stronger than the two cells that we have going on near Englewood and into Charlotte, northern Sarasota County. So let me just go in there. It looks like it went. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Right around Fordville. Again, make sure that you're in your safe place. It's still picking up. The computer is on the strong rotation. We're looking at it right here, just on the raw velocity plot. I was gonna say maybe I don't have the warnings turned on here, but they're clearly on. All right, it looks like we also got the new advisory in. Let's check on that. So now 125. So now we are on the cusp of Category 4 status. 130 starts that. And I mean, it is mean. So here's the latest track. Okay, so they're keeping it at a 125 right now, and then it looks like landfall at about 125. So they're not expecting much more intensification in this. But there we go again. So they have, I mean, remember we had the line here, so they shifted the nudged the easternmost part of that cone over a little bit. That's the easternmost portion of the cone. It moved like that much. But again, that's right in line with the model that I've been showing you, with landfall projected about right in here. And that would unfortunately put Perry there, and we're already seeing the flooding in Cedar Key and Crystal River, Horseshoe Beach. Big time storm surge flooding already. Yeah, they didn't. I was surprised. I'm kind of surprised they didn't bring it back, just because we're only 5 miles away from it, and it looks like it's trying to do more on radar and on satellite. So yeah, I mean, at this point, it's 125 versus 130 or 135 is not going to make much difference. In all honesty, it's all bad. We don't want any of it. Okay, so Sue just mentioned we live in Englewood. The phones just went off. We're going to go take you back down to Englewood since we have. So there it is right there. Let me make sure I'm on the Tampa radar. And yeah, make sure that you're in your safe place, because if there's going to be a tornado with this, it's going to be hanging out right in here, okay? We'll check that on the velocity thing. The velocity is a little further over. Sometimes it doesn't update right away. But if you're familiar with, I don't have the streets to pop up because we're out of the Central Florida area, so I don't have the street level stuff like I do right in to get the names of the streets to pop up. But if you're on the east side of Englewood, I'm not exactly sure where you are, but okay, we got a new update. Now it's kind of north of Englewood, so there it is right there. No, I was going to say, there's no way they took that warning away. And still no warning on that one north. It looks like that did collapse, though. But we've got two, one north of South Venice, and then this looks ugly right in here. So now that's kind of northeast of Englewood. And like, it's weird because for whatever reason, the radar is not updating. Okay, there we go. There's the update to the cell. So now it's 100%. A lot of times, though, if you're looking at the debris field on radar, it's hard for those to show up because they need to be really, really strong, especially for where we're at, because we're a decent ways away from the Tampa radar. So you would have to loft debris a couple thousand feet up in the air, and you need to pretty strong tornado to do that. So a lot of time, um, a lot of time. So I don't think the last three weekend there. I think Adalia is the only one to have weakened on approach into this area. And I don't think we're going to see any weakening with this. I mean, look at that eye. There, I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any shot. There's nothing else to stop it at this point. And I mean, it's so. Yes, in short, Joe, yes, it could go into the North Gulf Coast again. For anyone who doesn't know what he's referencing, it's this. Hurricane Center has identified another area. We actually talked about this one 2 weeks ago. We talked about the MJO coming through the Madden-Julian oscillation. That's what's forcing everything up. That was what Helene was born from, the MJO. And so that's going to be a story for another time, though. Let's go back to, and I mean, this right here is why I don't. I mean, we're not going to see. And I always like to check up on what's. We've lost the lightning at least out of there, so maybe we're not going to see kind of explosive stuff. I haven't been able to read what they're talking about. Of course, if they're what their thoughts are, if they're ratcheting it up every more. So I'm just looking for some other cameras to show. Stand by. I'm just gonna put that on the loop. Because there's some crazy stuff going on in Tampa. Like the winds, Skyway Bridge and the Howard Franklin Bridge are now closed due to high winds and storm surge. So crazy stuff there. I'm trying to see if I have a camera I can show you. So the graph model is terrible for the tropical systems. I'm just going to come right out and say that now. If you followed that, then you're talking about um, landfall at Cedar Key. And we were talking about that model for the last 2 days to not follow that one. UK Met, a little better, but the graph is terrible. Terrible. Purple Blob on News for Jacks. I would 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, and then that severe weather threat through the evening. Our tornado threat's likely going to be the biggest thing to deal with tonight. And then those tropical storm force wind gusts they'll ramp up a little bit over the next couple of hours. Again, what we're kind of seeing right now is the worst of it for the peninsula is what is going on kind of on both coasts with some feeder bands along Brevard and Volusia County. And then we have those supercells kind of lifting up towards St. Pete, Tampa, Clearwater, Sarasota, coming out of Venice and Port Charlotte. So that's going to be our worst stuff in yeah, and I mean honestly this computer model here, it's hit the nail on the head. It was actually when a lot of the hurricane models, the Hurricane Center models were coming in, that actually showed it right closer to Apalachicola in the western side of the Big Bend and Appalachia Bay. So it's been good. And for those that want to see that, I mean here it is. And there is landfall right at about that's obviously a little bit later than landfall. But about 9 o'clock. Confidence Studio says on the News for Jack's page, I feel like it's going to shift more east. I mean, at this point, it's not a shift. It's right there. It really has no other place to go at this point than land. I mean, it would have to go like 90 degrees to do anything else you know, to anywhere else in Florida to make an abrupt right turn. But okay, we got rid of that video gamer person because he was getting weird. Yeah, Joe mentioned we're really close to Cat 4. I mean, it's right on the cusp. Right. Jonathan brought up a good point. At this point, it's leaning, it's not shifting. A shift is what Ian did or what Charlie did, where it's just like there is something significant, something pushed it, something wasn't modeled correctly. But now I'll show you what's going on. And we highlighted this last week. If you are a follower of the channel, and if you are, or if you're not, hit that subscribe button. We'd love to have you along for the ride. We talk a bunch of weather. So this is, I mean, again, this is something you don't want to see, but we haven't shown the water vapor imagery in about 2 hours. So that's, you can see the eye popping now. Now we have the green everywhere. We were talking about why wasn't it strengthening? I mean, again, not that we were complaining at the time, but we had drier air getting right up into the core, completely got it out of there, and now it's doing its work. But look at this thing here, and I'll put this into play mode, and you can see what's going on. You see that counterclockwise flow right there, that little spin, that bowling ball? Give the video a thumbs up if you see that. Notice the motion there, how it's lifting all of that green pretty much due north. That is the cutoff low. That is what's responsible for steering this thing. So it's grabbing it and then kind of lifting it up as it pinwheels counterclockwise, kind of back towards Missouri and Arkansas and the plains. It's pulling it up. So while it may wobble east as it intensifies, we're still talking about really things lifting more north with, again, subtle wobbles. And again, Hurricane Center accounted for that with their latest advisory. Let's see here. Okay, so I want to pass this along too. This is coming right from. You got it, Joe. Be safe. Charge that phone, my friend. Thanks for hopping on the live stream today. Yeah, Zen said it. Beast of a storm, for sure. It really has. This one has been very, very. It's behaved. It has behaved. At least in terms of where it's going. But you can kind of see. I mean, once we got that little spin, and this is what fascinates me about the weather, because that spin that you see there above the orange, kind of on the western side of Kentucky and Tennessee, that upper low there, that piece, when we were first getting the indications that the Northeast Gulf Coast was going to be under the gun here for a hurricane, which unfortunately it is, that was in Russia. So we really needed to wait for that to get in the United States so that we could sample it with our weather balloons. And then we had the disturbance that wasn't even developed yet, but advances in weather technology and being able to pinpoint that we did have that convective pulse coming through to force up those thunderstorms eventually to get going. It's just incredible. Okay, so in West Central Florida, they're first going to be out of the south and east. So they're going to be strong out of the south and east. And then as we get this thing to get over the panhandle, so like for the next couple of hours, it's going to be south and east. And then we'll get the counterclockwise flow on the other side. That's whenever they're going to shift to a more northerly component. We'll get you back to Sarasota. I have a question about the tornado warnings down here. So here's the new one. Yeah, I mean, these are straight up supercells here. You got the hooks. So you said you're near the one. In Sarasota, Charlotte. So here's where we stand now. Let me make sure I'm on the correct radar out of Tampa. Look at the velocity. Relative velocity. At least they're a little more broad now. But there is one right there. So yeah, because that one is also that's going to be another thing. It would be in about 7 to 10 days. Well, that's their. So where are we at now? I when I was looking long range, it looked like it was going to be in the 6th-ish of October, that first week of October. That is what. Yeah, that's so. I think in that ballpark, but don't quote me on that because I've not given that one much attention over the past couple of days because I wanted to nail this one down. Yeah, it's that one, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, that goes over the bay. That one is closed. What part of it's going to be the east. The further east you are of Tallahassee, the worse the weather is going to be. So just to the east of Tallahassee, we are. That's where the worst of the weather is going to be. So Madison, Florida is in a really, really not the best spot. I'll show you because you're super. I mean, I think you're really close to a direct hit. Let me get back to our model again that I think is doing a very good job. And we'll get you a little closer. So what it's, we'll see. There it is, Madison. I'm gonna say it should pop up. So let's put a little marker. It's about right there for reference. And then there we go. I mean, it would. That's pretty much a direct hit. That's going to be 100 some mile per hour gust. What models are showing, because I mean the Hurricane Center even nudged the cone to the east of Tallahassee a little bit. Tallahassee's still in it, but they nudged it to the east. So I don't know. I have not been able to look at the latest models because we've been on here kind of nowcasting this and forecasting this in real time. So I have not looked at the models, so I don't know which ones may have done that. But if anything, this one has looked like it would just nudge to the NHC model. So you're talking about one of the halves or the H Wharf or the H Mon. Those are the NHC ones. We can take a look at that. But I mean, here is.
Every time we check in with you, you can.
And on the bottom there, that's what you're gonna see. That's our coverage on News 6. What you're seeing right there. Let me bring up Daytona Beach.
They're local.
On our other source.
That's the only thing that I can discern at this point.
That's Daytona Beach.
Look at it right now. I'm not worrying.
And that's Port Canaveral. So that's what we're seeing on the Atlantic side. That's a live feed there. So just to kind of keep you posted on what we're seeing, those are the live views there. And certainly, you know how far those two areas away. I mean, a complete opposite side of the state. Okay, so this is the HAFS B. This is one of the Hurricane Center models. So that one is east of Tallahassee. We're splitting hairs here though. This is the H Mon, and the H Mon kind of has the center going right over Tallahassee. This is the H Wharf. Also has it going over Tallahassee. And then what's the other one? Half's A. Forget. So that one kind of has it going over. So three of them have it going over Tallahassee, one of them to the east. Hey Brooke, where are you at? Are you on the Gulf Coast of Florida? We'll get back to the radar and find out what's going on there. I mean, there were like a train of supercells. Let's get back to the radar. Yep, there they are. So you've got to be down there. So again, this is where it gets hard. I wish there was a radar down here in extreme Southwest Florida because we're decently far away. There's the radar. Let's get back to, okay, Tampa velocity. Storm relative velocity. Okay, so we got one just south of Port Charlotte. You see the reds and the greens right there? That's going to be just north of Port Charlotte. South Seas Island Resort. If you're familiar with that area. So the HER is it's reliable. But the thing of it is that like it's not a hurricane model, so it's not gonna really balance out. We can take a look at what the HER is showing. I can load that in. We can take a look at that. Before we do that though, I just want to make sure that I wish I had streets on this side. So Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Englewood, again, back in your safe places. Make sure you're staying there. This is going to be the area. I'm going to loop this in the 15 minutes. You'll see it kind of come on shore, and it's going to be moving kind of closer to Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. So this is the deal here. Let me stop that. And again, what we're looking at here, notice the bar on the screen here, kind of next. Whoops, sorry about that. Next to the toolbar, right above that, where it says towards and away, that means that we have green, the wind going toward the radar, and then the red is the wind going away from the radar, and then that's the circulation where the tornado could be right there. We have another one. Actually, we have two developing. We have one right there north of Englewood, and we have another one south of Englewood. Let me get back into the Tampa. Yeah, they're obviously talking about him too. Oh, sorry about that. That's what you guys meant about green. My bad. Sorry, Sue. Thank you for that. I was like, I still had it on the other source where it kind of did that. My bad. I said that we were just looking at the one thing. So sorry about that. So here's the deal. This is what I was trying to show you. So there's the green. That is the wind toward away. That is the wind toward the radar. And that's your circulation. So we have one up there. We have another one right around South Venice. It's not as prominent. There it is right there. So yeah, I had my desktop capture on, which was only half the screen because that's what I showed the web page on because I was showing those models. So sorry about that, guys. Thank you for paying attention. All right, so I'm gonna go back. Look at that. I mean, we're talking about a bunch of stuff being on to the super strong winds. They're 90 miles an hour just outside of the eye wall. My bad. Thank you. See, I love you guys because I remember when I pulled the mic cord out the other night. So, yeah, I muted it before on accident. So thank you for that, guys. Brianna on the News for Jax page. I think so. I hope so anyway. I hope you guys are getting good information out of here. If you are and you like to stay updated on the weather too, we obviously post weather content all the time and we keep you posted as much as we can. And if you like learning about the weather and stuff, hit that subscribe button. It's a fun channel. We got to break down information and we talk about the weather. What's better than that? Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now? I love it. Thanks, guys. All right, so we have more lightning in the eye wall again. So we never like that. There it is right there. 7 strikes popping back up. There is the eye wall. Let's take a look to see. It's still about 30-some miles wide. So we're really not shrinking the eye wall any. Lakeland, Florida, we're going to be talking about 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts in a couple of hours. And then we're going to be watching for that tornado threat too going forward. So that's what we're going to watch. Certainly nothing, not even close to what they're going to see in the Big Bend for anybody tuning in from the Big Bend. Is anybody watching from the Big Bend area or toward Tallahassee or North Florida or South Georgia? This is really going to be where this area here is going to be the worst of it later tonight, early into the morning. Oh, thanks, Sue. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is totally coming to Wyoming. Totally. That's obviously a joke. This is not coming to Wyoming. Eric Burns says, can definitely hear the wind now in St. Cloud. Miranda's Playhouse on News for Jax is saying that winds are picking up in Clay County. I think so. Yes, K Bronson on the News for Jax page says northeast at 23 miles an hour. Yeah, it's moving fast. So that piece of energy anyway. That piece of that I'll just show you instead of describing it. That upper low is now grabbing it and pulling it north. This is why we thought that it would race, and you can kind of see that dance that's going on between the two systems out here. That counterclockwise flow around Indiana, southern Illinois, and then of course that big green blob that is going to be the hurricane Helene. And all that stuff. Predictions on the rainfall. Good question. We'll show you the model forecast for that. Let me pull that up. Let me see. Just make sure I have. All right. Yep. This is the one I want to show. Just going to let that play. So 5 to 10 inches probably in the panhandle. The thing of it is, it's going to be moving so fast that at least for Florida, the closed captioning should be there. I don't know why it's not. Let me just, I can double check that. I have to go check to make sure that I'm not needed on the television side of things anyway. So I'll double check that, Sue, why it's not showing up. It was showing up before. So I'll see what happened on that front. But So it is going to be a fast moving system, and that upper low that we saw, it's going to start to draw in that dry air. Where we're really going to be worried about a big time catastrophic flood event is going to be the Appalachians, eastern Tennessee, especially western North Carolina. Look at all of this rain. It's already flooding from the stuff that happened ahead of Helene, and we're talking 14 to 21 inches of rain coming to Asheville, Hendersonville, in that Clayton, Georgia, even that whole area. Big time flooding is going to be possible. Because what happens is you see this kind of weird shape that the rainfall makes, that upper low that's spinning over here, it yanks the storm that way. And then we get all of this Atlantic moisture to come in right up the mountains. And then it rings out there and it floods. We get the push of the storm, all of that tropical moisture. And then as it get yanked that way, we get all of the Atlantic moisture too. So not a good situation. Make sure that you are paying close attention and do not drive through flooded roadways. Yeah, no, that's possible. We've been watching that for a couple of weeks. The ensemble forecasts have been all over that kind of train out of the Bay of Campeche, Western Caribbean area, and there's likely several more too. Several more as well coming off of Africa. It's going to be a weird end of the year. I did, and this is a good point. One of our meteorologists that works at News 6, Samara Kokinos, when she worked in Texas, one of the sheriffs told that to her on the news, that same thing. Because I'll read to kind of go to your point here, and what he's saying is the Taylor County Sheriff is saying to mark your social security number on the names or your name on your arm so that they can identify you. It sounds really, really morbid, but I mean, unfortunately, what is coming to the Big Bend and Panhandle, and this isn't hype or scare tactics, you're literally not going to be able to survive water rising 20 feet. I mean, that's over your house. And that's what it's going to be. This is right from the Hurricane Center, by the way. This was put out at the 5 o'clock advisory. And unfortunately, Brady looks to be correct here. The Smokies are going to have catastrophic flooding. I mean, a couple inches in the mountains, it can be devastating at a time, which is what they kind of got last night. But they're going to get potentially up to 2 feet of rain, and maybe some cases isolated more than that. So it's not going to be good. Eric, I'll try to get to your question in just 1 second, but the Hurricane Center says this is for the Big Bend area and Eastern Panhandle. Catastrophic and deadly storm surge will occur across portions of the Big Bend coast where inundation could reach as high as 20 feet above ground level, along with destructive waves. If you live in this area and were told to evacuate by local officials, your opportunity to do so is almost over. There's also a danger of life-threatening storm surge along the remainder of the west coast of the Florida Peninsula, which is what we're seeing now. So, and they go on to continue to use that word catastrophic for quite some time, several other times about other things. Yes, we're going to be talking about that area once we get beyond Helene. I want to just make sure that everybody is doing that, or everybody's getting the information. I can show you that real quick. It is. I have my graphic in here somewhere for the. So if you're interested on that stuff, hit that subscribe button. Gotta say it. But there it is. There's the other area that will eventually develop there. We also have that one out here. That one should stay out to sea, though. But this is that's what we're going to be watching over the next week to 10 days. Because what's going on, you are going to, in Laurel, Kentucky, you're going to have this kind of deal. So these two systems are going to kind of merge. And it's going to create one big upper low pressure center. So you're going to get like part of that tropical thing, part of the non-tropical thing. It's very, very similar to what kind of happened with Hurricane Sandy, how there was an upper trough over New England and it grabbed it and yanked it in. That's what brought it back so aggressively to the coast. This is why we're expecting things to be extremely bad along the Big Bend, because there's literally another system pulling it up. So it's increasing that forward speed. So it's going to be a pretty violent collision with the course, with the coast, what we're going to see there. To answer Eric's question about what has led to the kind of relatively quiet hurricane season post Beryl, we have had that, but the thing of it is that we have had an impactful season, and you can go back and watch one of my videos before the season, and we talked about, I didn't like using the word explosive. I like using the word impactful, because it looked like anyway that we were going to have a lot of U.S. landfalls, and so far we've had 4 of them. This is going to be 5 or 3, and this is going to be 4, and the potential for a 5th coming up in a week. And then there's going to be more. So, I mean, we're talking about impactful storms, and they were all hurricanes to do so. The reason for it, though, a lot of it is being kind of blamed on the stability. The atmosphere has been very stable. There's been warm water across much of the Atlantic rather than focused on the main development region. And when you have just a big uniform area of warm water, you get a bunch of rising motion rather than focused rising motion. So that has kind of kept the instability at bay. That's one theory anyway. But now that as we're getting into fall, I guess officially into fall, that we're going to be able to cool the upper levels of the atmosphere. And as we do that, that increases more instability, because the water temperatures are so warm still. And that is going to allow things to, really kind of come to life. The other thing is that forcing mechanism known as the Madden-Julian oscillation. It's that cluster of thunderstorms that goes around the globe a couple times every 30 to 60 days. It didn't make it through when it was expected to in August and September. That was supposed to help force things up more. It got stalled out and kind of fell apart in the Pacific side. If you remember, there were like 4 storms out in the Pacific, and we were expecting that. I was expecting it anyway to translate over to the Atlantic, which it typically does. It fell apart. So I was not correct on that part. But now, clearly, the Madden-Julian oscillation is here, and it helped birth Helene. It's likely going to help birth this next thing, and then we're going to be watching for another couple of storms to maybe roll off of Africa over the next few weeks. So really, I think another month of this hurricane season, and then maybe even continuing for the Caribbean into November, which that part it kind of looked like for quite some time. All right, I am going to supercell prediction for Ocala tonight. I will show you the map. I got a model to predict supercells right here. So we can go over that right away. Is today Thursday? I think today's Thursday. Okay, gotta get the timeline right so that it plays out. Okay. Okay, so here we go. These are all these little things that highlight up. These are going to be kind of the rotation tracks, if you will. Like, we're going to have the opportunity to see rotating thunderstorms, maybe producing those tropical tornadoes. And it's actually doing a really good job right now. Kind of, we had those warnings around Port Charlotte. So again, this is the same parent model that has the track pretty good as well. So that's why I'm using this one. It's handling things well. And it's doing again, good job at showing where the storms are trying to spin anyway. Through 9 o'clock tonight, and it looks like that threat might be going down towards east of the I-4 corridor, which would be lovely if you're watching in Titusville or Mims. There's midnight tonight. I'm just backing this up to kind of look, and then it kind of diminishes. So the tornado watch officially goes until 8 o'clock in Marion, but the other thing is there's 10 o'clock at night, and we're still dealing with a few of them. So yeah, nonetheless, that's what we're going to watch maybe through about midnight tonight. All right, I got to go check on something in the newsroom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this radar back on again, and I'm going to leave you again with those live views like we had before. And then I'm going to come back on here, and we're going to rock and roll with some stuff. Just going to look at all that lightning in the Hold on. Look at that. Look who we have here. There he is. Meteorologist David Nazario joining the live stream, the party, and we're going to rock and roll for a while. What's going on, my friend?
But significant landfall that we're going to have here in the next 2 to 4 hours. But I also, despite some grievances, want to very heavily dig a little bit into the weeds with that new designation from National Hurricane Center, because that could potentially play a role for us Floridians as we get into the first weekend of October and the second full week of next month.
Give me one second. We have another check where that tornado warning is. Just north of Flagler. Okay, so that's going to be in St. Johns County. Just want to make sure it wasn't popping up in Flagler County. Hey, David, do you have control of the radar and the Lynx 4 weather computer yet?
I do not. I can log into Splashtop really quick, though.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, if you want to do that, I got to go check to make sure that I'm not needed on the television side of things so that I don't miss anything. Because that could be bad.
Of course, absolutely. Yeah, big time.
But nonetheless, so this has been crazy. I don't know how much you've been able to watch. I know you've been busy up there with your orders and things like that, but the amount of lightning that has kind of exploded in the eye of Helene over the past, what guys, I've been watching this for like an hour and a half, just the lightning side. There's no doubt it's the best it's looked, unfortunately, in its life.
No, precisely. And if you were, do we have satellite that we could pull up on here real quick before you head out?
We do. I have a nice visible image. And the visible goes away. Is it getting to be that time already? Let me see.
It is. It definitely is.
I'm going to give you the meso. Okay. There we go. So now we got the mesoscale channel infrared on the. Whoops. Oh, that was you. Okay. I was like, what happened?
Yeah, I just logged in. Sorry about that.
Sweet. No, you're okay. You can take control if you would like. Just hit the play button on that thing, or do you want me to move it back?
No, this is fine. I'll go ahead and I'll start controlling from here on out.
Sounds good. All right, I'm going to go step out 1 second. I'm going to go check in with what is going on, and I'm going to leave you with, I think I have a couple of things in here. All right, I'm going to leave you with that view, my friend. All right, take it away. David's going to be hanging out with you guys for a little bit. Well, a long time, but take it away, David.
Alrighty, thanks, Jonathan. So good evening, good afternoon, however you want to describe it at this point, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5:35 Eastern Daylight Time, and we are staring directly into the eye of Major Hurricane Helene. And the reason I asked Jonathan to bring this infrared satellite up is, unfortunately, as he mentioned, this system is still undergoing rapid intensification. You can see that the eye has shrank in size. It is more reminiscent of that pinhole eye and eye wall structure on the radar, as it was already already alluded to, we have an abundance of lightning strikes, which is indicative again of that strengthening phase. I do believe right around landfall, we will realize a Category 4 hurricane as this makes its way inland. We haven't seen a concrete and fully symmetrical eye wall come together just yet. It was still looking a little distorted earlier this morning, thankfully. But unfortunately, the intensification phase has been consistent and it is no longer gradual. We had the special advisory around, I believe, 3 o'clock this afternoon that bumped our winds up from 105 to 120 in very quick succession. And we now are up to 125. We are 5 miles an hour away from sustained Category 4 level winds. So everybody up there in the Big Bend area, regardless of what you've been told, regardless of where this system is going to track, whether it wobbles to the right, whether it wobbles to the left, we are going to be looking at pretty consistent yet intermittent Category 4 conditions. That's the kicker here, ladies and gentlemen. We need to remember, I know a lot of people last night were talking about, the track is to the left of where the center is going. At this point, it is closing time for everybody up there in northern Florida. Conditions are only going to continue to rapidly deteriorate as we go over the next several hours. One thing I also want to touch on as well, let me go ahead and grab my links back here. I have the chat down here to my left on my mobile device, so forgive me if I go from looking at the camera down to my phone, just so that way I can kind of look at the comments and see what's going on over here. For the hours, particular thing, if you follow me specifically, that I was worried about, we've had a pretty decent uptick in not only our coastal waterspout, but our inland tornadic activity over here over central and south Florida. This was something I worried about because early today, it seemed if we were actually going to see a huge break in our overall coverage. We saw a lot of the east side of this system kind of boiled down to almost nothing, if you will. And a lot of the Floridians out there, I know I had a few friends in the Florida area mentioning that, hey, it's been pretty clear. In fact, there's been sunshine every now and again. And this was a bit of a concern to me because what that is, we have a little bit of dry air working its way in alongside all this extensive tropical moisture just off the West Coast, which sounds like a specific recipe for tornadoes. And believe it or not, I know that Georgia is up next right after the Big Bend of Florida, but Georgia it actually has already been kind of encountering a low-end tornado outbreak. Lots of tornado warnings for the south and southeast quadrant of Georgia. And yeah, we're only going to continue to go downhill from here. The good news is, with where the center of circulation is right now, we are just about into the worst of what this system has to offer for our West Coast Floridians, whether you be in Fort Myers, Charlotte Harbor, Sarasota, Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg, up towards the north there, Clearwater, getting into the southern periphery of what we would consider the Big Bend area. As the system continues to move up towards landfall, we are in the worst in Central Florida. Now, I will say, as we go through the night tonight, if you look at the satellite image that I have pulled up for you guys, and I'll go back to links so I can illustrate for you a little bit. You go ahead and switch over here. I apologize. Give me 1 second. I'll go ahead and pull this. Let's see here. See if I can clone. Grab this. So all these features here, all little tendrils, these dreads, if you will, on the southeast quadrant of this as this system makes landfall, if you extrapolate this forward, what's going to inevitably happen is these more intense bands are going to be pulled up right over the peninsula. I know some of us in southeast Florida, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach area have seen a consistent slew of thunderstorms and highs. Southwest and the immediate southern Florida peninsula has been being pummeled by onshore flow on the east and southeast quadrant of this system. This is going to wrap around us throughout the over tonight, which means a nocturnal tornado threat is so we need to make sure we have devices charged, the capabilities of and kind of make sure we maintain our situational awareness after sunset. It's happening here in the next 2 to 3 hours. We're going to lose visible. I'm not talking about satellite. I mean just what we can see with the naked eye and kind of keep our bearings about us in our local area. And we're going to want to make sure that we're either tuning into local coverage like us here at News 6 or just kind of your mobile is looking at radar, satellite, whatever tool available to you, phone, an iPhone, Android, whichever you prefer. We're not going to go ahead and split hairs. Let's see. The face of the hurricane is so scary. Honestly, Quinn, I'm not going to lie to you. I saw this satellite image earlier. It was very, very, very mean looking. That almost looked genuine. You got your iris, the corn pupil right there. It's very interesting. I've never seen a satellite image like that before. Let me see if I can pull up a couple of more options and items for you guys so we can take a look at a few things. Let me see what we have pulled up here. Let's see. I might just want to go back to radar real quick. Let's see if this is running. I don't want to pull data. Do not want to pull up old data. I want to make sure that this I was looking for. So we can have this image up, kind of zoom on. Let's see. And forgive me as we're on the live stream. I am going to kind of putz with this just a little bit. So I pull up some more info for you guys that we can take a look at. In fact, actually, let me see if we have on the slides here this next area. I want to talk about that right now since we don't really have anything pressing. We're just in a wait and see type of or not in a mentality, but in a wait and see type of mode as we await landfall for this system. Is Tampa getting the worst of it right now? Yes. Tampa is definitely going to be seeing the worst of it right now. As the system runs Perry, I should ask Jonathan if we could do the screen that up for you guys. We can screen share and I can show you exactly what's going on. And I'm going to tell you right now, going to immediately apologize because I already see folks mentioning it in the chat. I'm not home. I'm not anywhere specific. I'm not in a professional environment. I am working hard to get you guys this information from a hotel room since I'm away on military orders. So bear with me, please. Just understand that this is not going to be a perfect live stream. I'm not in the studio right now. I'll be back actually this Saturday. And what I really want to talk about here, as soon as Jonathan rejoins us and we can pull up a couple of more graphics, if you will, I really want us to kind of fixate on that system down to the south of us, the potential future system. I know we have Helene imminently knocking on our doorstep here in the next 2 hours, but I want us to pay attention to that. And I know a lot of you are probably going to give me grievances and gripes, but there's a reason for it. We have Helene bearing down on us right now. We would rather focus on eliminating any future storm threat and focus on recovery and rescue efforts if need be. We do not need another imminent threat. And, unfortunately, I wouldn't be discussing it if that wasn't a realistic solution or a doable solution. Is it the most likely outcome right now? No, we still have quite a ways away. We have about 7 days before we possibly see development in the Western Caribbean. But the ensemble projections and our deterministic models this far out just look concerning for us here, already battling with a major hurricane right off our west coast. Bill, this is a sloppy, relatively undefined storm. If that's the case, then I would love to see the non-sloppy, well-defined storms that you've seen in the past, because this is a fairly well-defined hurricane. In fact, I'd argue this is our second greatest looking hurricane this season. We saw Debbie was a disheveled mess. Francine never quite got its act together. Ernesto kind of took on that look as it was shooting up towards Atlantic Canada. The sad reality is we're receiving our next best, most organized system for the 2024 hurricane season in an area that just does not need any more weather, period. I'm sure everybody up there in the Big Bend area would much rather clear skies, calm conditions for the rest of the calendar year, pending, the occasional rain shower for the sake of ambiance or whatever. But in this case, this is not a good scenario, and it's tightening up as we speak. Not necessarily, Bill. Not necessarily. In this case, because it is a broad system, we're going to have lower central pressures with less of that intensification in the winds. Those smaller, more compact systems are a lot more susceptible to changes in their central pressure because naturally the physics, the mechanisms inside the storm structure are going to be vastly different. Let me see if I can pull up an actual satellite shot. This is earlier in the day. I want the current satellite shot. Let me see here. I'm not even too sure which one we are actually in right now. In fact, I may just delete that one. Let's come back to this satellite shot. I'm pretty certain that this is going to be one of our more live pictures here of the satellite. See if I can get this out of the way. This is the 5 p.m. advisory. We're just going to keep rocking and rolling until potentially the 8 o'clock advisory. So as you can see, the eye is shrinking. I want to be able to pull up the radar for you guys as well to show you that well-defined core of eye wall convection, which is not good. Bill, I don't know if you're trolling right now, but there's a lot of folks in the Panhandle and in the Big Bend area that will not take that lightly. This storm is huge, but will mainly be rain. Honestly, I wish that was the case, but that is almost a direct insult to everybody who has had to evacuate in the face of Hurricane Helene. This is not going to be a rainmaker. I'd argue that Debbie, despite being a Category 1 hurricane, was a bit more of a water rain threat as opposed to Helene. Helene is a totally different beast, and we're actually going to see hurricane, if not high-end tropical storm conditions extending all the way into uppermost Georgia before this system really dissipates. So not only will the Big Bend area receive Helene head on, but we're not going to see this wind down as quickly as, say, the likes of Ian, where it took forever to scrape across the southern one half of the Florida Peninsula. If the eye shrinks, FMX 101, that can kind of vary. It depends on if it surely shrinks down in size but continues to spin faster. That would be a sign of further intensification. If you see it shrink to the point where all of a sudden there's nothing but cloud cover and you really can't see a discernible eye feature, then that's going what's happening is an eye wall replacement cycle. I like to look at these systems for all of you watching. I like to look at them as your standard internal combustion engine on your vehicle. I don't know if there's any car enthusiasts out there, but just rock with me for a second with this analogy, okay? You ever go to the drag strip, you watch NASCAR on TV or the Indianapolis 500 with the Formula One vehicles? They're very high horsepower cars. They're pushing 800, 1,000, 1,200 horsepower under the hood of those vehicles. And as a result, they're good for one race, one run down the drag strip, etc., before you have to take it in for repairs. Whereas if you have a more conservative car, like your average everyday daily driver, Toyota Camry, Honda Civic, Mitsubishi, whatever, they're a lot more reliable long term because they're a lot lower in horsepower. They're a lot more dialed in. With these strong hurricanes that rapidly intensify to Cat 3, 4, 5 level intensity, eventually they got to calm it down. They're going too fast, too quickly, and they're getting too strong too quickly. It's like overtraining your body in the gym. So what happens is they kind of take a break. They take a breather and they go through that replacement cycle to potentially try to reinforce their internal structure that keeps them long lasting and self-sustaining. So it really just depends. I've been hearing this storm could possibly reach Cat 5 when it lands. Do you think that's possible? At this point, I would not think so. There's nothing to suggest that this will achieve Category 5 intensity. Thank God. I wouldn't want to imagine that. But nonetheless, if this does make it, which I would probably assume it will make it to Category 4 intensity by the time we get the 7 or 8 o'clock intermittent advisory, we're still likely to have embedded occasional conditions equivalent to that of a Category 5. If you think about it right now, where we stand at the 5 p.m. advisory here on your screen, folks, 125 sustained winds. Sustained. That means there are no breaks. Yes, obviously, because of the nature of weather in the atmosphere, you're not going to hold 125 miles an hour steady for X amount of time. There will be, 100 knots or, 100 miles an hour, 110 miles an hour, then consistently at that 125 threshold for a couple minutes, then it might weaken down just a little. But regardless, sustained winds are persistent. As the name implies, the definition is sustained. It's continuous. It's not going to level up and down dramatically like your gusts. On the leading edge of the right side of this system, moving with that environmental flow, you have all this mass, all this physical matter, all that tropical energy, the rain, the wind, the pressure, the different densities that make a hurricane, moving with your environmental flow. So the 125 sustained could be met with gusts up to 145, 155, and so on and so forth. Gusts, however, are a lot shorter in duration. They can last a couple seconds. They can last a full minute before they taper down. But regardless, the sustained winds are what weaken the structural integrity of all your buildings, all your office centers, your shopping plazas, your home structural integrity. And then, dare I say it, the gust comes in and finishes the job more or less. Is it almost past St. Petersburg now? It should be running parallel to St. Petersburg. As soon as Jonathan gets back, I'm going to kind of get a crash course in this link system. That's been the bummer about being away with no electrical capabilities to get into our systems and kind of train up and continue practicing and creating my own briefs for you guys. I've kind of lost the flow, my workflow for you all. Are the convective hot towers so large they're causing radar attenuation on the southwest corner of the eye wall? Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull up a radar image. That's very possible. It is very possible, and you make up a very valid case. Let's see if I can pull up live radar. I know that we had it in here somewhere. We had it being used yesterday, as a matter of fact. Let's see. Bear with me just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I'll continue to answer questions. Let's see, I should be able to honestly just change us out from the infrared. Let me just do that. I know I don't want to kind of step on the show and all that, but let's go ahead and click on this and let's change to our radar. Let's go to live Baron radar, reflectivity, and let's see if that did something. It should have. Let's go back over to the screen. And it did nothing. Okay, let's go ahead and try to pull up our Tallahassee radar so we can take a look. Keep pumping in the actual weather questions too as well, guys. That's kind of where I make my money. I love talking weather and explaining weather to the best of my ability. That was always my favorite position to work when I was in the Air Force prior to my coming over to the Navy now. I love to actually teach, train, and instruct and break down the weather. I was helping some of our folks out there today, in fact. All right. I'm going to go ahead and stop putzing around with this. Let's pull up our satellite once again, and I will get back to answering questions for you guys. This is definitely old. Yep, I'm very rusty with this system. I wanted to kind of get into a screen sharing mode here so I can kind of just answer everything and whatnot. Is it going to get windy or just rainy? IROC 117, it depends on where you are. You got to give me a little bit more geography there. Judy Tokos, welcome in. It's good to see you. Lacey, I would 110%. And again, I will definitely go ahead and take a quick crash course once Jonathan returns to us so we can get all this data up. In fact, I can see it on his end. He does have the live cameras rocking and rolling, but since I'm not in the studio, I'm actually states away. I'm actually currently up here right now, just to the south of Richmond, up here at the Fleet Weather Center to the north there. So I'm as far away from Florida, well, yeah, as I could possibly be right now. And it's been a pain in the butt being away from everyone, friends, family, and the studio alike. But I'm currently all the way up here. And that's why I'm remote into this live stream from a distance, and my signal might be a little intermittent because I'm using Spring Hill Suites Wi-Fi right now. No, John the Beagle Dad. We are already well beyond that. If you guys are still out there hearing weird comments about Ian and Charlie and this thing shifting, no, we are locked in at this point. I've even mentioned to other folks throughout the day today that I'm 95 to 99% confident that this is going right into the Big Bend. We are locked in from here on out, folks. 50 to 60 miles an hour max in Georgia after it gets close to Atlanta. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll definitely see. This is a powerful storm, and we have a broad wind field. So hopefully that's the case. But again, that's Atlanta as well. So truthfully, anyone's guess is as good as yours, Bill, in the chat, because I mean, at that point, you're already going from state to state with a tropical cyclone. It's going to naturally start to cave in on itself because we've lost our latent heat exchange and that surface of the ocean energy source for this thing to thrive off of. What I'm focusing on are our Floridian impacts across the state. From Pensacola up to about Panama City, Tyndall Air Force Base, you guys are going to see varying effects from this system because you are on the weaker side. Getting closer to Apalachicola and Panama City because despite being on the weaker side, because of how symmetrical this center is now, we've seen the strongest winds wrap fully around the center. We're no longer all disorganized or disheveled like we were yesterday. And with other systems we saw like Debbie, Francine, especially Alberto, Chris, those quick little rainmakers that collided with Mexico. Any new info in Homosassa? Well, honestly, from Homosassa in south, if I'm remembering the geography of Florida correctly, we are running parallel with the hurricane right now. We are running parallel with the hurricane. So we are kind of in the worst quadrant at this point. If you look at this satellite imagery, this is from earlier this afternoon. If you look at the timestamp here, this is 3:52, and we're now at 5:55, getting ready to roll into 6 o'clock. So we extrapolate this forward a little bit. The center should already actually be at a higher latitude than the Tampa St. Petersburg area. So we are now going to see diminishing conditions, thankfully, which is great news for us along the south and the southwest corner of Florida. We should start to see the storm surge as well begin to recede as we go into the early evening hours between 8 to 11 o'clock and then roll into the very early morning hours of tomorrow. And we will only see conditions improving because if you look, the movement is ripping along. We're moving at north-northeast at 23 miles an hour. So that's one positive we have working for us. It's going to come on quick, but we are going to be over with this quick. It's not going to drag its heels like Debbie did a little over a month ago. So is the hurricane dying now? Is the pressure going up or down? Pri and Patel, I'm going to go ahead and leave you guys on this screen. Let me go ahead and move over to National Hurricane Center. I'd be baffled if this thing was dying, though. There's absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. They haven't put out any intermittent advisories just yet, which is good news. Usually they're going to update us in between advisories if there's something pressing that they've received from reconnaissance aircraft. Currently, as of 5 o'clock, everything that was on the screen still stands, north and northeast at 23 miles an hour, moving at about 20 degrees if you're looking at it on a compass rose, moving right up into the greater Big Bend area. Now, as we're talking in Category 4, regardless, where we stand right now, we are 5 miles an hour away from achieving sustained Category 4 impacts. So think about it. We're 5 miles an hour away, and a couple of the lieutenants and I were talking about this earlier today in our tropical section at the Fleet Weather Center here. We're splitting hairs at that point. Whenever you're dealing with a major hurricane, as the name implies, the damage is going to be extensive regardless of how you cut it. It's a major hurricane with 125 mile an hour winds. It's a major hurricane with 145 mile an hour winds. You know, obviously, if the wind speeds increase and the strength of the thunderstorms around the center grows up even more, you're going to be dealing with more damage. But at this point, everything applies. This is going to be a very dangerous situation that we have to spend the next 12 hours kicking it with this hurricane. And that's why Jonathan and I are going to be providing you guys with continuous coverage, maybe intermittent breaks for 20, 30-minute periods in between updates. But this is my third cup of coffee today. I've been digging into all this for sure. Kay Hickman, you bring a very valid question to the table. What is the Caribbean going to do next? And I can't wait till Jonathan rejoins us so I can get the screen share capabilities over on my end and I can show you guys exactly what I'm looking at. Because I'm one to look at everything. I get a lot of flack over on my other YouTube channel, my main YouTube channel, and I don't know why. But as a weather forecaster, I want to get this information out to you guys before context clues, before we're sitting with a potential strong storm off our coastline. Tampa is already seeing the worst of it, Zen. Tampa is already seeing the worst of it. This system should be to your immediate west-northwest now and moving beyond. So whatever Tampa is getting right now, outside of those leftover remnants that are going to be wrapping around the backside of it, we're already seeing the worst of these sustained conditions, which is good news. And again, I can't bring up the radar right now. I do not have screen sharing capabilities. I need to kind of sift through it, but I also do not want you guys watching as I just kind of click through a whole bunch of stuff. Let me see here. Let's see if I can try to pull this up. Severe products. Let's see here. Let's go to level 2. Level 2 refee. Let's go to the Tampa Bay radar. Let's see if that does something. There we go. Okay. So as you Tampa, we are getting into the worst of the system. Have intermittent feeder bands working their way in from the south. I'm gonna try to bump this forward in time. How can I do that? Why is it just at let me see, can I loop it through? Is it looping? There we go. Excellent. Okay, now we're in business here. So now we've caught up. So for those of you watching, I'll go ahead and make sure that we are level. We're looking at a 2-dimensional. Now you can see we're rocking. Here, let me move this out of the way. I can't right now. Either way, regardless, is now running parallel with this system. So from here on out, outside of these pieces of energy here, still can't tell us straight. Let me go ahead and come back up to here and pause. We go all the way to the end, right there. Come back to this. And that's the toolbar. It's like a little icon. It's not the actual toolbar. The Beagle Dad. You guys can see this is a static image that I have up now. Do the math and you do the geometry behind it. Here's our system spinning counterclock. This is current. This is about 10 minutes ago. So this is as current as we can possibly get. And thankfully, Tampa, Braden, Cape Coral, and everywhere in between can officially put this system behind you. The wind field is going to continue to decrease from here on out. You're still going to have the onshore flow. So unfortunately, if you are experiencing storm surge or any kind of coastal flooding, coastal inundation in your local area, that will persist for another 2 to 4, maybe 6 hours maximum as this system lifts off towards the north-northeast before landfall. But from here on out, since we are parallel or south of the system now, the southern 1/3, if not the bottom half of the peninsula, will see improvement in terms of any sustained conditions. Next up for everybody on the docket for the southern half of the Florida Peninsula, particularly the west and southwest corner of the state, we're going to have to watch these feeder bands as they come around the backside and up that southeast quadrant of the storm. They're just going to lift and they're going to train over that area. They're not going to move west or east very much because the system is moving due north for all intents and purposes. So those bands are going to follow like so. Bill, I don't know why you're calling folks, especially the actual trained experts on this system, liars. We are at 120-mile-an-hour winds, very close to 125-mile-an-hour winds. And I saw in the chat just said we have another update from National Hurricane Center. Update statement. Still deepening ever so slightly. We're down 1 millibar now. We're down 1 millibar. And I can't tell, actually, if we have weakened a little bit. That would be spectacular news. The 5 p.m. advisory in the cone here has 125-mile-an-hour winds. But that update discussion has 120-mile-an-hour winds as of 6 p.m. So I don't know if it's weakened or not, or if that might be a typo on National Hurricane Center's part. There's no way this thing is weakening. Gosh, no, there's no way. I wish I can pull up the actual. Let me go ahead. Now that I know how to operate this, let's go back to the satellite image and I'll loop it for you guys. Because I'm not what I'm seeing. Let's go ahead and pull up. Let me close this, click this, and just back to the infrared east. We'll go to the infrared satellite, that up, and let's go ahead and loop. There we go. So for whoever asked in the chat earlier, if eye wall it begins to tighten up, that usually is an indication of strengthening. And here it is trying to obtain further symmetry with thunderstorms filing in right along that wall, the core of strongest thunderstorms before sinking air in the eye itself. That's what produces system spin so that on the eye wall you have very oceans that spread out and create outflow that you see on the satellite, all the wispy clouds and oceans from the center of the cane. But because of how fast these spin, much energy is these hurricanes at once, you get a rapid effect right in that center, and that's clouds, and you get my feature there. And this is a healthy and impressive hurricane. And it looks like, based on the latest satellite image, if we were to extrapolate this forward, like we are on track unless this we're headed right up towards the greater Perry area. If this continues to move its current course and you draw a straight line, it's going to end right into the east of Tallahassee, further east than Apalachicola Bay, well off to Moss City, Tyndall Air Force Base. Thank you. The area that out here we're going to receive the immediate west side of the core. You will be on the weaker side, but regardless, you're inside those hurricane conditions, should be treated as such. There we go. So we've deepened a little bit, but the sustained down. Could this be an eye wall replacement cycle? Let's hope so. That's what saved us from Idalia last hurricane. Yeah, again, sorry guys, you're gonna have to bear with me. I can't. Like I said, I'm using hotel Wi-Fi. I wish if you guys want, I'll open up a GoFundMe. You want to buy me a quick little mobile hot for situations like this? That'd be awesome. But unfortunately, I went out and bought a laptop because my work blew up. It doesn't work. My personal laptop was very dinky. It had no bandwidth whatsoever. It was too small of an internal processor to do these live discussions. So had to more or less just get rid of that. So I went out last second. I figured, to heck with it. I'm going to go ahead and buy a whole new setup so I can get live and help start talking to everybody. And they just bumped up the winds again. What's going on? Maybe dork National Center's part. I don't know if you noticed that, and I thought it was weird myself, but we're back 25, still deepening. It must have been a type error on national hurricanes. We are still at 125-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Matrix, I genuinely appreciate that. I really do. I really do. It's been so stressful not being able to connect with my regular viewers, all you guys. I feel as if, even though I sign on the dotted line, I have to. It pains me to not be in the trenches with you guys. Chris, thank you very much for that. Sincerely appreciate it. It did, Matrix. It dropped 1 millibar in the last hour. So hope we're seeing this rapid intensification phase down, but there's a lot of this thing to nudge that extra 5 miles an hour to make it to Cat 4 status, and that's what National Hurricane Center is thinking. Armando, can you hear me in the chat? Somebody's saying that I'm on mute, unless he's talking about else in the chat who shouldn't be talking. Yeah, guys, despite some of the folks in the chat right now, I really don't know where they come off. I really don't. I feel as if, and that goes across the board. I'm going to go on one of my soapboxes here, and I'm sure you would support me in this. There's nothing more painful for me as a credentialed weather forecaster and meteorologist than folks who talk just to talk. Like, experience is one thing, and having experience or 2 or 3, that's great. But first of all, you need to understand the big picture and the dynamic mechanisms that go into these cyclones. You need to understand that every storm is in its way. Helene is not going to be the same as Idalia. Idalia is not going to be the same as Michael's not going to be the same as Charlie. Ian was far from the same as Charlie Shore, pretty much in the exact spot. Every storm needs to be respected. And that's kind of what we like to use here at the 13. Matter of fear or being concerned or scared. That's where situational awareness comes in key, and it's critical during times like these to respect the circumstances that are at hand. This is not a Friday thunderstorm. It'll be over as soon as you go to bed. Rains bring rain, ponding in a roadway. Your shoes wet if you were to step outside. This is a very different circumstance. Very different circumstance, and I would argue that all on as low as a tropical storm be respected because you just don't know what'll happen. Could be a freak, and of all things, nothing that turns into something big because of a simple moment of bad luck. David, y'all are amazing. I'm hanging on the shell. I hope you do not lose capability. Keep checking in with us. throughout the rest of the night, please talk to us. I want to make sure that you still have capabilities and you are okay. David, when is the oscillation over Central America causing this storm's end? So that's actually going to be more dictated by what our MJO and what are called actively Kelvin waves. And I know that sounds like a lot of sophisticated weather jargon. What the heck is that? Basically convection, thunderstorm, the transfer in the atmosphere, and wave. The reason they're called Kelvin is because of the way that they're classified, characterized by us atmospheric scientists. But in layman's terms, they're just giant waves that pass through the equatorial regions and they stir up different thunderstorms. They bring in excess moisture. Early hurricane season, when we had Beryl, unfortunately, we had a lot of dry air, a lot of stable air out there, and one of those Kelvin waves came through, cleaned the atmosphere up, and that's exactly what gave Beryl the opportunity to just explode as it moved into the Caribbean. And that's the thing with tropicology, folks, to tell you the truth, a lot of it is like a careful game of chess. It's very critical, the timing. If your timing doesn't match up with even one small variable, kind of like what we've seen this hurricane, which is why certain periods of time seemed abnormally quiet. It's one piece of the game board matching up, and it was cheap. Mother Nature wasn't winning the game. Mother Nature was in checkmate and winning in terms of keeping press. Now, unfortunately, the tides have turned, and she's making moves on the be done yet as we go through the month of October. So what is next for the Caribbean? I'll go ahead and kind of the picture through it as best I can. So what's going on? And in fact, let me see if I can expand this satellite. I was talking about a few of the LTs I was on with earlier this morning and this afternoon too, because conversation potential and then all that into that there was very possibly, not possibly, I'm sorry, we were talking first thing in the morning after the morning brief that we opened the watch floor. We were talking that, hey, there's a lot of, fairly confident agreement down. Could be watching another entity that could pose a risk here, not only in the southeast, but the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean altogether, which is a bummer because we're dealing with Helene now. We don't need that. We don't need a second one. And that's why I emphasize what's going on down there as we move through time. So let me put this out now that we're don't look up, John, but you're in the East Pac. Mexico has not catch up there. John went in and made all as a hurricane, back off, redeveloped the hurricane, making landfall. If you want to talk spectacular, that's what you call bad luck, and that's what I was just about the tropics. But what's happening here is we have this modification of the environment going on off of Helene. We have this anticyclonic outflow to build and force our west of Bermuda, east coast of the. So technically speaking, for those of you who were afraid of this being another Ian, Charlie, Wilma cutting across the peninsula, we can actually thank Helene. That sounds very bizarre. Please don't take that and manipulate that into something weird. But what Helene's outflow and strong winds are doing in the uppermost portion of the atmosphere, the highest point where weather is observed, is it's modifying its local environment. It's strengthening a bit of that ridging off the east coast, which is what's helping to prevent from simply spilling the peninsula. Thankfully, brought that air mass modification that in the jet stream over the United States is producing. We have a clear drop for this system to take through the Big Bend into Georgia, up into the Carolinas, eventually cutting back to the west over Tennessee, Kentucky, and the Dixie Alley area. We also have John down here. John is also producing outflow of his own. So as a result, and I'll switch over to the water vapor, there's a better job of communicating this info, which is National Hurricane area of potential development down there because the atmosphere will be primed. So see, if you notice, I'll zoom way out for you guys, and I hope you can see this. We have dry air and a front up over the southern plains. That's what's helping to nudge Helene to the north. There's our dry air and our anticyclonic flow off the east coast. So as you can see, dry air, there's only one direction for the system to go, and that's to the north. So we're locked in there. But notice lots of moisture still out over Centrica, the east, the Western and Central Caribbean, and we have a very healthy tropical actually moving in from the Lesser Antilles. These are going to be pivotal pieces. Moist environment, unstable environment created by our two systems here, and a tropical wave wandering in from out of the east. As this system moves in over the next 5 to 7 days, that's where National Hurricane Center is thinking if this in of itself doesn't develop, we're going to see a similar setup that was what spawned Helene for all intents and purposes. Possibly, and again, possibly, guys, it's not set in stone. You know, the ensembles did great with picking up on Helene this far out, but we've had a lot of instances this hurricane season where the long range ensembles and the long range predictors fell through at the last second, and we were all kind of left holding the bag like, oh yeah, I promise we weren't lying about this. So there's still a lot of room for this to change, but the reason I want us to emphasize this, especially for us in the Southeast, it is too close for comfort. We're not even going to have time to pick up the pieces after Helene before we're tracking something else down there. And another viable point why I personally want us to keep a close eye on this and keep you guys updated on both situations, Helene into landfall, and then this system that's now designated by NHC, is because everybody has received impacts. Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, we've all seen hurricane activity this year. We had Beryl, we had Debbie, we had Francine, now we have Helene. Everybody in the Gulf has had a taste of this hurricane season. We are done. We don't need another storm. Everybody has a little something to pick up after thanks to 2024 hurricane season, and to see that this could still be a spot so close to home, unless it fizzles, someone will receive it. And I personally feel like that's enough to kind of bring situational awareness to it and have track short. Let me go look. I'll go ahead and look on the live radar right now. Let's take a look. Yeah, Helene is looking really good on radar. We don't want to see that, especially this close to landfall. That's what National Hurricane Center was concerned about up until landfall, is that nothing will really stop this system from continuing to intensify as it moves along. We have some very decent looking cells moving across the western half of Florida. The eastern half is looking great. We have nothing going on. If you reside in East Polk County, or actually almost the entirety of Sumter County for now, Orange County, Marion County, Flagler County, Brevard, Volusia, even further to the south of there, from about the Four Corners area south and north, we are good. There's really nothing on the immediate horizon. All of our strongest storms and heaviest rainfall are running parallel to the coast and coming up with that return flow around the backside of our system. So that's where we're going to have to watch very closely for tornadoes. And we do have a tornado warning in effect for Charlotte, Florida, DeSoto, Florida, Manatee, and Sarasota. Radar indicated currently. So it is not a confirmed tornado, but you should still go through your necessary precautions for sure. Wow, Pamela is spamming the chat. I need somebody to add a moderator to this chat desperately. We have the same people in here spamming the chat and taking away from folks who have genuine questions. Pam, Isaac is just hanging out on its own. Isaac's going to be actually affecting the Mediterranean, and the transatlantic. I'm using Navy terminology now, but Isaac's going to be play a role in Europe's weather. Isaac's not going to play a role in anyone here in the United States, thankfully. Robin Kilgore, I'm actually in Polk County myself, not literally, obviously, but I'm in the Davenport, Haines City area of Polk County. This is not my YouTube channel, unfortunately, so I cannot assign moderator privileges. I'm pretty sure Jonathan is doing a hit right now. It's after 6, so they probably have their 6 and then eventually their 6:30 show going on television. Yeah, they just corrected the numbers on the National Hurricane Center homepage as well. So yeah, guys, until he comes back, please oh no. Oh gosh. Okay. Let me go back to the main screen and adjust. We must have just got another intermittent advisory. I'm seeing down here in the bottom left, we've officially reached Category 4 status. I don't know why this thing did not come up with it. What just happened there? What is going on right now? And I have a lot of noise outside of my hotel room, which is a bummer as well. I cannot wait to get back home. This is such an unprofessional environment, and I sincerely apologize for that, but I'm once again, doing what I can. Let me refresh the page. We just got a new intermediate advisory at 6:20. 6:20, we are at a Category 4. We are at a Category 4 hurricane now. There's got to be a way I can update this screen. I don't know why the text was left behind down here. That's very weird. Anyways, we are now down to a central pressure of 947 millibars, 130 mile an hour sustained winds, so we are still intensifying. Thomas Mates, thank you very much for joining in. I just noticed you in the chat, bud. Jonathan just messaged me as well, letting me know Cat 4. We have reached Category 4 status. So this is a very, very dangerous situation. This is a major ×2, essentially. And I don't mean to use that weird terminology. Wow, what the heck happened with this? Why is it all spaced out like that? I'm not too sure what's going on with our link system, but I guess if that's what I have to do to show you guys the latest advisory right there, I know this is very weird looking. Like I said, I don't know why the banner in the background was displaced. I've never seen it do that before. But there you go. There's our latest intermediate advisory as of just 2 minutes ago. Central pressure down another 3 millibars. So we are still, unfortunately, in the rapid intensification phase. To put it into perspective, we started this live stream a little over an hour ago. We were hovering just above 950. We were at 950 a little while ago. We've dropped another 4 millibars in about 30 some odd minutes. So we are still, unfortunately, rapidly intensifying. We have now sustained Category 4 winds in the center of circulation, which means we will likely see intermittent and very spotty Category 5 level criteria as this system comes ashore. Matthew Doherty, it is not going to take a path towards Jacksonville. Again, buddy, we are locked in at this point. We're just waiting and watching. We got to wait this out. We cannot take this storm away, and it is not going to move at this point. It's just going to continue on its current course. We're going to stay the course at this point. The Johnny Rasa, of course, thank you very much for your kind support. I do appreciate it. No, Nancy. It is not going to be a 5. This is where we are hopefully going to bottom out. We would need to see this thing explosively intensify within the next 2 to 3 hours, and that's not going to happen. We're not looking at that type of a situation. Unfortunately, though, here, if you look at what I have pulled up, you can see there is tremendous amounts of dry air up over Mississippi, Louisiana, and the western Gulf Coast. This system is so superbly walled off now that that is not going to be an issue, and this is what National Hurricane Center was afraid of. How long until landfall? Ben Hamilton, I'm pretty sure they're forecasting anywhere between 8 to 10 o'clock is when this thing is going to come ashore. We are moving fast. 23 miles an hour, so we are getting close to landfall now. Let me go ahead and clear the screen so I can pull the radar imagery back up for you guys, and we can track the center of circulation a little bit more closely. Let's go to the level 2 radar, level 2 reflectivity. I'm going to go to the Tallahassee radar so we can see this thing on approach. Now I need to get this out of the way. There we go. Let's just move that off to the side. And I truthfully hope if we do have any others watching from the greater Big Bend area of Florida, that you've heeded the warnings of local law enforcement and local emergency management services, because at this point, there is no movement to be had. You should be sheltered in place and in a very safe spot, regardless of where you are, whether it be in your own home or elsewhere for that matter. This is the final approach of Hurricane Helene. and it should be there here within the next couple hours. You can see we are trucking along fairly quickly, and it looks like we are going to be just to the immediate east of the metropolitan area of Tallahassee. We could still graze the city limits area, and we're going to expect widespread catastrophic damage at this point because we're looking at a Category 4 intensity. No, East Coast Aquarius Miami-Dade is not over with. Remember, we still have a lot of back building and a lot of return flow storms that are going to be wrapping around the south side of the system. I'll very quickly switch us over to a different radar so you guys can see that very quickly, and then we'll come back to the Tallahassee radar. I'll go to I guess the Melbourne radar will do us just fine. We'll go over to the Melbourne radar. And you can see we actually have some stuff sneaking in. This is far away, so this does not look very menacing. I don't really see the ICAO or the identifier for the Miami-Fort Lauderdale radar on my display here. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have that here. So I'm using the Melbourne radar right now. Let's go back to the Tampa Bay radar. We'll get our closest look at the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. There you go. This is 420. Let me go ahead and loop the image for you guys. Then I'll come back to the main screen. Let's zoom in and we can get a closer look, a bird's eye view of what's going on out there. Very impressive hurricane. This is absolutely getting close to one of the more impressive, not the most impressive systems. So there you go. For the person who asked earlier about the structuring and the symmetry of an eye in the core. You can see as the radar loops, earlier we started out a bit more broad, a little bit more jagged around the edges, but notice in those last couple of frames, we're taking on that perfect circle. So as PM mentioned in the chat, we could still get lucky and watch this thing cave in on itself before landfall. This is precisely what Idalia did last year. We did make it to Category 4 status and then weaken right at the last second to a Category 3 to lessen some of the overall general impacts. Chrissy, absolutely. That's the thing. You guys talk and shoot the breeze as much as you want. We're all riding this out together. We're in the trenches collectively. So don't ever think that you need to keep it 110% professional. I'd be joking around a little bit more if I wasn't on a professional forum right now. If I was over on my regular channel, we'd be just all about it. Track changes, exactly. Excellent point. Derek Hunt, quality comment in the chat right now. We are just sitting it out. We just have to wait this out at this point. There's nothing we can do. Lots of onshore flow for Venice Beach, Charlotte Harbor, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, up into the Tampa Bay area. Looks like our strongest cells have just moved to the immediate east of the greater Tampa Bay area and St. Petersburg. We're kind of in between strong bands. You can see that band just off the coast there, looking right in through here. Zoom in, I can show you a little bit more of a close-up view. You can see these stronger embedded cells are now pushing towards the Lakeland area, trying to get closer to my neck of the woods, which is not good. I don't like to see that, especially since these could very quickly go tornado warned. Very symmetrical core with this system now, though. Look at these strong values in the reflectivity here, these dark shades of red, yellow, and orange. That is a healthy eye wall. Anybody in that eye wall will receive the full effects of Hurricane Helene. Oh, Chrissy, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Because I've been away, I haven't been able to do content. So that's why I've been kind of mirroring what Jonathan's been doing here on the Just Weather channel and over on WKMG, because I've just been dead in the water out here. Can you explain what Central American gyre is? When does it end? Because it is causing these storms. I see another one next week. So the Central American gyre is essentially a very large scale. I would say large scale. The reason it takes the name Central American is because it blankets much of the Central American land mass from southern Mexico through to the northwest quadrant of South America. This could be a big thing. And all it is a focused area, but a big focused area of rising motions. And because we're seeing those rising motions in the low levels, what that does is it creates low pressure, like a hurricane. Not literally like a hurricane, but it spins on a very broad scale, like we saw with Alberto that kicked off our season, a very broad area of cyclonic spin. And to generate this, we usually have a Kelvin wave or the MJO coupled with a nice anticyclone at the highest point in the atmosphere to help drive those lowering pressures, the rising motions, to evacuate that mass closest to ground level. And it really depends. It depends on what the atmosphere does in the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, to whether or not that gyre setup will go away. Sometimes they can hang out for a couple weeks. Sometimes they can last a whole month. Sometimes they can come on intra-seasonally as well. And what that means is outside of their normal times. Typically, we see a more pronounced gyre setup come together late May into early June, and as we're getting into November. So to see this, we would have to have something spur that development, and we did. We had the MJO and a lot of that rising motion in the tropics come across that area and help to ignite that low pressure area called the gyre, and that's what hooked up with this feature before it turned into Helene. This is a very impressive hurricane, though, folks. We need to take this very serious. This is a very symmetrical, this is that quote look that you see so many folks mentioning on social media. I would imagine, is probably anywhere between 30 to 40 miles wide, give or take. It's a fairly sizable eye. Thankfully, it is not a pinwheel eye for sure. If we had a very tightened, small, talking 10, 15 nautical mile wide eye, this thing would have very ferocious core winds with it. It still does, and it needs to be respected, but usually the broader systems and the larger eyes don't wrap up and rapidly intensify like some of our previous systems have in the past. Clark, she's a beaut. I'm wondering if that's a Clark Griswold reference. Chris Watson, unless Jonathan is elsewhere, I'm actually David. I'm David Nazario. Jonathan is, I believe, doing hits on television. He should actually, unless there's active tornado warnings still going on, he should be rejoining us here momentarily. And then once he gets back, I can finally get into a bit more of the meat and potatoes with you guys once I get those screen sharing capabilities. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be under a tornado warning for those aforementioned counties, Charlotte, DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota for another 13 minutes. So, Connie, excellent question. I see your question in the chat. Let's go ahead and zoom out again. So, despite what a lot of folks were talking about, to kind of go back to what Bill was saying earlier in the chat, hype, there was a ton of hype and fear mongering building up to this system. And a lot of the quote hype really didn't pan out. There were a lot of folks out there, and I quote, saying this is a big, expansive storm. And as you can see on radar right now, yes, this is a big hurricane in the grand scheme of things, but we're actually lucking out over much of the Florida Peninsula because we are not seeing as consistent and as heavy of the rainfall as previously forecasted of 24 to 48 hours ago. So to answer your question, this storm is not going to continue to increase in size until it is well inland, starting to feel the effects of a frontal system to its northwest. Then it'll start to broaden and fan out, lose that circulation, kind of like a figure skater. I don't know if you guys have heard that analogy before, but right now Helene is in the process of spinning and drawing her arms in closer to her to spin faster. After landfall and we start to lose the mechanism that keeps it intensifying, just like a figure skater ending its routine, it'll start to extend its metaphorical arms out, spin slower, the wind field will expand, the intensity will start to rapidly diminish, and then Helene will be retired, more than likely. This is going to be a storm that gets retired. Yeah, as expected, and I think I touched on this yesterday, if not the day before yesterday. I want to say it was the day before yesterday, if not our Monday or Tuesday live stream. If you guys caught that update when this feature was still down in the Caribbean, I'd mentioned that on satellite it was enormous. We were feeling impact. Yucatan, we were field attacks all the way out to the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Jamaica, and then down to Central America near Costa Rica, Panama, Nicaragua, etc. And to you guys that as these systems undergo their evolution, they'll shrink, they'll consolidate. And we're seeing that end result here. If we were to put Helene in its current state down in the Caribbean, it would look a lot smaller than when we first started a couple of days ago with PTC and Tropical Storm Helene. Daniel Schwartz, it's a perfect analogy. I could honestly, it would probably look silly, but I could spin around in my chair right now and pull my hands in and you guys would see me spin faster. I'm not going to do that for the sake of keeping, the professional environment, but you guys know the idea. Winds are at 130 miles an hour. We've officially reached Category 4 intensity. So this is a major hurricane in every sense of the word. We did not just cross major hurricane territory. We have fulfilled the upper end of the forecast intensity. Let's go over to the Tallahassee radar. I have to stop the loop. That's a magnetic scenario for Tallahassee is the fact that we've had a lot of rainfall all day. We've already had consistent flash flood warnings and other flood advisories going out for that general area. You can see right now that even lots of Georgia, I know a meteorologist up there who reports near the Atlanta area, and she was giving a very intensive discussion about the flood potential up there. They're expecting anywhere between 5 to maybe even upwards of isolated 10 inches of rainfall thanks to the training effect that Helene is having with the frontal boundary down at the surface. Let me see. I'm going to real quick and see if I can pull that up for you guys. So maybe I can describe just a little bit more. Let's see. Let's go to load, and that's not what I want. Let's here to the surface analysis. Actually, that's not the one I want either. It's this one here. Let's see. There we go. Excellent. So thankful that we can put this together. So what's happening here is, and we're using the Tallahassee radar, so obviously we're only going to be able to see so far out. It's not like we're only getting rain in Florida and the United States is dry everywhere else. But this frontal boundary right in through here is what's also helping to drive Helene up towards the north. That's why, again, as Derek mentioned in the chat, we've emphasized to you guys leading up to tonight, this system is locked in. We are not going to see this suddenly deviate wide right or wide left. It is pulled in and it is fully under the influence of these steering mechanisms like that frontal boundary that's draped up over near the Pensacola area, interior Alabama, and jutting up the northwest corner of Georgia. That is also helping to keep our rain chances so elevated. That's why we have this band of precipitation here, this steady light to moderate rainfall that's just nestled in and stuck right up against the east side of our boundary here. It's running into that and it can't move because, as the name implies, it's a quasi-stationary boundary. Quasi meaning, yes, there's a little bit of wiggling and wobbling, but it's not moving all the way over here and over here. Armando, I'd already answered your question, dude. The Central American Gyre, just a large area of lowering pressure and rising motions down there over Central America, as the name implies. Seeing Chrissy getting a lot of kudos in the chat. Yes, 157 or higher sustained would make it a Category 5. Thank you very much, Chrissy, for dropping that in the chat. I do appreciate that big time. Eric S. was in Houston in July when Hurricane Beryl hit. Now they're currently in Tampa. Houston was much, much worse due to the direct hit from Beryl as a Category 1, intensifying Category 1. Thankfully, we are just about, I won't say we're in the clear. Forgive me. I'm not going to sound ignorant like that. We still have a long way to go. But on the positive side, we're getting into the weaker side of Helene. From here on out, looking at this engine here, I know this is a giant hurricane icon, but you guys get the gist of where the center is. If I were to draw a straight line to the east, and this is earlier, let me go ahead and loop the image for you guys as well so we can see the current satellite, not the satellite, excuse me, the current radar data. Go ahead and reset so we can look at that two-dimensional view, and I'll zoom us on in. And if you look Tampa and even Orlando almost to this, well, if not to the south now, on the southern edge, the southern back half of Helene, which means that the bottom half of the peninsula will still have intermittent showers, intermittent thunderstorms, not as widespread a coverage. However, the tornado risk will persist during the next 6 to 12 hours as Helene rockets off like a spaceship or like the space shuttle taking off up into the greater southeast United States. But we will start to see our conditions improve through the rest of the night tonight. So that is very good news for anyone watching from Tampa down along the south of Florida. CH, I completely agree. Completely agree. Honestly, a Cat 1 would be enough. We had enough with Debbie. PM, I do believe it's got to be some kind of dry air entrainment, dry air intrusion. There's a lot of dry air system. Let's go ahead and pull up our water vapor satellite shot once again. I'll go ahead and change this out of the radar. We'll get back to the radar here in a moment so we can continue to monitor what this system's doing and extrapolate it forward. But let's go down here. We'll go to the water vapor satellite shot, and I'll go ahead and back up for you guys. And as you can see, we have but there is still some low to upper level dry air thanks to our trough and our high pressure off to the east of this system. So if I zoom us out, and I wish I had the telestrator graphic here, if you look at this very sharp gradient from the tropical moisture to the dense dry air, that's your frontal boundary right there squeezing the system north. If you look at this sudden clearing in the moisture down here off the immediate east coast of Florida, towards the shades of brown, orange, and the darker shades here, that rust color, the dry air, there's your higher pressure. So this feature is caught right in between these dominant synoptic scale features, as they're called, and just being pulled. It's literally being sucked up to the north between the two features. Watching from north of Tampa, gust of wind and rain, powers blinking every now and again. Yes, you're still going to see strong conditions intermittently with these bands that are going to be rocking through. If I scroll down, you can see how these dreads, these bands of thunderstorms that extend well back into the Western Caribbean, down to the Cayman Islands even, these are going to continue to be drawn to the north. Because remember, Helene is moving north-northeast. So if you take these features, this is Helene, these are the storms, and you move it up like this, you can see that all that stuff is still going to be over our viewing area for the rest of the night and probably into tomorrow morning. Priyan Patel, excellent question. It goes back to what I mentioned earlier in the eye wall, where those strong storms we saw on the radar earlier, those deep yellows, reds, and oranges on the immediate outside of the clear eye, that's where you have very aggressive vertical motions up into the atmosphere that creates the outflow and the breath, the respiration of these systems. Because of how fast those vertical velocities are on the eye wall, on the inside, what goes up has to come down. So where those clouds are free and clear and the skies are open and you can see up to the blue sky, that's where you have rapid sinking air going on, creating that lower pressure as the air is evacuated out so robustly from that eye wall core. So that's why you have clear conditions in the eye of the storm. But on the immediate outside of that, you have your strongest storms because that's where your vertical velocities are the most intense. Right now, it is not a Cat 2. It is far from a Cat 2. Unfortunately, I wish it was still a Cat 2. Carl Dennis, is there that small 1% possibility that Mother Nature throws us a curve and this thing continues to explosively intensify? Always. There's always that level of uncertainty, even when you're 30 seconds away from verifying a weather forecast. Is that the most likely outcome? No. This will not make Category 5 intensity. Oh, Priya Patel, you're very welcome, for sure. I have someone asking what cat this storm will weaken to before hitting Valdosta. Valdosta's in Georgia, isn't it? Valdosta, Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if we zoom in and I can see that on there we go. So not much, to tell you the truth. Remember, folks, and this is something that I always emphasize to Central Floridians, if we have a system coming up like a rocket moving at the 20 to 25 mile an hour pace that we see with Helene, it's going to take a minute for this thing to spin down. We're probably still going to see major hurricane conditions into Valdosta, Georgia, unfortunately. Georgia in of itself all the way through Macon to Atlanta, Roswell, Athens, and everywhere in between. Warner Robins Air Force Base is probably going to see some pretty intense activity with this as well. They're forecasting upper end tropical storm conditions for much of the Atlanta metro area. Yes, hashtag JRJM. It will be in South Georgia. It will be. I thought so. I thought it was Valdosta. I knew I was saying it wrong. Ralph, I completely agree. Every time the door back there slams, I feel like someone's coming into my room. It's weird. It is actually not good that the sun is going down, in my opinion. As somebody in the chat already mentioned, it's very eerie, especially if you lose power in your local area, to have no wits about you. It's a lot more difficult to monitor your surroundings and your situational awareness. And that's another thing, too. While we kill a little bit more time for Jonathan to rejoin us as we just more or less camp out and wait for the arrival of Helene, that's another thing I want to mention to you guys that I don't think is discussed very frequently in the weather community, the aftermath. And I will wholeheartedly stand and say, after living through Ian, especially Charlie, Wilma, Katrina, Rita, Ivan, Gene, Francis, all the hurricanes that have buffeted us here in Florida. I was not born yet when Andrew came through. I'm a whopping 30 years old. Not sure if anybody wanted to know, but anyways, the aftermath of the storm, I feel, is a lot more treacherous and dangerous than during the storm. And it's actually been statistically proven that most of the fatalities associated with tropical cyclones do actually occur after the storm has passed. Improper use of electrical equipment, unfortunately, drowning because you don't know exactly which way you're going. You're drowning because you go into submerged areas and you don't realize it. You think everything's good to go. You travel too soon after the storm has passed. Believe it or not, it has been statistically proven that we see more of our fatalities after the fact. We also want to remember we're going to be without power. There's going to be a lot of standing water, so disease, sewage, septic buildup, that's going to be a problem out there. Sanitation is going to be a lot harder to come by. Your area, especially those immediately impacted by a Category 4 hurricane, are likely going to be without law enforcement and emergency services for X amount of time. Lord willing, only the first day or two. I know when Hurricane Charlie came through Kissimmee, we were without law enforcement personnel in our local area for a whopping 4 to 5 days. So it gets spooky, it gets eerie. You need to have a way to secure your belongings, secure your family, secure your pets. Make sure that you are always watching your surroundings. Situational awareness is critical. They teach us that constantly in our military career. See, Michelle, of course, thank you very much. I wish I was still a baby. RCW, I see that there was a question in the chat. Let me scroll back up. See where it was. Can you tell us what time the strong winds will hit in the Georgia area, please? I am a truck driver 2 hours outside of Atlanta. I am leaving now. RCW, give us a bit more of that essay, the situational awareness. Again, it goes back to that buzzword of where you will be heading, because Georgia will likely start to see the main event with Helene, particularly up near Atlanta, probably as we get into the early morning hours of tomorrow, around that dawn time frame, sunrise, daybreak, between 5 and 6 a.m. Could be a little bit sooner, honestly. If we're expecting landfall between 8 to 10 o'clock up there near the Tallahassee, Big Bend area, whether it be near Perry, Florida, or between Tallahassee and Perry, it could be anywhere between 4 to 6 a.m. Let me go ahead and glance at the track, even though I can't. Actually, you know what? I probably can. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and get up in here and try to overlay that track for you guys. I'm pretty sure that I can do that real quick. Let's see. Go to tropical. Let's go right here. Forecast. Nope, I do not want that. Let me go ahead and look for Helene. There she goes. Let's overlay that. Let me go ahead and play this out. There it goes again. I sound like someone was entering my room. I'm not too sure why the cone here is not projecting forward. It should automatically project forward. So what I'll do is while this is a looping image, I will go to National Hurricane Center in the background and see what they're thinking in terms of timing. I'll go to the interactive track. You guys can't see it, but I will go down and take a look at what the timing is considered. They still have a Category 2 hurricane with Category 3 gusts occurring over Albany and Valdosta, Georgia, to the north of Valdosta. So Valdosta will see major hurricane impacts. Georgia, let me extrapolate this forward. This is at 2 a.m. It is right around Albany, Georgia, just to the south of Warner Robins and Macon, which means I would assume it'll probably be up into the Atlanta area. Yeah, I think right around sunrise is a fair estimate. A fair guesstimate is when things will really continue or really start to deteriorate for the northern half of Georgia. Russell, honestly, that's been debunked. Honestly, you should just keep your windows shut. There's only so much you can do in a situation like this. Just keep the windows closed. Stay away from those windows as well. Get to the interior-most portion of your house. If you are in the immediate path of the system, treat it like a big tornado. Treat it like a giant tornado. I know that sounds weird, but that's truthfully what you have to do. And that's another reason why I like to tell viewers exactly what direction the wind is coming from, so geographically, you can figure out where it is that you're looking. I know in my hotel room, for example, the window that's in the room faces the east. It faces the east. And so if I knew that Hurricane Helene was coming in off we'll say hypothetically, off the coast of Virginia, and we were going to have easterly flow throughout the duration of this system, I'd be here where I'm sitting now or in the hallway, because I know the strongest core of winds will be going right at that window. There's a great opportunity for flying debris to come in to smash it out, glass everywhere. So I'd want to retreat back here. There's a solid wall there, or get into the hallway of my hotel building to stay away from the worst of the winds. So that's another reason why I love down the wind direction, the wind flow around these tropical cyclones. If you decide to hunker down and ride this storm out from your house, it's a very dangerous setup, but at least you got to know where it is you are in the house relative to where your strongest winds are, so you can move around and try to secure yourself and your loved ones from the worst that this storm has to offer. Yes, correct, Derek. It is going to start to interact with that upper low. I'll zoom out since this is a perfect graphic. Water vapor. This right in there. We have a giant bowling ball upper low right there. You can kind of see it taking on a bit of a deformation zone and a surge region right in through there where the jet is supporting it. And as a result, as this continues to sink towards the center of the Dixie Alley area, and Helene comes up to the north, eventually she's going to boomerang to the west, and they're going to kind of entrain within one another. And Helene, is going to go fully extratropical after about another day or so. Unknown snipers gang? No, not thinking this is going to go Cat 5 before landfall. We would need this thing to deepen another 30 some odd millibars, give or take, maybe even more than that, and it wouldn't have enough time for the wind speeds to catch up. So we would have to see what's called explosive cyclogenesis. This thing just completely go bonkers and deepen from 947 to like 917 before this thing makes landfall. And even then, when the pressure drops, the winds take a little bit of time. There's some latency, there's a little bit of lag, kind of like what you guys were saying about my audio earlier, before the full effects begin to ramp up and match or equate to the central pressure. So no, we're not looking at a category 5 here. Will we see small and very short bouts of Cat 5 level intensity? We could. We're talking gusts in your strongest thunderstorms, gusts in that core of eye wall thunderstorms. There is a possibility, as this system continues to strengthen ever so slightly, that there could be very, very intermittent, I mean very isolated instances where you try to creep up towards 150, 155 mile an hour wind gusts in the core and in your strongest thunderstorms that could produce a small bout. We're talking seconds worth of Category 5 level conditions. See, what other questions do we have? How far inland are the flood surge levels expected? Any changes in the predictions? I do not believe so. How far inland are the flood surge levels expected? So, truthfully, we're probably, let me get this surface analysis out of the way. Now this hurricane icon is just way too big. Go ahead and close this out. I think we have the just surface synoptics are doing. Delete. Go ahead and get that out of there. And let's go back to the image. Let me go ahead and take a look and see if we have that graphic pulled up as well. Perhaps I can just bring the storm surge up and make it easy for all of us. Let's see. We have the storm surge graphic. Here we go. I believe this is updated. It should automatically update. It does not look like this has updated. Maybe it has. It has, because this is where the new track is, and our strongest components are going to be on the east side. So regardless, let me go ahead and pull this up. Oh, shucks. This is still a icon. It is not an actual toolbar, but we're still looking at anywhere between 15 to 20 plus feet of storm surge. And keep in mind that National Hurricane Center and local authorities or local forecasting offices will always err on the higher side of forecasted amounts. So even if you were to receive 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, as we've talked about in previous live streams, storm surge is just generally how far the water is going to lift. And this could easily go in a solid 5 to 10 miles given the low-lying nature of Florida, and especially seeing a little bit more of the river flooding as it gets some of these deltas and inlet up into the Tallahassee area as well to more or less exacerbate the situation. We are going to see a lot of storm surge, a lot of storm surge. I'm not familiar with how far above sea level most of the coast is or any kind of business settings, buildings, homes, etc., communities are from this coastline and how far above ground level they are. But I'd imagine 15 feet of storm surge, possibly 20, is going to make it far inland beyond these effects. Thankfully, as we mentioned earlier, we should start conditions improve for southwest Florida from Cape Coral, Port Charlotte, Bradenton, Tampa Bay. Now that the system is to our north, latitudinally speaking, we're slowly going to see an improvement over the next 6 to 12 hours before things finally completely calm down as we start the day tomorrow with some of those residual wraparound thunderstorms still hanging out down into the Caribbean and the southern Gulf. Not necessarily JRJM. We will see Helene winding down as it moves into the Big Bend and up through Georgia, but we will feel this storm in eastern Alabama, South Carolina. Nice tornado risk, according to Storm Prediction Center. We've been realizing the tornado coverage up there, and especially in the southeast corner of Georgia. We are going to start to see even more activity as this goes further north up into North Carolina before boomeranging to the west. North Carolina shouldn't receive much more outside of the way of just rainfall and intermittent shower activity, maybe some pop-off thunderstorms during daytime heating, and then especially once it becomes entrained or magnetized and stuck in the flow around that upper low I showed you guys on the water vapor satellite shot, we're going to see a lot of rainfall piling up over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians, Kentucky, Tennessee, even further to the north from there into the lower Midwestern states in the Ohio Valley. So, Mean Blub, that's exactly why you tune into alerts and videos and live streams and live coverage such as this, because we can go ahead and break that down for you perfectly. Let me go ahead and I'm not going to save this, so I'm going to go ahead and delete the storm surge graphic real quick. Let me delete that so then I can pull up some of the forecast data. Let's see. We'll go ahead and let's use the HRRR. Let's use the HRRR, and we'll take the wind speed. We'll just take the general wind speeds at the surface, and we'll go ahead and overlay them. And now that should work if I'm not mistaken. There we go. So this is where we sit right now. And unfortunately, we don't have arrows on this, and I still do not have my telestrator piece here. I don't know why this is just a floating icon. It doesn't actually let me select it, which is odd. I wish I had that capability. But we know that these tropical cyclones, I'm just going to move this out of the way real quick. There we go. Let's put that over in the corner. Let's put Baby Toolbar in the corner for my Roadhouse fans out there, or Dirty Dancing. Wow, that was almost a sin on live coverage. But anyways, on the east side of the storm, seeing the west coast and interior central Florida, we're seeing a combination of southerly flow and southeasterly flow in off the east coastline. That's why if you live out there on the east coast, you're probably seeing rough surf out there. Rip currents are probably in full effect. We have a lot of thunderstorms that are brewing right along the immediate coastline along the east because of that onshore flow and the interaction with the Gulf Stream out there. And then on the west system, we have predominantly northerly flow, so Mobile, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, cold in Panama City, and everywhere in between in the left-hand side, they're seeing winds over. As the system comes up, get into the strongest impacts. If you're on the west side of the system, winds are going to be out of the north. If you're on the east side of the system, as this comes inland, you're going to have winds out of the south coming in off the coast. JP forecast is anywhere between 50 to 70 mile an hour winds up there for Atlanta as the system comes in tomorrow morning. Let's see. Will this retire near New York? What was the dark purple part of the line a minute ago or two? That was, Mia, that was a front. That was a occluded front. So no, that is not the hurricane, nor is that the track. That's something totally separate. This is not coming to New York. It is going to ricochet to the west before you guys even feel that there may be a storm system coming in from the south. But retire, Mia, you said in your comment, retire, yes. Helene is likely to be a name that we will never have to do battle with in upcoming hurricane seasons. This is probably going to be retired. In fact, I would argue it's almost guaranteed that this thing's going to be retired, especially a major hurricane that it is. Let's see, what other questions do we have? Yes, Leslie, it is going to be quiet on the East Coast. Unless you have thunderstorms going through, I'll go ahead and pull up the radar again out of Tampa. Let's go ahead and close this out. I'll go ahead and delete the model data. I'll go ahead and pull in the radar. Let's see here. You know what? I think we have the radar on another chart already. So I'm just going to try to make this easy. Here we go. Yep. That is our water vapor. I'll go ahead and switch this out to our radar, level 2 reflectivity, and we'll go to Tampa Bay. And as you can see, a large majority of Central Florida is fairly quiet. I'm looping these so we can get the full picture here. Fly us on in. And there you go. We have a feeder band that's working its way deeper and deeper into Central Florida. But yeah, the East Coast, we have some stronger storms likely warranting special marine warnings or special marine advisories for potential gusty winds and waterspout activity. But most of eastern Central Florida is doing pretty good. Really have much going on in the southeast or the immediate southern flank of Florida just yet. As that system comes in, or that stuff that still has yet to rise up from the south. Daniel Schwartz, David, I might have missed your answer. Can you go over the wind speeds we can see in western North Carolina? So, Daniel, western North Carolina is not going to receive very much from this system. It is going to get hooked by our upper low, that giant bubble of cool air that I showed you guys on the water vapor, and it'll be shredded and pulled in towards the west. So, I would argue that South Carolina, Georgia, parts of Alabama, and especially the southern Appalachians into Kentucky, Tennessee, will see a lot more of this system that has, what this system has left to offer before we actually see some main direct hits in North Carolina and even up here in Virginia right now. We're not expecting really anything over the weekend. Georgia, Jonathan, will likely see a lot of flooding. We're probably going to see a lot of flooding. I will switch us over to the Tallahassee radar so I can show you all that continuous flow of thunderstorms thanks to, they're not thunderstorms, but just general rainfall thanks to the interaction between and our stationary boundary and a digging that's still supporting the steering currents for this system. Yeah, there's a lot of rainfall up there, and this is the Tallahassee radar. And you can see lots of light to moderate steady state rainfall all through there. So it's kind of not a good thing that we've been blanketed by showers and consistent rainfall for much of the day today. This started earlier this morning. I saw on the local news we had at the Fleet Weather Center pulled up that there were already flash flood warnings in effect for the Big Bend area into Tallahassee. The storm coming in and receiving the strongest rainfall and the strongest core thunderstorms are only going to exacerbate the situation. Gainesville is doing okay. So you can see here we're getting some showers in the outer edge of that northeast quadrant, but thankfully nothing too gratuitous, nothing that we can't handle, and we should only continue to see persistent conditions between the 40, 60 mile an hour range during those rain showers and the bands that work their way through. Yeah, so everybody in Gainesville right now, I see everyone popping off in the chat. You guys are doing okay. Let me go ahead and switch back to the Tampa radar so we can get a clearer look at what's upstream or to the south coming north for you guys. So we can talk a little bit about that and extrapolate some stuff forward. Let me go ahead. It's funny how it always starts earlier in time. I'm so used to the image coming up and it just being the current time. So let's zoom me on down. In fact, let me make sure we are looking perfectly at a two-dimensional image here, and we'll zoom in. So you can see Gainesville, we're not looking at anything too sporty right now. It looks like that band that was capable of producing isolated funnel clouds and stronger winds has actually since dissipated. And that's a good thing. Earlier today, I thought we would see some enhancement with some of our thunderstorms. We did, thanks to daytime heating. And we have to remember now that the sun is going down, so we're going to start to cool the surface of the earth. So these thunderstorms are likely to dissipate as they push further inland. And right now, Gainesville gets some rain, some winds, but nothing really substantiating. Yeah, exactly. PM hit it on the money. Worst of the storm should definitely miss Gainesville. Looks like Tallahassee won't be as bad as they thought. Beard Commander, that's going to be tough to say. Definitely going to be tough to say. If we extrapolate this radar image forward and it just moves in a perfectly straight line minus the wobble, we'll wait till it repeats. Here's the center, here's the center, here's the center. See, we're still moving in a straight line. We're going to be just east of Tallahassee, so we will be in those hurricane force conditions. It looks like, thankfully, there is just a bit of asymmetry in the eye wall. It looks like that right front quadrant naturally does have stronger eye wall core thunderstorms. So Perry, Florida is unfortunately likely a whopping from this system. Live Oak, Lake City, some of the more Florida counties up here, and the interstate that runs west to east. I think that's I-10. I'm pretty sure I've driven it a bunch of times. That's where we're going to see our strongest impacts. That one owl, it will continue to move north until about northern Georgia and then South Carolina. It'll boomerang off towards the west. Yes, I completely agree. Perry just can't seem to grab or catch a break. That's been the storm's favorite area to come inland for some reason. Oh, I got to plug my laptop in. I just realized we're running a little low on battery. Yes, there is a nuclear power plant in the path, but they have contingency plans and reinforcing capabilities or reinforcements built into that type of a structure to bulletproof it from situations like this. Dan Smith, it actually has been a 4 for a little while now. Let me make sure we haven't gotten an intermediate advisory from National Hurricane Center. I got to keep switching back and forth between there. Let's go back. It looks like we have an update. Still deepening, 945 millibars as of 7 o'clock. We're down to 945 millibars, so another 2 millibar drop. So we might see just one small nudge in wind intensity before this thing fully comes ashore. Landfall is going to be between 8 to 10 o'clock tonight, so we're getting close to closing time. We are almost done. And once this thing comes ashore, the worst will be upon us, but then we can start counting down to when this thing is all said and done. Two-part question. I'm in Tifton, Georgia. When should we be experiencing hurricane conditions, and what potential category would it hit us as if it stays on its projected path? An excellent question, and I'm not in the whatchamacallit. I'm not in the actual links just yet, so let me go ahead and pull that up. Go ahead and do a bit of a quick little forecast. Make sure I'm looking at the right position or right location for you. If my maps would load, I hope it's not causing any latency in the stream. And it probably is, unfortunately, because this thing is lagging big time. There we go. So in Tifton, Georgia, you're probably still going to be seeing at the minimum high-end tropical storm to Category 1 level conditions. However, National Hurricane Center is predicting that we could still be at a Category 2 by the time it gets up into that general area. That is not good. Heart 5.0. Old Dogs Gaming, I'm sure a lot of us remember Hurricane Andrew. I wasn't even around yet, and I distinctly remember Hurricane Andrew. I've heard a lot of stories and I've read a lot about that system. Will it be dead on into Athens, Georgia? I'm pretty sure it is going to be very close. It'll be very close. I believe that it will make it up towards Atlanta, Athens, head on just before it tries to ricochet off towards the northwest and eventually west. Let me take a look at the track. I have that pulled up here as well. Let's see. Yeah, so it'll move to your west. It'll be just starting that turn as it gets up closer to Athens and Atlanta. Atlanta is going to take more of the brunt of the system than will Athens. Athens will be on that dirty side of the system. Right up here. So there's Athens. It's going to be passing. Once it gets to Macon, it'll start to make that hook back towards the northwest. So Atlanta, Taylorsville will probably see what's left of the low pressure center as it moves through. Athens will receive the dirty side of this system. So we'll have to watch for that isolated tornado risk and flooding. I'm not too sure. We can look. Not too sure. We'll have to double check. Have to double check here in a little bit. Michael O'Rourke, I'm assuming you mean Lake City, Florida. So Lake City is going to receive a lot of the hurricane force conditions, but the eye wall with the strongest effects will still be to your west. It'll still be to your west. Oops, I was trying to zoom out on the actual live stream. I can't do that. Let me get rid of the cone, because the cone is not doing us any good right now. Let's see where we at. Let's get rid of the tropical path. I'll stop the... There we go, and then press play on the radar image. I gotta just set a new keyframe so that thing doesn't keep boomeranging way back out to that far perspective. Yeah, just off the coast of Daytona Beach, that's probably producing water spouts out there offshore, thankfully, and it can stay out there. You guys can see that that eye wall core of thunderstorms, though, is very northeast side loaded. So on that northeast quadrant of the eye, that's where the strongest stuff is going to be hitting. Joe, absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and refresh the satellite real quick, see if this thing does look like it might cave in on itself. If we're going to get lucky and get that eye wall replacement cycle. I'm a little concerned because my laptop is starting to run really slow, and I don't want that to cause issues with the live stream. It looks like it might try to eye wall replacement. I don't have microwave imagery pulled up to see what the core actually looks like, but that's a very healthy major hurricane. Still looks like it's firing very consistent convection on the outside of the eye, so I don't know if we're going into an ERC just yet. JRJM, it definitely depends on where you are, but in terms of the Big Bend, we should be seeing conditions improving as we go through the very early morning hours of tomorrow. Oh yeah, we're seeing the core eye wall thunderstorms really making sure to engulf all quadrants of the system. It is a very symmetrical hurricane. That is why it is still intensifying the way that it is. No new update from National Hurricane Center just yet. I'll switch us back over to the Tallahassee radar since we are getting closer to closing time. Stop the image. Go ahead and go back to Tallahassee. And go ahead and press play. I still want to give you guys a bit of the lowdown once Jonathan returns and he gives me those screen sharing capabilities. I want to show you guys a little bit about the Caribbean before we possibly take a break before landfall. Because I definitely want us at least situationally aware of what could possibly be happening into the first bit of October. Do you have access to a webcam on Tampa Bay? We should. I can't access them from here. That would be Jonathan. As you guys can see on the live stream interface, he has the cameras in the studio. I can't operate those from here, unfortunately. I'm away from that desk, far away from that desk, actually. Law and Life LLC, the eye wall is this area right here. The reason it's called a wall is because in the center we have sinking clear conditions. It is calm. And then on the immediate outside where all those aggressively rising motions are occurring in the hurricane, that's where you have that wall of very intense thunderstorms. You can see this ring on the outside of the center there, those higher reflectivities on radar, the yellow, the orange, and the red. That is your wall of core thunderstorms. Baker County, McClenny. Baker County, McClenny. I am not familiar with that area, so let me see. McClenny, Florida. Okay, no, you're doing okay. You're far away from all of our more substantiated impacts. You're definitely going to see some high-end tropical storm conditions as those winds begin to bear down on the area, but I would not be very concerned. In fact, from what I recall earlier today, I do not believe that they had you even in the voluntary evacuation area, and most of the time the evacuations do apply to folks who live in mobile homes. Yes, in fact, Live W, I know that I can't show you guys right now, but I'm actually going to pull up the GFS if my laptop cooperates. There we go. Yeah, that's not good. I'm not liking how my laptop is slowing down. I do not want it to slow down. Let me close out some of my tabs here that I don't need right now. And let me take a look and see if our 18Z model runs are showing anything. I'm not sure what webcam we have pulled up in this bottom left-hand corner, but it looks like we are definitely inside tropical storm conditions in this bottom left camera here. They're definitely seeing that onshore flow whipping. Those palms are going. Let me get back in the chat, make sure I'm not missing anything. Jennifer Summerlin, Jacksonville is going to be okay. You got to watch that onshore flow and these thunderstorms rotating up. But as you can see on the radar imagery here, we are going to be on the eastern fringe of this storm. So thankfully, you will not realize very immense impacts. Cool channel name. I completely agree. You should always be prepared regardless of where this system is going to landfall because you never know what kind of sneaky thunderstorms may try to lift up into your area. All right, if my computer will cooperate, we're getting a lot of lag on some of these web pages. I don't know if it's because I'm in Splashtop trying to remote into the Weather Center computer down in Orlando or what, but my laptop is unfortunately going through the ringer right now. And it does look like the GFS is picking up on development. So that's another model run. I believe that's 6 consecutive model runs showing development in the Western Caribbean. Obviously, guys, take deterministic models with a grain of salt, a huge grain of salt this far out. All we're seeing whenever we see a system develop this far out on a deterministic model, the regular GFS, the regular Euro, the regular any model, we're just looking for that consistency of where to watch. That's it. We're not predicting a storm yet. We're not predicting anything yet. We're just seeing if we can develop that forecast consistency so we know exactly which area to keep under the microscope as we get closer in time. Oh my God. The deterministic GFS does have a hurricane hitting southwest Florida, though. That's 5 or 6 model runs now. Whenever Jonathan rejoins us, I would like to share the screen so I can show you guys. But that's why I want us to remain vigilant. This is why we were emphasizing back in August after Debbie that even though the season has been slow to produce, not produce, I don't know why I enunciated that so weird. Even though this season has been slow to produce, we have seen very impactful storms when it has produced. We're seeing Helene right now. We've already had a landfall in Florida. That's 2 hurricanes. This is going to be our first major hurricane of the season to make landfall. We haven't had that yet. And unfortunately, northern Florida is what's going to be taking the brunt of that in terms of mainland U.S. impacts. I know down in the Caribbean, we got rattled by major Hurricane Beryl, Category 5 Hurricane Beryl. Thankfully, it weakened down before it reached Texas and the Yucatan. But unfortunately for our island friends down there, they saw the full extent of our record-setting hurricane back in June and July. Helene is now going to be the second major hurricane to bombard us. And I really want us paying attention to down there in the Yucatan and the Western Caribbean because we are getting into the climatological phase of the season to where that area can naturally produce some heavy hitters. Michael, one of the analogs to this system, was an October storm. Wilma, the deepest hurricane in Atlantic history with an 883 millibar central pressure at its strongest, was an October storm. Oh, I see the Just Weather admin jumping in here. Who's name calling where? That is definitely unacceptable. Savannah, yes, you're going to feel the effects of this system for sure. V. Taylor, it'll slow down once it gets to the northern portion of Georgia. Once it starts to feel the effects of being magnetized by that upper level low to its west, it'll start to slow down some. Peak at Chew, Atlanta will start to see tropical storm conditions into tomorrow morning. Got to check in on my family down there in Polk, see how they're doing. Forgive me if you guys see me texting, because I see folks in the chat saying that it's getting a little intense in Polk County. All right, sorry about that, guys. Just had to reach out for home. It's been stressing me out being away during all this. That's a whole other story in itself. If you ever reach out to me on social media or other platforms where I can talk to you one on one, It's been a mess being up here. It's been a whole mess. Savannah, Georgia, up in Savannah. Let's head on up there and extrapolate that forward. So, Savannah, you're going to be actually watching out for more of a prevalent tornado threat. Storm Prediction Center into the day tomorrow actually has you, if I'm not mistaken, still at a rather high tornado risk thanks to that onshore flow. Let me just double check why my laptop's getting hot. What a shame. We've actually had a confirmed tornado up there in South Carolina already, just to the north of where Savannah is. And yes, we're still in an enhanced risk through the rest of the night tonight. And we have a 10% risk for tornadoes into the Savannah area. So our tornado risk is highest for places like Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, and North Charleston in South Carolina. So for North Carolina, for my viewers up there who were asking, that onshore flow that we've been talking about on the extreme eastern side of the system is going to come over those warm Gulf Stream waters and could help to enhance a little bit of those thunderstorms as they make their way inland in that east-southeast fetch of wind, pushing these feeder bands into the coastline. Landslides would not be a thing in Georgia, thankfully. Billy the Kid is a Cat 4, and it is a big deal. In fact, we should be getting another intermediate advisory from National Hurricane Center soon. Nothing yet. We did deepen down another 2 millibars, so this thing is still intensifying. This was National Hurricane Center's fear that this would be a strengthening system up until landfall. And Tropical Tidbits is down, it looks like. I'm not too sure where the bottom left screen is from. I joined a little late in the stream for when Jonathan put up our cameras. So the full track of the storm without using the telestrators, this thing is likely going to come ashore just to the immediate east of where Tallahassee is. The Tallahassee metro area is obviously underneath the names stamped here in the panhandle of Florida. I'm thinking that landfall is going to be somewhere right in through here if you guys can see my cursor. It should not deviate very much from there at this point. We were just about locked in. It'll be pretty close to Perry, Florida again, a very infamous location for the likes of Idalia and Debbie earlier this hurricane season. From there, it's going to travel up into southern and central Georgia, and right around the Macon area is when we're expecting it to deviate towards the northwest. And then as we get up into the Georgia-Tennessee border, it'll cut hard west and begin to influence the weather for northern Alabama, most of Tennessee and Kentucky, and eventually get entrained into an upper low that's positioned out here. I'll go ahead and change that as a matter of fact so you guys can see. Go ahead and stop this, and I'll switch us back over to our satellite imagery. I'll go ahead and loop and then come back to the screen. So there's Helene. We can see the eye on radar. Very impressive hurricane. What's steering Helene is the anticyclone over Bermuda, the southwest Atlantic. And then we have this deep trough axis and a breakaway area of energy right there that's flowing right around where St. Louis is stamped there in southern Illinois. As this feature continues to drift towards the south, that's when this feature is going to get entrained inside of it as it weakens, and it's just going to more or less marinate over the southern and central Appalachians, Kentucky, Tennessee, the lower Midwest states of Indiana, Illinois, probably influencing the weather for Arkansas, Mississippi, parts of Missouri. A lot of folks are going to feel the remnants of Helene before it eventually gets picked up by the main jet stream up over the northern tier United States and ricocheted back out to the East Coast as a remnant low with just a little bit of a rainmaker. Gainesville is going to be on the east side of the system, so there is a potential for you to see some moderate level impacts, higher winds, stronger storms, maybe some localized flooding from the heavier rainfall, but you are not going to receive this system head on. Thank you. I'm very familiar with the bottom camera in Port Canaveral, and I used to go fishing there with my dad a long time ago. There are people making a bunch of noise right outside of my hotel, right outside of my hotel room. Yes, Prince Jen is, if I'm saying that word or that name right. We do have a lot of moisture in the air, but thankfully there's a lot of also dry conditions on the immediate east side of the system. But I do anticipate that we should be seeing a feeder band working through there very soon. Let me stop and I'll switch us back over to the Tampa radar really quick. Level 2, Tampa Bay loop, so we can take a look real quick. Yeah, there we go. Let me zoom on in. Yep, so Orlando, my neck of the woods. It's just moving through Lakeland right now and dissipating, thankfully. We are now in the brunt of the more continuous rainfall for Tampa, Palm Harbor, Bayonet Point, Spring Hill, St. Pete, Bradenton, Sarasota. We are going to see a continuous slew of rainfall now. This is where we could possibly see some flooding coming in. This is where we're going to start seeing some flooding going up as this system continues to lift towards the north. We're now in that main swath of precip. This is not banding more or less anymore. We're in that contiguous swath of heavy rainfall on the right-hand side. East side of the Atlantic, Pam, can you elaborate on your question a little bit more? Why the east side of the Atlantic does not see many hurricanes? Are you talking like the extreme east side, like closer to Africa and Europe? There's our eye wall. It is still seeing pretty good thunderstorm activity. Okay, so they're just seeing winds right now in my area of Polk County, thankfully. They're not seeing those thunderstorms just yet. Let me get back into the chat. Oh, Pam, on the east side of Florida. Okay. So, truthfully, it goes back to that game of chess I'd mentioned before. And it's all about timing and where a storm is in relation to the timing. And by that, I mean if we have higher pressure working in at just the right time to push it to the east, or I should say the west, to avoid a trough or other mechanisms that may deviate it from an East Coast landfall. That's what gives us our textbook East Coast landfall, like we saw in 2022 with Hurricane Nicole, and especially in 2005 and 2004 with Katrina Rita in the south portion of East Florida, and then Francis and Jean in 2004. So it's a big game of timing. And these days, I've noticed with the way the situation or the pattern situates itself over the eastern United States, far more often than not, we don't have an opportune window of time for these storms to work its way right across Florida from the east side. It's usually going to ricochet and move up the east coast, become a mid Atlantic or a northeast problem, or boomerang fully back into the Atlantic towards Bermuda. Germa underscore 82, excellent question once again. So it depends on the storm itself. Some of the time it will intensify all the way until that water source beneath it gets cut off. Other times we'll see other variables inside the storm or outside the storm influence its intensity, and it may try to weaken a little bit before it makes landfall. Far more often than not, though, in my experience with these Florida hurricanes, more often than not, we anticipate strengthening right up until landfall, unless we get lucky. Pam, you're very welcome. JRJM, yes. Closest to that center of circulation, there will be down trees and structural damage to homes and other buildings. Bert, you're very welcome. No, it is still cranking right now. It is still doing just fine in terms of its structural integrity, sadly. Let me go ahead and pull up a more quality satellite image on my end of the spectrum so I can take a look. I can't share it with you all, unfortunately, because I don't have those capabilities right now, but I'm going to take a look at how the storm looks in general as we get closer and closer to landfall. Yeah, it is quite possible that this system is still intensifying. It does not look like the eye is falling apart right now. We still have consistent thunderstorms and very hot towers going up on all quadrants, all sides, especially the leading edge. So we're going to have to wait and see what National Hurricane Center has for us at 8 o'clock, unless they do another intermediate advisory in between. We don't want to see any more intermediate advisories either. If we see intermediate advisories, that means that there's something worth putting out to the public earlier than usual, and it's usually not a good thing. JRJM, you're very welcome. IROC, I think it is IROC 117. You're very knowledgeable. We appreciate it. You're very welcome. Thank you guys for being so supportive in the chat and asking all these wonderful questions. It's really bad up in Virginia too. How come the rains and winds are super far north this time around? Because of that stationary front that I was briefing you guys on earlier. We have a separate storm system working its way through the east coast of the United States that's actually influencing Helene's path. So I'll stop the image once again and I'll pull up our satellite imagery. We'll go back to the water vapor, my favorite overlay. And I know over on your side, it probably deviated. Oh, no, actually, look at that. We held the control point. We're actually there. So let me zoom out to the entire eastern seaboard, and you can see that we have a low pressure system up there in Quebec, the northeast United States. The jet traces that feature from the upper Great Lakes into the base of that storm system. We have another storm system beginning to develop in that cold pocket up over the lower Midwest that's driving Helene. And if you look on the leading edge of this entire feature here, we have Helene's influence down through here, and we have additional influence brought on by our polar front jet and the storm system that's moving east-northeast through eastern Canada that's draping the fronts that are helping to guide Helene up towards landfall. So we have a lot going on the entire eastern seaboard of the U.S. and into Atlantic Canada. Oh yeah, Magoo 721. I love infrared, but I love water vapor for just how much you can identify on it. So I do agree with you. Water vapor, next best thing for me would be true color visible satellite, because then you can see with the naked eye what's going on in the atmosphere. This is getting so badly watered down. I don't know why I'm still sipping it. Yeah, Savannah is definitely going to get rain and thunderstorm activity for sure. They're in that 10% risk for tornado coverage from Storm Prediction Center. Sean Gray, yeah. This doesn't come off malicious at all for folks up there in North Florida, but we've been getting lucky in Central Florida, Central and South Florida. We are not seeing anything just yet. We are dodging the bullets. We are dodging the bullets. And IROC 117, that's just the type of enhancement that I have on here right now. I can change the colors as well if I wanted to. Go ahead and pull up this, and I can change the different colors. This is going to be Water Vapor Channel 2. I kind of like this one better. It's a little more vivid. And on this one, you can actually see the effects that Helene is having on the local environment. The dry air to the west, dry air to the east, squeezing this system up towards the north. But yeah, the different colors are just different enhancements to the color table on the satellite. It doesn't really mean anything different in terms of the moisture or anything. Leslie, we are getting close. We are within about 3 hours, I would say, probably more like 2 hours before landfall at this point. Matrix, I actually really appreciate that. I'm definitely in need of another caffeinated beverage at this point because we're going to be on here through landfall. Might take a short break here in the next 30 minutes and then come back as we're closing in on it cracking down on us. Vito, Tallahassee will be okay. Tallahassee is going to get through this. Everybody's going to get through this. This is unfortunately the way of life during hurricane season, and that's why the preseason forecasts and the preseason landfall predictions come out so we can get a bit of that SA, the situational awareness on what to expect for the hurricane season. And I distinctly remember, even though there are a lot of folks bashing Dr. Phil Klotzbach and all of the other CSU representatives, all the other big brains in tropical meteorology, there's been a lot of flack and a lot of negativity thrown their way. But I do distinctly remember seeing in their preseason forecast that there was a roughly 90% chance of Florida receiving a major hurricane this season, and they verified that forecast. So I would say that is a big win for their preseason analysis. Riz, R-I-S, excellent question, phenomenal question. I've been wanting to break this down. So, do not have a telestrator, sadly, so I can't doodle on here. I love my crude doodles. If you check me out on Instagram, you'll see me always drawing random little fingerprint artists or fingerprint arts with satellite or other charts to depict what it is I'm explaining. But with Charlie, we didn't have high pressure to the immediate east squeezing this thing west of Florida. We also had the frontal system that was draped across the eastern half of the United States, but it was far more progressive and attached to the jet stream itself. Let me pull the surface analysis up with the satellite image so I can talk you through it. So you can see here we have a cold front over to the north being supported by this storm system in Quebec moving through the northeast United States. But notice down here we lose the front. It's stationary and then it dies into the Gulf of Mexico. With Charlie, it was totally different. We had an intact jet stream trough across the Midwest, down into the Appalachians, into the Gulf of Mexico. And we outline these upper troughs with surface fronts. And this here, the little red, blue thingy, and then that cold thingy, the blue thingy, for lack of a better term, up there in the northeast, that's your cold front that shows the progression of that cold air movement, that cold air advection, as we call it. And with Charlie, that cold boundary was way down into the Gulf, moving, just booking it along towards the east southeast. And as Charlie came up and met that cold front, if you watch my hand gestures here, that's what pushed and bullied small little Charlie right up the I-4 corridor. In this case, we don't have that feature to the west of Helene. We have a really good dominant ridge of high pressure to her east, and then we have a stationary feature to the west, so the only way to go is up to the north. Robin Kilgore, glad to hear that for sure. Tornado touchdown in Disney. That is not good if that's for sure. That's a huge. I hope that the Disney parks are shut down. Oops. Let me go back to my COD meteorology. Take a look at the radar real quick. I don't see anything near the attractions right now, so I think that might be a little fictional. I think that might be a little fictional because there really isn't anything near Disney right now, let alone any of the attractions, and we do not have a warning for either Sumter or Orange County. We do have a couple of additional tornado warnings. We have tornado warning in Baker, Calhoun, Doherty, and Terrell, Georgia. Another tornado warning in DeSoto and Hardy counties, and then another tornado in Ware, Georgia. So again, Georgia seeing that tornadic activity as indicated by Storm Prediction Center. Tussy Jr., Savannah is okay. You just have to make sure that you keep your wits about you and watch for those onshore moving tornadic supercells. Riz, you're very welcome. Man, I hope not. That's not cool right now. Got another 17 minutes. Maybe they'll pump out a new update before that. I'm really hoping that at 8 o'clock we don't see more intensification. I hope that we have officially capped. All right, seems like Polk County is doing okay. Matrix, I agree. Charlie is still the most intense storm, in my opinion, that I've ever been through. Charlie is what fully cemented the fact that I was going to be a meteorologist when I grew up. Riding out Charlie and being without power for a week in Kissimmee, seeing what it was like to be in a post-disaster zone where the roads were cut off, no power, no water. Kyla Lee, you're very welcome. We're going to stay on the air with you guys, both on the broadcast side with meteorologist Jonathan Kagis. That is where he is right now. He should be rejoining us very soon. Once I get screen share capabilities, I can talk you through a lot more of the information that I have for you. Again, I can only do so much from up here in Virginia. That's why this stream may have been a little more lackluster, because I'm not on my work computer to be able to manipulate all of our graphics. I don't have the webcam capabilities through Weather Nest or Weather Stem, excuse me. So I'm only doing what I can and trying to, answer questions as best as I can. Sammy, glad to have you tuning in from Northern Alabama. Thank you for joining us. Northern Alabama is doing fairly good right now. You're actually on the opposite side of that stationary boundary, so you're in the less extreme or less intense weather. So, to sum it up for everybody in Georgia, the bottom 1/3 of the state, for sure, the bottom 1/3 of the state, and especially the southwest corner of the state, from Macon South, Albany, to the Alabama-Georgia state line, you will receive tropical storm to hurricane conditions sustained. From Warner Robins, Macon, and further north, especially into the west side, Atlanta, Roswell, west of Athens, west of the South Carolina and Georgia state line, you will see the trailing end of the tropical storm conditions as Helene continues to weaken. If you are east, if you were to draw a straight line north of Macon, all the way up, and then south of Macon, all the way down through the Gulf of Mexico, everybody who lives on the east side of that imaginary line will see lesser impacts, but you will have to do battle with the occasional strong thunderstorm or supercell wrapping back around, coming in off the Atlantic coast and through South Carolina and Georgia. Just as I explained earlier from Storm Prediction Center, we have that enhanced risk for tornadic activity. Quinn Bell, no, it hasn't changed very much at all. We are just about locked in. We shouldn't see very many deviations from here on out. Thank you, Zen. And Chrissy, I definitely agree. You guys should have your electronic devices all charged up, ready to rock and roll. Battery operated equipment if you have it. I personally would stay away from anything that requires fuel just to be safe. Again, statistically proven, we do see a lot of injuries and a lot of, dare I say, fatalities after a storm because of the operation of mechanical equipment and machinery that folks just really don't know how to use, and you can get hurt. So I always recommend anything more on the electronic side, battery operated, as opposed to anything that requires kerosene, fuel, flammable liquids that could possibly get a little out of control if left unmonitored. Madison, the Disney area is definitely under a tornado watch, but there's nothing on radar to indicate, nor is there a warning to indicate that there is actual tornadic activity ongoing down there. Brady G111, you're very welcome. Thank you very much for the kind words as well. Yes, Chrissy, exactly. Was maybe not a lie. I hope it was just someone trolling, but I don't know. The peanut gallery, I guess. I'm getting a net workout from this, not gonna lie. Twilight Firefly 100, great to see you in the chat tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's great to see you. I know you're a regular over on the Weather Center. It's a pleasure to have you with us talking weather, and you are very welcome from both Jonathan and I. Madison Furtak, okay, thank you. You're very welcome. Yes, the entirety of the state of Florida, for that matter, is under a tornado watch. And I'm pretty sure as we move through the next couple of hours, we're going to see tornado watches really start to expand into Georgia and South Carolina. And they'll likely issue tornado watches for the southern border of North Carolina, as indicated by our Storm Prediction Center charts, since they have that 10% risk. Alrighty, we are now 10 minutes away from our next update from National Hurricane Center. So fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, that this thing is not deepening anymore. Really, really, really hoping that 8 o'clock doesn't come out with anything surprising. I want to see the statistics stay the same. No more drops in pressure, no more upping the wind, the intensity. Northwest Georgia is safe, but you will receive impacts from this system as it moves through that area. Oh, I know, Matrix. It comes with the trade. Michelle Carmichael, definitely keep your emotions in check. This is a stressful situation, but you have a lot of folks here in your corner. I know we are digitally here for you right now. We're not there physically, but trust me, if I could be there physically riding this out with all you guys, I would. Joe Banks, thank you very much for hitting that subscribe button. Guys, if you're liking the content, smash that like button or give it a little nudge, as I like to say over on the Weather Center channel that I operate primarily. That's more of my personal page. Haven't been putting content on there. But if you want to go over and subscribe to my channel, once I'm back in business in Central Florida, I will be popping out more tropical updates and severe weather updates over on my social media. Make sure you are following News 6 WKMG if you are a Central Floridian, or the Just Weather channel, or both. So this way you can get continuous round-the-clock weather coverage from both myself, Jonathan Kagas, as well as the rest of the Pinpoint Weather team here in Central Florida, or technically there in Central Florida. Yeah, that's neither here nor there. But regardless, definitely make sure you're nudging the like button. Let's get this information out there to more viewers who have the capabilities of tuning into us, regardless if it's through a mobile phone, a radio, etc., if you have those abilities. Oh, yeah, and Joe Banks, Michelle Carmichael, I'm David. Jonathan will be rejoining us here momentarily once he comes in from off the air. And then we have the two of us dual hat in the live stream for a little bit longer before we likely both take a break. Just a short break. We're only going to take like a commercial break, if you will, and this live stream will be running. So make sure to keep it close to you guys if you want to keep up with the latest on Helene. About 5 to 8 minutes and counting, and we should get another pivotal update from National Hurricane Center. I want everybody in the chat right now to make sure that you are manifesting as much positive energy that this thing is bottomed out. This is it. This is all that Helene has to offer for us, and she is not going to squeeze out any more intensification before landfall. Chrissy, I agree. Yeah, maybe it was just a misunderstanding, a misinterpretation. Any idea on how Any idea how would this impact Charlotte, North Carolina? Trying to figure out planning action for tomorrow. So, Claudia, if anything, North Carolina is going to see the intermittent showers and storms induced by the outer periphery of what's left of Helene as it weakens down over the immediate southeastern United States, Florida, and most of Georgia, parts of South Carolina. The tornado risk is going to be along that southern border of North Carolina and the upper periphery of eastern South Carolina. So the majority of North Carolina, and for us up here in Virginia, we're not really going to see much of anything from Helene thanks to just the overall steering flow across the eastern United States. Jonathan, I don't blame you. Jonathan Mardukas, I've been manifesting positivity since Sunday. Absolutely. I fully understand where you're coming from. I'm feverishly refreshing the National Hurricane Center homepage. I wish I had it up for you guys. Still nothing yet. The public advisor, wait, here we go. Okay, so we've got the 8 p.m. advisory, 0Z information, still holding steady at 130 miles an hour, but we have deepened another 3 millibars. We are down to a central pressure of 942 millibars, which means that the H-Wharf once again gets a win with this system in the HAFS B model. I'm noticing with intensity the H-Wharf model and the HAFS B, the Hurricane Analysis Forecast System model. The B model has done a lot better. This hurricane actually has done really well with all of our forecasted intensities with these storm systems. Magoo721, we can absolutely facilitate that. Once I'm back in the studio, I'm more than willing to host just generalized Q&A to fill in the gaps between these significant weather events and take the load off, if you will. This way, we're not only on here talking to you guys during intense weather situations. Is it 140 miles an hour? I'm still seeing 130 miles an hour according to the 8 p.m. advisory. I do see that the central pressure has deepened, but I do not see 140 on my screen according to the 8 p.m. advisory, unless once again they just have not updated the info. Yeah, I'm still seeing 130 miles an hour on the National Hurricane Center homepage. The public advisory that goes out in their discussion still has us at 130 miles an hour. Joe, yes, we've been at Category 4 intensity for the last hour and a half now. Savannah will be fine. I actually have mentioned Savannah already. Tussy Jr., you've asked a couple questions about about Savannah, and we've gone over it already. Oh, yeah, PM, I agree. If we continue to see the central pressure deepen every so often, a couple millibars, those winds are going to catch up. They are going to catch up. I just hope they don't catch up until this system is onshore to the point where they can't catch up anymore. All right, I'm going to go ahead and switch this because right now I just have water vapor imagery that's paused. I'm going to clear the surface analysis. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to change the water vapor back to the Tallahassee radar so we can have that up as we get ready to potentially take an intermission here very shortly. This way we have the radar looping in the background, unless whenever Jonathan comes back to us, he pulls up another overlay for the rest of us to watch as him and I go and rejuvenate just for a little bit. Justin, thank you very much for that. That means a incredible amount to the both of us. I know I can testify for Jonathan despite his absence. We really appreciate you guys' generous support and your very kind words, especially amidst a situation like this. Yes, unknown snipers gang. It is down to 942 millibars. We are seeing very steady incremental decreases in central pressure, which again, we still have quite a bit of ways before landfall. We have another maybe 2 hours over open water, and we have the terrain of Florida kind of working in the storm's favor now. It's got that opposite effect to the Bay of Campeche, helping to create a bit of a physical influence on its rotation. So we could see this system try to squeak in another couple miles an hour to its overall sustained winds. Hopefully not. That low key kind of almost gave me a jump scare. I don't know what that was, but it's like somebody fell or banged into a wall or something like that. County Canterbury, landfall should be anywhere between, I want to say 9 to 11 p.m. Given we are still about 100 miles offshore, I'm going to estimate it is going to be closer to 10, if not 11 o'clock. 10 to 11 o'clock. Natalia, good to see you in the chat. Nice shirt. Winds are picking up in Apopka, Central Florida. No rain so far. Not yet. Not yet. We do have a weak feeder band rolling through there. It was stronger as it came onto the west coast of Florida, but it has since dissipated since the loss of the sun out there has dissipated all the instability and the hotter temps over the land. It looks like we are wobbling. It looks like the storm is wobbling. I'm noticing at the very tail end of the loop, we're having a bit of a right wobble there, guys. Little bit of a right nudge. That's normal. That doesn't mean that it's shifting. Remember, these things do not move in straight lines, but it did wobble. And once again, thankfully, even if it does wobble, East Lake, Bayonet Point, Tampa, St. Pete, and further to the south, we are already on the backside of this system. It's not going to turn around and bring the worst conditions back towards you. So even if it does shake, shimmy, rattle, roll, bring it around town for my SpongeBob fans, it's not going to bring any worse conditions. We're already on the opposite end of this storm, so it'll only continue to improve. But this is totally normal. They're going to wiggle and they're going to wobble. Again, for those of you who are unfamiliar with my random analogies and metaphors, this thing's like a Geiger counter or like those seismometers in the earthquake films that you guys may have seen bouncing up and down like seismic tremors. They don't move just perfectly from point A to point B.
What up, man?
Welcome back, Jonathan. Thanks for joining us again. Let me go ahead and bring this down so you can see the stream. There we go.
What I miss?
Not much. Answering some pretty solid questions from the audience here. And we're watching and kind of clenching in our chairs right now, hoping that this system doesn't continue to intensify. We're steadily dropping pressure, but the winds are still steady as of the 8 p.m. advisory at 130 miles an hour.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good example of every storm is different. The pressure with this is just 4 millibars higher than what Ian made landfall as, even though Ian was obviously a little closer to 5. It was just underneath that 5, where we have winds here. Was it still at 130 at last check? Where that came ashore with 155, I believe. So
It did.
bigger storm, wind field is bigger. It takes so you can have a lower pressure with lower wind with a relatively speaking anyway lower wind field. So I just thought that was interesting. Some people are mentioning on here. I'm worried that this will be worse than Ian was from a surge perspective. Probably. I mean, the storm is larger. There's not as the way that the bay is shaped. And again, we're talking about the storm surge. Maybe we get lucky with the whole, it's going over the marshland, and maybe there's not a lot of infrastructure right where it comes ashore. But man, it looks rough. We have some questions about how's it looking in Jacksonville. If you don't mind, David, I'm gonna go to the Future Radar site, to the Future Radar model.
Absolutely.
And
Go
we're
for
gonna
it.
get back at it. That was on our News for Jax YouTube page. We have some guests from Jacksonville from our sister station hopping into the stream tonight, and we're going to do that. If you were unaware, we had that tornado watch recently just extended as well, just hot off the press, till 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So that's going to be,
sense.
I don't know how much you've looked at with the severe weather parameters. They looked like they were pretty high this afternoon. Now, thankfully, they were just quote unquote warnings, and we don't have any ground truth of anything for the warnings that we had along the 95 corridor today. But what do you think? Just kind of talking out loud with David here, because I haven't had a chance to talk to him for 3 hours since you popped on. We've been in two different.
Time is flying. Honestly, wow.
It's crazy. I know. Our boss came over and she asked. He was like, "Hey, did you tell David what the plan was?" And I was like, "Actually, no." So I was like, "Let me text him now." It just kind of happened so fast, and that's how these things go. So kind of wild, kind of crazy there. But I'm gonna bring up the Future Radar. It was interesting because, at least from what I have seen, the tornado parameters, at least for the greater Central Florida area, were pretty low overnight. And there's 11 o'clock. I guess you can still pop here, but we're changing the wind direction around a little bit. Maybe these little guys look a little concerning. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very possible. I really do think as we get on the backside of the system and the dynamics change, we are going to lose those tornado capabilities. I think we've probably peaked at this point, and perhaps the upper northeast coast, closer to Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, Jacksonville, St. Augustine, with those wraparound showers, they could get a little bit of onshore enhancement. But I think as we get into especially dawn tomorrow, daybreak time, that's when that threat's really going to transition to eastern Georgia, eastern South Carolina, as highlighted by SPC.
Yeah, and that threat looks really nasty tomorrow up there.
It does.
Let's I'll take this out. This is that in-house model I like to show you guys, and that's I mean it pretty much following exactly what David said. He mentioned about northeast of Daytona Beach. There we go. And then it kind of transitions up, and then you see these big guns up here. These big rotational tracks lifting to the north and east through Georgia, through South Carolina, into North Carolina. I don't know. I'm thinking. I mean, Storm Prediction Center, they obviously got some smart people there. But I'm just interested. I don't know. I'm just I was surprised that they extended it for that long, and maybe because I have to look at the aerial coverage. It might be because it's connected to Southern Georgia, and that might be why. But I was expecting some kind of extension, maybe till like 10 or midnight.
Right, right. Let me see here. So I'm looking at just the SIG torn parameters over on weathermodels.com, and it does look like as we go through the early overnight hours, we're talking between 10 p.m., just shortly after landfall, and we get to the southeast quadrant of the storm. That is when we will continue to see those SIG TOR parameters right through the heart of central and northern Florida approaching Jacksonville, and then we'll really calm down just in time for sunrise tomorrow. Everything should start to really relax for a lot of our viewing area almost entirely.
So it looks like we'll have another shot in the morning, you say?
For any isolated tornadoes, it's probably going to be at landfall to maybe 2 a.m. would be my rough estimate. Very
Okay.
rough estimate.
Excellent. And there's the severe risk for tomorrow to kind of where you are.
Yeah, honestly, actually, wow, look at that. The slight risk does get up to about Norfolk. There's Virginia Beach. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting. Maybe I should look at a couple things for up here.
All right, so let's see here. Yeah, Joe. Hey, Joe, you're back. I thought you left. Welcome to see you again. Or good to see you again. Yeah. So that way, if you got some bells and whistles again, that's what they were. That's why you did that. That watch has been extended until 6 o'clock in the morning. Trying to see where my highlight went for the actual storm. So the 8 o'clock advisory. If we took a look at that.
Didn't pull up the actual statistics. No, I know I had the token version pulled up earlier, but then I closed it out.
Gotcha. Okay, so there we go. It looks like 8 p.m. advisory, stand by. Gonna pull that bad boy back over. I mean that's the other thing too. With it strengthening so much, I mean it's a much tighter system. Like it's
Yeah, now it is definitely.
Yeah, I mean I mean now it's like your classic giant hurricane. It's not. I mean I don't know. That's the part that still has me baffled that they have the tornado watch out that far. I mean because there's not much left. It's all right here.
Yeah.
It looks like, is that some drier air getting back into it on the west side?
It's very possible. It does look like a dry air channel, which is weird though, because the satellite and especially the water vapor wouldn't highlight that at all.
Maybe there's just
But
something
Lord
dynamically
willing, that's
going.
exactly what it is.
Trying to find the water vapor loop. I know that dry air is close, but yeah, it shouldn't be. Man, look at that thing.
Yeah,
Like
it doesn't look like there's any dry air in there at all. In fact,
it doesn't. So that must just be something weird going on in there. Okay, so the
somebody did
pressure
mention potential
dropping.
attenuation with the radar.
Yeah, that could be it. It looks like now we are at 942 millibars, still holding steady at 130. So we're close to Ian's pressure at landfall. So I mean, a lot of those models that we were looking at during the week did have it getting down into the 930. I mean, there was those crazy runs, what, a couple of days ago at like 18Z that put like 19s on the coast. But yeah, I mean, it's still, I mean, that's another 5 millibars in an hour. So Sean, to your point, it's still showing signs of rapid intensification. Yeah, I think we've actually blown past the definite. I think we're into the ultra rapid intensification now. That next stage up, we've getting to 130 miles an hour, and those pressure is coming down quick. We'll see. I mean, what it's probably about. I mean, gosh, 2 hours away, 3 hours away from landfall.
Yeah, I would say closer to 2 hours. This thing is moving up there like a rocket ship. It's really boogalooing.
So yeah, that would put it at shortly after 10. I'm going to try to find, now that I have you here to kind of guide us through, I can look at to see if we can get some extra cameras up there. The problem is now that it's nightfall, there's not a lot of light. Most of those cameras are pointed out at the bay. So just to this point, it did reach Cat 5, but it made a landfall as a Cat 4. Not that that matters because it was 2 miles an hour beneath Category 5 status. The difference is, though, this is a much bigger storm than what Ian was. So the wind field is spread out, and the pressure is about the same. So it's just as intense as what Ian was, but it takes a lot longer for the wind speeds to come up. Because it's a bigger storm. So the rain bands, I mean, we're not completely done yet with the rain. I mean, you can kind of see there's one over here, but they're falling apart as they move through inland central Florida. They're not holding together, which obviously is great. We had the one come through, we had the law, and that second one we were expecting around like about this time, 6 to 7 o'clock. It was there along I-75. It popped a few tornado warnings in Polk County, on the western side of Polk County, but it never really, thankfully, materialized or held together, I should say, as it pushed through the I-4 corridor. We can take a look at some of those power outages. Let's see. Those are the percentages. Look at the total. So this is where, I mean, there you go with all of the power outages. Hanging towards Pinellas County, 120,000 people without power. And keep in mind that the center was like 115 miles offshore. So maybe a tornado did touch down, or, I mean, we have had 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, consistently. Yeah. So that is a look at that.
It looks like for folks in Savannah, in Brunswick, not so much Jacksonville, thankfully, Kingsland, Georgia, up towards Beaufort, Hilton Head Island, Waltersboro, South Carolina, right along the immediate coast of southeast South Carolina and the entire eastern coast of Georgia. We've got some special marine warnings for discrete cells that are rotating up towards the coast now. So we will likely see potential waterspouts trying to make landfall and transition to tornadoes up there for our Georgia viewers.
So obviously not the best. And that's what. Trying to see, I'm going to pull over. kind of what we have going on. Lakeland just gusted to 60 miles an hour now.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's pretty impressive. I'm going to try to add some towns in real time here.
Keep getting jump scared by my neighbors over here. They're slamming doors and throwing each other against the wall for some reason. I don't know what's going on in this building, but
Jeez.
sounds like Helene's up here with all the background noise I've got.
Don't worry, those things you're not the numbers you see popping up are not wind speeds. They start out as temperature. So if you are seeing the things pop up, that's temperature. So I don't want to freak anybody out. That's not what's actually happening. I gotta change it to. I have to change it to wind speed, but whenever I click on it first, I'm just doing this in real time. That's why it is like that. And then we'll peg Tampa there. I'm just gonna change this real quick. If it's gonna work. I think. Okay, so it's not gonna work. We are doing it live. Yeah, we can go look at those in just 1 second. I want to try to see what actually wins we're pegging here real quick. Just because it'll kind of give us an idea of the verification process. Okay, I don't think technology is going to play with me tonight.
You know, my laptop on my end has been acting up ever so slightly.
I mean, we can kind of actually, I mean, we at this point can use the radar to kind of estimate what's going on.
We could, yeah. Use the
As
velocity.
well.
Joe, you are absolutely right in the chat. Yes, it is not a mid-range 4 yet. It is still a low-end Cat 4 at 130 miles an hour. Just doing a little bit of background research for you guys for down the road. It looks like for the day today, we have closed out a 24-hour window to where at least 80% of our models are calling for additional development to our south as we get into October. And again, for those of you watching, I swear on everything that I'm not trying to take away from Helene. I just feel as if this is something that deserves at least touching upon because this could present a threat for those of us on the southeast and east Gulf coastline if it does manifest.
No question. Yeah, people were asking, have you seen the bridge in Florida? That was crazy. All those bridges going over to St. Pete from Tampa are closed. People were still driving over them when the water was crashing over the bridges there, which was nuts.
Sounds like Florida. There's always those select individuals.
Oh yeah. It was crazy. Like it didn't get swept in.
Nancy, of course, you're very welcome. See you in the chat there. What is going on over here? I swear. Weird noises.
All right, so we're going to take a trip up to the panhandle of Florida. We are getting close to the landfall point where we're really going to be focused on the impacts. And I mean, we still have lightning all on the northern side of the eye wall. I mean, we talked about this earlier when we first started seeing it. it's that when you see that ring like that, when you see the lightning like that, I mean, it's still going. It's the pressure continue. I mean, 5 millibars in an hour is pretty good. Um, I mean, pretty bad, but I mean, a pretty good drop is what I'm trying to say. And we'll see if that continues. I mean, in the news for Jack's chat, we're not trying to root for Colin is saying there it has full capability. It doesn't matter, and that's the same thing. There was somebody arguing with me about Ian in the chat. It doesn't matter if it was Cat 4 or Cat 5. They're called major hurricanes for a reason, and it's the size that has to be taken into effect or taken into account. In terms of the landfall here, let me get back to my future radar. Give you the update here. So we're closing in on landfall. This model has been doing a very, very good job. I mean, Tallahassee may find itself in the western eye wall, although it might be just outside of the worst, it looks like. But there we go at about 10 o'clock or shortly thereafter in that ballpark, it is going to come ashore. So we're a little less than 2 hours, maybe about 2 hours away from landfall there. And I mean, we're talking at least 130-mile-per-hour winds. We could gust higher to that. So it's going to be interesting to see what we actually gust to there. But unfortunately, it looks like this is going to be for Perry, maybe Cross City as well. That's as far to the south and east as I see this kind of pushing in.
If we have Georgia viewers in the chat, some of our supercells are making their way onshore. Just some smaller scale locations, St. Simons, Brunswick, Dock Junction, Darien, Georgia. You are now under a tornado warning. And we have what actually looks to be a small freight train of potential supercells getting ready to rope their way onshore. So that tornado risk is going to persist for at least a little over an hour based on current radar off the southeast Georgia coast, just to the immediate northeast of the greater Jacksonville area.
And before you got on, as we were looking at the model projections here, and it's pretty much right on the money that all these things coming on shore. Look at that. Somerville, Charleston, we got to be watching for these, especially the supercells that are pumping out some lightning strikes. Brunswick, we're under a tornado warning. Big time nocturnal tornado threat with these tropical guys. Look at that. I mean, they warned well out ahead of that.
Yeah,
that is a nasty couplet right there.
That's going to make landfall, yeah.
Geez. So, I mean, there's no question that's probably a water spout right now, and that's going to transition. St. Simons, Brunswick. You gotta be watching out for that safe place for sure, because that is a nasty one. That might be the worst couplet of the day that we've seen, and I mean that's right in the area that we were expecting the highest tornado potential.
Oh, easily. Yeah, easily.
All right. Hey, the 8 o'clock hour, and we have our next troll of the hour, Jim Abbey. Welcome to the party. Overhype sensationalism. Welcome to the list. The 8 o'clock hour. Welcome. Yeah, I mean, if you're calling a category 4 hurricane overhype or sensationalism, you, sir, have made the troll of the hour. Let's see here.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like literally. I mean, don't have time for that, Matt. I mean, typically don't like to give those guys the time of the day, but we're on a long live stream. You got to have some fun with it, and that's how I like to do it. It's the penalty box. We had to put some people in timeout earlier today because it just got out of control. Everybody on the chat has been great in finding out those trolls. So thank you guys for joining the team today and being a part of this live stream since noon. That's right, troll of the hour, the 8 p.m. hour. We had it was somebody it was the 4 p.m. hour troll of the hour. Yeah, so I'll run those models for you. the 4 p.m. troll of the hour said that storm surge isn't a thing. So she could have made
I don't
like
understand.
the troll of the hour for like 4 hours. Here are the those supercells. There's overnight tonight that lifts up into South Carolina. So please make your
Oh yeah.
make sure that you have ways to get your warnings so you can be woken up. Those weather radios are loud. Cell phones, your local news station alerts, those are typically free. So make sure you have those downloaded. So that's the heavy rain. And then this is what super concerned. And again, this isn't what am I trying to say? This isn't hype or this isn't sensationalism, but what we're looking at in the Appalachians, like east of Tennessee and into the Blue Ridge Mountains through North Carolina, straight up potential catastrophic flooding there. The way the setup is coming, we already had the stage set. We've already seen flooding there, and we're going to get potentially a foot to 2 feet of rain because of the way that it's going. So that's going to be the other kind of inland impact that we're going to see. And then just look at this. I mean, those supercells continue through Raleigh, through the Outer Banks, through up in Virginia Beach. That's tomorrow, 3 o'clock. So you might have some tornado warnings your way. And then look how stretched out it is. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, I feel like you were about to touch on that. It looks like this is when we've made that extra tropical transition. This looks like it's gone too far more of a mature system now, with the warm front extending up into the northeast and the cold frontal appendage causing some possible action for us here in Virginia. I was going to ask also, is there a way we could put on like a moisture relative humidity or like a precipitable water forecast model, because it looks like there's probably a lot of dry, like that dense dry air is what's going to help to modify those cells and keep the supercell threat fairly elevated consistently as that system rolls on up.
So
yeah,
here
we
we
go. Let's see.
go.
There's probably going to be a ton of dry air swooping in. Oh, yeah, there we go. Big time dry slot.
Yep. Hey, Nazario, I have to
cool.
jump
You can see
on
exactly where. Go ahead.
No, I didn't know I got you off. I have to jump back on the news. I don't know how much longer you're planning on hanging with us, or how much technology is going to be playing with a friend. We can, if you want, we can put this on a loop. If the radar loop, I have to hop over there, or I can just send it to our coverage for a while on News 6. We're going to be talking about the broader scope. We're on our News 6 Plus platform now, so we're off of the actual TV airwaves over cable. So your call there, whatever you want to do, if you need to get some things in order, because I know you're obviously busy doing other things too. So you let me know what you kind of want to do.
If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind taking like a 20-minute or so intermission. When are you expecting to come back? I can rejoin around then.
That is a good question. Probably, I think we're going to be staying with it until the 11 o'clock news. So what I will do is I will put the stream, and everybody listening, you're kind of, this is what happens behind the scenes. We're doing some like planning right here, and I have like a minute before my hit. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it over onto the News 6 feed. So you're going to see what we're watching on News 6 Plus. And then Nazario, just text me when you're ready to come back, and then I will switch everything back over to this interface, and then you can take over and then do everything else. Don't worry, we'll be watching the comments and all that stuff. So we'll see you guys in a little bit. Anderson, North Carolina, it looks like there is a tornado on the ground. So if you're around Anderson, North Carolina, just keep that up. Nazario will be back in like 20 to 30 minutes. And I'm going to send things over to our coverage. I'll see you over there on the airwaves. Thanks, guys.
All righty, folks. We'll see you soon. Is
there something underneath there? Is there a car under there?
Yes. So right under this paneling is a white car.
Oh my God.
And I did ask him, is the car damaged? But it's so hard to tell because the paneling is literally covering the car. If they wanted to get in the car, they would not be able to do that. So I guess they won't find out until officials maybe come out in the morning and try to pick it up. But that's unfortunate. That's devastating. Another unexpected expense for this family. They may not have thought they would be out of a car if the windshield is cracked or anything else is damaged. I do want to add, I don't know if I mentioned to you all, you might be thinking if that paneling came off, is there a gaping hole at the top of the house? They did say that there was another roof underneath, so there's no hole. This was just paneling on top of a secondary roof. So fortunately, there won't be any rain coming in there tonight. Hopefully, we're hoping, and they can't see out of the top of their home. So we'll continue to check in with this family and make sure that they're staying safe.
All right.
Back to you guys.
You stay safe too, Treasure Roberts reporting live for us. Thank you, Treasure. And our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues after this break. Welcome back, everyone. Our team of meteorologists are here to keep you up to date on all the latest from Hurricane Helene. The International Space Station providing some remarkable video showing just how big Helene has grown before making landfall. We knew it was a big storm before, but this confirms it. Look at that thing. So glad you stayed with us. I'm Ginger Gadsden.
Yeah, that is a very big storm compared to some of the ones we've had in the past that were tighter little demons, as we've heard them called. I'm Matt Austin. Glad you're with us here digitally on News 6 Plus or whatever app you're using. Let's start with meteorologist Samara Kokinos. We've got the whole team in here tonight. Samara, this thing's got to be closing in on that Big Bend area. Huh?
And it is. It's going to continue to get closer and closer, anticipating landfall during the 11 o'clock hour. So over the next couple of hours, we'll definitely watch it continuously batter the coast. We'll feel impacts here. We're already watching some power outages, even though it doesn't look like a whole lot as going on right now, but it's still under 1,000 in Sumter and Putnam counties where we did see the majority of them, as well as Osceola County. But looking at this, there are a few, and that's just because of the wind so far. So, I mean, we've had a few tornado warnings today, but that hasn't been a big key player in this forecast today, just because a lot of that rain activity has been hugging the coastline tonight. So we're talking about the Gulf Coast. The tornado watch has been extended through 6 o'clock in the morning for all of central Florida. I do believe it has everything to do with those last little feeder bands associated with Hurricane Helene, which I'll show you in a moment. But hurricane warning still in place from I-75 back to the west in Marion County. Everyone else under a tropical storm warning. Here's a look at Helene, and you can see it's just getting closer and closer. I mean, just a really massive storm at this point. Continuously massive since we've been pinpointing it for the last couple of days. Already bearing down, getting closer and closer to the coastline. We're anticipating landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. Still about 115 miles south of Tallahassee tonight as of the 8 p.m. advisory with 130 mile per hour winds. Winds are gusting in excess of 155 miles per hour. But look, it's going to make landfall anywhere between Perry and Tallahassee and then continue its trip into Georgia, even as a Category 2 storm over South Georgia. And that's really strong for this area that we're talking about. The potential to see some downed trees as it continues that path toward Atlanta, maybe even some flash flooding, and then it kind of wraps back around across Tennessee and going up a little bit further north. But looking at the actual wrapping around of this storm, you'll notice that, again, the majority of that activity is in the Big Bend region. However, you notice that it's also going back down into Tampa Bay, and then we start to see those little tornado warnings popping up just well to our south. They have since expired, but the thing is that gives us we're paying close attention to this particular idea that there's still those rotating storms coming in with this system. So as we look at the radar tonight, we'll notice that most of the rain from I-4 back to the west is light to moderate with pockets of heavy rain at times, especially, of course, again, along the coastline, but areas to the east really not seeing a whole lot of activity. And I zoom out a little bit more, and you can see down by Lakeland, some heavier thunderstorms there, not a whole lot of lightning, which we're not anticipating with tropical activity. But I can tell you, as these bands continue to move to the north, we won't be taking our eye off of them, just because there is that potential to see that rotation. So now let's go over to meteorologist Jonathan Kegas, who has the latest on the wind gusts.
Yeah, we're seeing these come in again. They've been on the tropical storm force. That's why we're all under tropical storm warnings tonight, getting over that 39-mile-per-hour threshold on the gust side of things. Claremont, we just hit a gust of 51 miles an hour, same for us in Leesburg. So again, while we're not seeing the crazy stuff and weren't expecting crazy stuff like they're going to see in parts of the Big Bend, at least on a widespread scale, we're still going to be dealing with these gusts of 40 to 55 miles an hour through the course of the next couple of hours before things wind down once it makes landfall and then gets up into Georgia. Then we're going to be seeing some improvements for our weather as well. Again, that tornado watch does go until 6 o'clock in the morning, but I really think that severe weather threat is going to wind down. So here we go going forward. That is midnight. So we're still going to be watching these guys here coming on shore. Still, though, I think overall that threat is going to be on the lower side, even though that tornado watch is in play. Can we get an isolated tornado in the mix or a quick tropical one? Yeah, but I think that threat is really winding down for the tropical tornadoes as well. Once we get into Saturday, we're fast forwarding all the way through the weekend. Still some extra moisture courtesy of Helene being kind of pulled up into the west as well. So that's some of the things that we are watching going forward over the next couple of days, is how that gets pulled up and then it continues to drape moisture across parts of central Florida as well. Again, we're probably about 2 hours, give or take, away from the official landfall in the Big Bend. So that is going to be something that we are watching obviously very, very closely, and to see how that works in as well. But again, the wind gusts on the order of 50 to 60 miles an hour. I want to show you the future now, at least the future wind gusts. And this is what we were talking about. Horseshoe Beach closing in on 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, even getting closer to 100 there as it kind of puts its way back with the landfall closer to Perry. Then as we wind things back down into Friday, still going to be gusty for your Friday. There you go, 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, still in and out of those tropical downpours for sure, but certainly nothing like the gusts we're seeing out there right now, and that tornado threat is going to be pretty much zero by that point. And that's something that was really our main threat today, guys, just watching out for those potentials and in those outer bands coming through with Helene.
All right, Jonathan, I know you're going to keep tabs on this thing as it makes landfall in the next few hours and where it is expected to make landfall. The last I heard was it was directed at Taylor County. Florida's Big Bend is certainly going to feel the brunt of Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, the storm is expected to make landfall in Perry later tonight. So we sent News 6's Eric Sandoval to Perry. That's about 15 miles inland from the Gulf. He already told us his safety plan in case things, you know, get a little dicey, and they probably will. It seems like I can hear some raindrops falling in your live shot right now, Eric. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. The rain has really increased here within the last few minutes. And actually, since I saw you, 30 minutes ago, we have changed our locations. We showed you our safety plan. Well, that's all changed. Threw that out the window. Now we've started a new one. First, let me show you what's happening behind me here. The wind comes and goes, but I think you can see in the street light and on the streets the bands of rain that are starting to sweep through Perry right now. This is the first significant rainfall that we have seen from Hurricane Helene so far. You know what? Jonathan just said it. We're going to see a ton more water come out of the sky. Let me show you our new safety plan now. Through the kindness of some shop owners, we're able to bring you these live pictures in a safe way. First of all, I want to show you what's to my right. This tall building is going to be protecting us from any winds coming from the south. So, you know, we're hunkered up right against this building right here, and it's going to protect us on this side. On this side, this is the coffee shop. Coffee shop is called After Hours Coffee here in the Perry area. So if you're ever here, come visit them. This is a little alcove here, and this building and the building that is right behind Megan Neely, our photographer, we're basically in a little shell here, and it's going to protect us from the hurricane force winds that are going to be coming here a little bit later, probably here within the next 60 to 90 minutes. The people are still inside their coffee shop. They've invited us in just to get out of the elements when we want to. Very, very sweet people, but they have been through the last 2 hurricanes. Remember, this is the 3rd hurricane to hit Taylor County and the city of Perry within the last 13 months. We had Idalia last year. We had Debbie earlier this year. Idalia really did a number. I was talking to a city official with the city of Perry earlier today, and he just put his hand in his head and he just said, you know, we're still working our way through the list of repairs that we needed to make after Idalia hit. Then Debbie hit. And now this. We really don't know what we're going to do. It's sort of a sense of exhaustion that we've gotten from a lot of the residents here. They just put their hands up, but they do take it seriously. We were going out to the coast earlier today. We were taking a look at some of the homes along the way. The coast is really going to get hit by that storm surge. And we wanted to make sure that people were evacuating, because the sheriff has really sent home the message hard that people needed to evacuate. We didn't see many cars in driveways. So that was good news to us. It made us at least feel a little bit better that people were taking this seriously. And then Keaton Beach, which is just about 30 minutes away from here, where we were right on the Gulf of Mexico, nobody there. Total ghost town. Everybody had picked up and left Dodge. So we're hoping we're not going to hear of many injuries and many deaths as a result of this storm. But, you know, the sheriff and the emergency management agency here did send a rather stark warning earlier today. They said, if you do plan to hunker down, if you are not going to evacuate, write your name and your birthday and a phone number of next of kin in permanent marker on your arm or your leg so we know who to call. Again, we're just waiting out the storm here, waiting for the eye to roar ashore, waiting for the winds to increase. They will, and we'll be bringing it to you in a very safe way here on News 6, News 6 Plus, and clickorlando.com, guys.
Well, people won't be able to say that they weren't ready. They've been warned by
They've been
sheriffs.
warned.
This forecast has zeroed in on that specific area since the very beginning.
Yeah, since day one.
So,
and they're just asking
you know, the better question they need our... Yeah, really? So the bigger question is, why Taylor County? Why Perry? What is it about this place that is all of a sudden acting as a magnet for all of these storms to hit this part of the state? It's a nice day. Again, I told you 30 minutes ago, the people here are so wonderful. Come stay at our place if you don't have a place to stay. This family who owns this coffee shop, wonderful people here. We just don't know why it's all of a sudden a magnet for these storms, guys.
Yeah, that's the thing about nature. There is no answer. It's just a mystery.
But I can tell you, After Hours Coffee is really living up to its name tonight. Eric Sandoval, the only place that would have you tonight. We appreciate you. You stay safe, and we will check in as
Truth
things
and brand,
continue.
guys.
Yeah.
All
right.
Thanks, buddy.
Eric. All right, let's check in now with investigator Mike DeForest.
Yeah, Mike is live in Ocala, up in the northern part of the area we actually cover. And hey, Mike, man, things have really deteriorated where you are.
We are really starting to feel it. Probably within the last half hour, we have really had some strong wind gusts here, and the rain has really started here in Ocala. The roads are fairly empty. We've been driving around a little bit. Not a lot of people on the roads, but it's not keeping people out either. There's a bunch of shops, or restaurants anyway, here in downtown Ocala that still have some people in them. We've seen a lot of carry out on this rainy night. Of course, Ocala is the horse capital of the world. We know during the day, people who own horses were trying to get those horses into shelters. Here in downtown Ocala, the artwork of horses, as you can see, they have wrapped up in plastic and foam just to protect it from any possible flying debris that we may see tonight. And that is a possibility. In fact, a reality. Just a couple hours ago, we were over on the south side of town here, where a tree came crashing through the roof of a house. I think we may have some video of it here. The people who lived there said that it really wasn't all that windy then. They didn't notice anything, but boy, they said out of the blue, they just hear a crack, and this tree limb just comes crashing down on their house. It was a triplex. One of the 3 units was not impacted by that tree. That unit was vacant. The other two, unfortunately, we're told were single mothers living in them, and that tree didn't just land on the roof, it went all the way through the roof. There was sunlight inside the house, and of course the concern was the rain coming, additional winds. You just couldn't live there. The house was basically unlivable, and so those families had to scramble to get their belongings. Some of them moved into that one vacant unit to at least provide some shelter for those. Oh, we got some people racing cars in the wet weather down here. But they got most of their belongings in that vacant unit, but of course they had to evacuate for the night. I'm not exactly sure where they went. There is one evacuation shelter open here in Marion County tonight at Westport High School. It's been open since yesterday. We'll continue on. Speaking of schools, schools will be closed tomorrow, along with most, if not all, government buildings. I think they knew that this storm was going to be a late arrival, and being dark, not knowing exactly what the impact was going to be here, they just wanted to play it safe. And we are starting to feel the impacts again. Just every now and then we'll get that strong wind gust, we'll get the rain. Certainly not significant like you'd be seeing out on the coast there, but it just goes to show that you can be miles and miles and miles away from the eye of that storm and still be feeling the impacts. Certainly those folks who lived in that house where that tree came crashing down tonight know that.
Yeah, that is for sure. Helene's tentacles are really long and just stretching out there for hundreds of miles.
Yeah, it is. It emphasizes the size, the thickness, the width of this one.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
All right, let's get to News 6's Troy Campbell. He's joining us now from Wildwood. He has a look at the conditions. That's up in Sumter County.
All right, Troy, are conditions deteriorating or stabilizing for you?
Yeah, they definitely are. It's starting to get pretty wet out here. The rain steadily coming down. Also, the wind gusts have been picking up. Right now, we're standing on Pine Court. The reason for that is this is where Wildwood Public Works have set up this water pump. So you see that they have this line out right here, and they have more of the hose staged so they can attach it if they need to. And the reason for that is we're told there was some recent storms that caused some flooding on Wood Lane Avenue, which is the houses just over here. That retention pond is just right this way. The homeowners at this home told me without having this pump here, they've started to have that water get closer. So the heavy wind gusts have also been an issue in this area. Earlier, we stopped by County Road 462 in Sumter, where there was a large oak tree. That tree had fallen into the roadway. We got to see utility crews working very quickly while they could before those wind gusts picked up more to go and repair those power lines, as well as, and there is some sitting water in here already as we're seeing it. I should also note with the rain, Sumter County, 2 to 4 inches of rain expected. So that could cause some flash flooding in certain areas. But back to County Road 462, they were able to make that repair. They chopped up that tree very quickly, opened up the road. They do have 2 emergency shelters set up here in Sumter County as well. One of those is going to be at the fairgrounds, and then they do have a special needs shelter set up at the Wildwood Community Center. Both of those shelters, you can bring your animals or bring your dogs. So they wanted to make sure people didn't leave their pets at home. School in Sumter is also closed tomorrow, and government offices. But of course, the wind and the rain are the big concern here. And we're going to continue to experience these bands as they rip through Sumter County. Live in Wildwood, Troy Campbell, Getting Results, News 6.
All right, Wildwood not living up to its name too much tonight. Not too wild.
That's
right,
pretty
Troy
good.
Campbell,
All right, thanks,
you.
Troy. And while the hurricane is passing along Florida's west coast, our east coast is also feeling some pretty strong impacts.
That's right. News 6's James Sparvero is going to join us live from Brevard County now. He has the latest. He's got a fogged up lens out there. How are things tracking for you, James?
Hey, Matt and Ginger. Well, it's pitch black at the beach now, so unfortunately, we've got nothing to show you except my hair blowing in the wind. Been out here since noon today. It's been windy all day. So there's really no reason for you to come out and see the beach now. You're just gonna get blasted in your face with sand as you try to make it this close to the water. And then really you won't be able to see the scope of the waves like earlier during the day when our best pictures came in at a closed Port Canaveral, which if you have a cruise tomorrow, be sure to check with your cruise lines that it's on time. And then at the Cocoa Beach Pier, where it was so rough, I didn't even see a single surfer, which surprised me because I always see a surfer at the pier no matter what the conditions. So for tomorrow, when the sun rises, Brevard Public Schools will reopen. Very important to know that. The courts, though, they will remain closed tomorrow. So there was no court today and no court tomorrow in Brevard County. While it has been windy all day, I just heard Eric Sandoval tell us that up in Perry, the wind comes and it goes. It's only been here the entire duration of today in Brevard County. But the good news is I haven't heard any significant reports of damage. We've had no breaking news in Brevard all day to tell you about. There was just one tornado warning at about 10 or 11 in the morning in the far northwest of the county. Nothing touched down as far as we know. We are under a tornado watch, though, until 6 in the morning, Matt and Ginger. So we're not completely out of the woods yet, but we've been fortunate so far, guys.
It's like the only thing you're in danger of is getting a sandblast to the face with all that wind going on out there. Just be careful.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt on the sunburn that he got that we found out earlier. All right, James Barbero.
Thank you.
Thank you
job.
very much. We appreciate it. All right, we're going to have more Hurricane Helene coverage right after this quick break.
It's whoa. That's why. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back. We are definitely in the trenches now. Took a quick little intermission to check in on my family and some relatives down there in the Central Florida area. They're doing okay out in Polk County. And definitely fully into the weather event now. I had some leftover gas station food not too long ago to get me by for the next couple of hours. Jonathan and I, behind the scenes, managed to get us hooked up to where I can share my screen with you guys so we can not only go over some of the other parameters that we were discussing earlier, but also take a look a little further into the tropics and see what could potentially be going on for the Gulf of Mexico and the Western Caribbean as we get into the early half of October. So let me go ahead and make sure I have the chat pulled back up on my end so I can answer questions. I'll go ahead and put my phone on the little stand here so we can rock and roll. There we go. Excellent. Alrighty. So First and foremost, we're going to take a look real quick at College of DuPage. We're going to take a live look at what Helene looks like as we are getting very close to landfall at this point. In fact, we'll go to sub-regional satellite image. Now we're going to rock and roll into an actual live stream. This is where I can actually go all hands on deck and pull up some quality information for you guys and take a look at what's going on. So let me make sure I have my chat. Matrix, yes, I did. I had gas station food. I had leftover Wawa stuff. It's still directly behind me. And what's left of my very, very mixed coffee or separated coffee at this point. So here is Helene. We are rocketing towards the north-northeast. In fact, I'd argue we're probably going to see landfall here within the hour. We're going to be at landfall. It looks like we are coming right at the Perry, Florida, Steinhatchee area. As a matter of fact, we are definitely going to be east of Tallahassee. Tallahassee is going to receive the West Eyewall Core, as Jonathan was mentioning before we broke for that little intermission real quick, that commercial break, if you will. But looking at the infrared satellite shot here, you can see a clear cut and dried path at about 20 to 30 degrees north-northeast, rocketing off at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. So I did, Eric Burns, yes. Did get my crash course, and now we're actually going to talk as much as we possibly can to not only wind out or round out the last hour to landfall, but also go ahead and start to discuss what's potentially coming down the road. And as we get closer to landfall, what I'm going to do is just kind of start walking us through that right now. So this is a website that I love to use. Let me go ahead and fast forward this live stream here. As a matter of fact, I'm like back in time now because my phone was asleep. There we go. All right, now I've caught up to live time, or the actual live point of the stream. So this website here is weathermodels.com. I love this website. It is subscription-based, but I'm going to take you through a couple of things that I was looking at earlier today. So hang with me, guys. We're going to kind of give you a bit of a short-term update. Let me go ahead and make sure I'm logged in. Log into my account so I can show you guys everything that I've been looking at for the last several days. This is part of the way I spotted Helene before I even came out here to Virginia, tried to get everybody up to speed on what was expected to happen with that. Paige, it's very possible. We're getting very close. We're definitely getting very close, and this thing is moving fast. It looks like it is picking up speed, as a matter of fact, as we continue off in that north-northeast direction. Taking a look at the satellite shot one more time. In fact, let's go ahead and go down to a localized sector and get even closer to the center as it gets up close into landfall. Let me go ahead and should be a way to put actual overlays on here as well. Product overlays. Let's go ahead and use the mapping. Let's go to U.S. interstates, counties, and what else do we want? Let's do station ID so we get an idea of where we are. So getting very close. This is Perry right there. So Perry is getting ready to take a direct hit from Major Hurricane Helene. And yeah, honestly, to answer your question, Paige, we could be looking at a landfall here within the next hour for sure, probably just before 10 o'clock, just before 10 o'clock. Any clue how far it will travel to the north, or prediction rather? Stitch B, yes, it's going to make a westward shift once we get up into northern Georgia, the southern periphery of South Carolina, and Tennessee. That's when it's going to start to rapidly transition off towards the west. But you can see here, let me close this little data bar. We are getting very dangerously close to flirting with landfall, and I would imagine just shy of 10 o'clock, maybe sometime around 9:30, 9:45 is when this thing is going to come ashore. We're getting very close. Very close. But anyways, let's go back to weathermodels.com. I'm going to start off with the probabilities for you all. So here are our European model blend of tropical depression probabilities, essentially what the Euro thinks down the road in terms of what the probability of seeing tropical depression genesis, tropical cyclogenesis out there in the Western Caribbean looks like. Now, we have a couple of hot blips out there in the greater Atlantic Basin, the MDR. Those are expected, at least our first one that is expected to develop within the next 2 days, as a matter of fact, maybe even sooner than that. It is expected to form up and ricochet out towards the north, playing no role in anyone's weather, even Bermuda. What I want you to watch closely, though, is going to be in the Western Caribbean, where the National Hurricane Center has our area currently highlighted for an 0 for 20. In fact, real quick before we actually get into that, let me go ahead and open up a new panel here. Open up a new tab like that. Let me maximize again. There we go. And let's go to National Hurricane Center so we can show you exactly what we're talking about. This here, this bad boy right there, this 0 for 20. No chance of development over the next 48 hours, a 20% chance of development over the next 7 days. This is going to be our next area, now clearly designated by the National Hurricane Center as our next official area of interest. This one back here, Invest 98L, now up to a 90-90 split, 90% chance of development over the next 48 hours. This will likely steal the next name. I believe it's Joyce, and then followed by that we have Kirk. This is likely to be Joyce. This is more than likely going to develop into Kirk, if not something just beyond 98L, expected to work its way off of Africa. So right here, our European model blend of probabilities, and you can see this is valid for 12Z. This is 120 hours out into the future. Valid for 12 Zulu, 8 o'clock local time on the 1st of October. So this is as we're waking up in the morning and turning our calendars to the official commencement of spooky season. You can see our probabilities down there in the Southern Caribbean are already starting to take shape. You go to 144 hours and we are starting to exceed the initial threshold. They've been sitting comfortably around 20 to 40% over the last 4 to 5 days. You can see here as of the 2nd of October, 8 o'clock local time on the 2nd, we're now looking at about a 50% chance of our blend of probabilities developing something down there. At 168 hours, we creep up into about the 55-60 percentile before we finally peak just off the Yucatan and Belize coastline of Mexico. It crosses over into the Bay of Campeche, and then from there, the rest is history. You can kind of see that it branches off in multiple directions. That's more or less because we are so far. I keep looking at my phone. The camera's up here. Come on, David. It's late. I apologize. This is where we are so far out. We are beyond the 10-day window at this point. So naturally, the models are looking at different possible outcomes depending on the steering current, the timing of maybe upstream features over the United States, what this system looks like in terms of structure, intensity, etc. And then if you go to 288 hours out, you can see that from there, as we get into the second full week of October, the blended probabilities go anywhere between New Orleans or Central Florida. And that's precisely the reason we're staying a little bit on this subject tonight. Not only are we more or less killing time for Helene to come knocking on our doorstep, but I also want to get you guys up to speed on what my thought process is with this next feature. We'll switch over to our active cyclone product. I love using this model here, or this overlay on weathermodels.com. Because if you watch, what it does here is it helps to delineate between separate storms. So there goes Helene blowing up through Georgia into South and North Carolina before moving off towards the west as it gets into the lower Midwestern states right here. There goes Tropical Storm Isaac continuing off generally towards the east, towards the Azore Islands out there in the northwest or the northeast Atlantic, eventually becoming an issue for Spain, Portugal, and the rest of Europe. Down here, you can see what is likely to become Tropical Storm Joyce over the next few days, rocketing off towards the west. And then just upstream of that, we have another system that will likely try to take on the following name of Kirk. So as you can see, for those of you out there who were doubting this hurricane season, we are now starting to chisel out that named storm list. We're probably not going to make the 25 named storms as some of our more excessive preseasonal forecasts were alluding to, but we are definitely realizing, if you guys follow News 6 closely and why you watched our television hit, both Jonathan and I simultaneously, we did theorize that this season could be very backloaded, almost like a peak season bumped forward 3 to 4 weeks. And then if you look down there close to home, right as we get into October 1st, October 2nd, see those ensembles starting to perk up right over the Yucatan into the Yucatan Channel and crossing into the southern central Gulf of Mexico. And then if you just take this run all the way to the end, notice just about all the ensemble members, minus about 3 or 4 of them, 3 or 4 of them do take this up towards Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and Biloxi, Mississippi. But if you look at that, guys, that is a fairly decent signal across the state of Florida that we'll need to pay close attention to. This is enough of a signal to where a lot of us meteorologists out there are going to be watching this feverishly for the next 5 to 7 days just because of the fact that Helene is on top of us right now. If we didn't have a major hurricane already barreling into our local area, we wouldn't be as concerned with this so far out. But this was exactly what we saw with Helene, and look at where we are sitting here at 9:03 in the evening, ladies and gentlemen. And you can also see a couple of these individual ensemble members from the European model are indicating that our Cabo Verde wave could take its time to develop and actually sneak its way into the Caribbean or the Turks and Caicos Islands. So we got to be careful. We're not done with the hurricane season yet. I know Helene is going to have us tired out, but we're not quite all the way done with the season to its entirety. We're going to wander over to Tropical Tidbits so I can show you a couple of extra models, and then I will transition back to Helene so we can get back in business with that. So bear with me. If you guys have any questions in terms of what's going on right now with Helene, feel free to drop them in the chat. I am glancing over repetitively. And if you are, and that's not going to work, I don't know why. Let's go back to weather models. If you guys do have any questions about Helene, feel free to drop them in the chat. Or if you have any questions regarding the Caribbean, if you are tuning in from down there, or if you are a Floridian or someone who resides along the immediate Gulf coastline, feel free to ask as many questions as you want, because this is a very pivotal time for us in the hurricane season. We had some pretty good dry spells with no tropical cyclone activity out there, and now, unfortunately, we could be looking at the fall version of 2004. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but right now it does seem like our models are in agreement this far out that is an area that we do want to pay attention to. It's as simple as that. We're not going to put any predictions on landfall or intensity or anything like that. That would be getting way too out into the fictional land or the la la land area. So for now, we're just going to continue to keep an eye on it. And all I'm trying to do is get you guys to keep an eye on it as well and get you up to speed on what it is that we're seeing here in the News 6 office. Quick glance at our 18 Zulu GFS. There goes Helene blasting up and out of the AOR. You go down the road to the beginning of October. There goes our cyclogenesis, our development in the Caribbean of a storm system that looks to move near the Jamaica, Cayman Island area, get up closer towards a very familiar landfall track, develop even further in the Gulf, and then come across the state of Florida right there. If you come back to the 12Z model run, the 12Z model had something in the Gulf of Mexico looking at a very different solution, but still calling for development. And that's all we're looking for here, guys. I keep looking at the phone. That's all we're looking for here, guys. We're not looking at where this storm is going to go. Far too often do I see the weenies out there getting way too reactive over one model run. Oh, this storm is now coming towards this location. No. If there isn't anything on the table yet, we have no prowess or no educational reasoning, legitimate reasoning as to why we would announce to you all that this storm is going this way. That's not how this works. What we're doing here as forecasters is we're determining how much continuity can we build to establish that level of confidence to where we can start to brief you guys that we are expecting development. That also goes back to why National Hurricane Center puts the 0 for 20, 0 for 40, 20 for 60, et cetera probabilities on their tropical weather outlooks, or TWO for short. It goes that, for example, we'll go back to National Hurricane Center's homepage real quick. And right now, this yellow blip to the south of Helene, what that tells us is the official forecasters at NHC are on the same page as us. We have some continuity, we have some consistency showing in the ensembles and the regular models that something could develop down there. So with an 0 for 20 split, it's very casual, it's very token, it's nothing to be concerned about. It just shows that all the official sources are looking in that same general direction. So it's not something we're just making up or something that's very low confidence. There's enough confidence to where National Hurricane Centers feels the need to let everyone know. And then from there, obviously, we either go up in probabilities or we go down. That's neither here nor there. We have a lot of time to pay attention to, but I do want us paying attention to this, especially now that NHC has eyes on it, because it could unfortunately influence us here, there in the Sunshine State. Let's get back on over to Helene. Helene is getting very close to landfall. Yeah, in fact, we could see land. Yeah, I think a prediction of about a 9:45 p.m. to 10 o'clock landfall is pretty accurate. We should have our strongest winds beginning to hit right along the coast. In fact, I have some friends that I'm a part of a tropics chat with right up in the Perry area, and they're in ground zero as we speak. We are in ground zero or they are in ground zero right now. So I really hope that they're okay and they're going to stay safe and ride this system out. Thankfully, as you guys can see, we've been on the live stream for several hours now. I personally got on here with you all around 5:30 Eastern Standard Time, and this system was running parallel to Tampa. So in 3 hours, we've pretty much ascended the western seaboard of Florida. LC Seminole, excellent question. What exactly is steering Helene right now? So we have a frontal boundary and a upper level low that's off to its west and northwest that's helping to generate some southerly flow on its west side to pull it north. On the east side of it, just off the shore of the southeast and east coast United States, we have an anticyclonic area of high pressure. And those winds are flowing clockwise, also generating some southerly flow on the east side of the system, pushing it due north and northeast. So thankfully, again, you guys can see it here. Hopefully you saw it here first. And as you can see, we were locked in with this track for several days. I know there was a lot of people out there speculating, will this be an Ian? Will this be a Charlie? No, we can rest assured that this thing did cooperate. It did behave itself. And we are now looking at the last moments, technically, of Helene. Thankfully, and Lord willing, we will not continue to intensify any further. General question, let me move that other. What Atlantic hurricane had the fastest rapid intensification? There have been a few different hurricanes that immediately come to mind in terms of very quick rapid intensification. Hurricane Michael, an analog to this system, started out very sloppy near the Yucatan Peninsula and then very quickly within, I believe, a span of 24, 30 hours went all the way up to Category 5 level intensity. Last hurricane season, we had Hurricane Lee. Thankfully, a system that stayed far away from the southeast and the mid-Atlantic did cause some harm up there for Atlantic Canada, the extreme northeast United States. Lee bombed out from a weak Category 1 all the way to a solid Category 5 in a 12-hour window. It was overnight. We went to bed one night after doing a live stream on my personal YouTube channel. We were looking at a 75, 80-mile-an-hour Hurricane Lee at bedtime, and we woke up first thing in the morning, 160-mile-an-hour Hurricane Lee. Very impressive rapid intensification cycle. Hurricane Wilma, one that's I've seen been tossed around in the chat for a while. Also a prime example of rapid intensification and the strongest Atlantic hurricane in terms of central pressure to date. Still, Wilma has not been knocked off that pedestal. One block from Charlotte Harbor has water halfway from the road to house at 5 p.m. Hopefully that can continue to go down. We are on the weaker side of the system now, everybody in West Florida. Let me go back to the sub-regional sections of the satellite image so we can get a little bit more of a shot of the entirety of Florida. As you can see, guys, the center is on its way to landfall. We will be seeing landfall here within the next 30 to 45 minutes. We are now, for the majority of our viewing area in Central Florida, from the Four Corners, Volusia, Brevard County, all the way down the East Coast, and from Tampa Bay, Clearwater, and further to the south, we have to do battle with those sustained tropical level conditions. But here within the next couple are going to see a marked improvement. And thankfully, because of how fast the system is moving, we're going to end Thursday on a bit of a chaotic note, but Friday should start on a fairly positive note, especially as along the southwest quadrant of Helene, we get that wraparound dry air Jonathan and I signified to you guys earlier on the previous little bit of the live stream we did before that break. We should be looking at a pretty decent weekend in Central Florida and in the Panhandle especially, so we can get those recovery efforts underway. So Alexander Patterson, to tell you the truth, you're probably going to have to do a little bit of homework on that. See what kind of buoy data, local observed data you can pull up on a variety of different websites. I believe National Weather Service does have access to that type of data. We will have to see. I believe, as a matter of fact, yeah, I think that there's a water resources site or a water resources piece that shows Jonathan whenever he comes back with us later on tonight. He'll be able to elaborate a little bit more on that. Him and I have pulled it up actively in the weather center there at News 6. But there's a way to look at water heights, water levels for that specific area if we have the sensor out there. Unfortunately, that site escapes me right now. I'm not very well versed in that. The black and red color gives it a certain look of blank. Not going to say that word out loud. Nice touch. Yeah, that is the infrared satellite image. So you can see exactly how cold those cloud tops are. The darker, whiter shades closest to the center of circulation, those are your strongest thunderstorms. And you can see we are actually north side loaded in terms of that eye wall. We have those very strong bands forming up on the immediate north and northwest quadrant. They're closest to the center. If you guys can see my cursor, I'm looking right in through here. Right there, you can see that little kind of acetylene torch of thunderstorms rapidly moving around that center. That's your eye wall right there, your strongest core thunderstorms that are going to be moving into Perry, Florida here very soon. We're actually getting, it almost feels like the New Year Eve. It almost feels like New Year's Eve. We're counting down to Helene's landfall. And the reason I want to put that much emphasis into landfall is we get this system on shore, the faster we can be done and over with Helene. So we just got to get through these next couple of hours, and we're going to do it here together. Gary L, once again, I cannot confirm nor deny if we are seeing 20 feet of storm surge. I can jump off my phone live stream, but then I will lose the chat. I want to leave the chat up. Like I said, I have some buddies up there in the Perry area right now that are going to ride this storm out, and they are actually about to receive the worst that the system has to offer. So I'm a little, low key on the stress side for them. I hope they're going to be doing okay. I hope they're taking the necessary precautions to chase this system, but they're doing it wisely because it's coming in and it'll be there momentarily. In fact, I would argue in about 20 more minutes, that core of eye wall convection is probably going to be right on top of them. Leslie Sealer, yep. Forgive me if I butchered that last name. There are a lot of power outages in Florida right now, and they're going to continue to go uphill. Looks like we have some pretty decent convection rolling our way into, looks like right into the Fort Myers, Charlotte Harbor area, as a matter of fact. Let me go ahead and pull up some radar on here on College of DuPage. Let's go down to the Tampa radar. We have more tornado warnings in Georgia. We actually have a lot of active tornado warnings in Georgia. It's got to be that activity that Jonathan and I were talking about earlier. Yeah, we actually have some quality feeder bands moving through Florida right now, so we'll have to pay close attention to any kind of localized spin-ups with these things. They're going to be fairly weak, fairly short in duration. That is one plus that we typically, not in every case, we've seen hurricanes in the past spawn some pretty gnarly tornadoes, but I'd say generally 75% of the time with these tropical cyclones, they're quick but short-lived tornadoes. And when I say quick, short-lived, they spin up quick and they don't last for too long, and they're typically not very strong. Let's go up to the Tallahassee radar very quickly. And there she blows. We're getting very close. Very close. You can see the eye wall core convection firing right there, that very pronounced ring of strongest reflectivities. Lots of heavy rainfall into Tallahassee. You guys are probably seeing your winds very, very, very strong at this point. We should be getting into hurricane force winds, I'd imagine, with some of these heavier precip bands working their way through there. If not, if we do have anybody in there in Tallahassee, I believe her name was Michelle earlier in the live stream. Michelle, if you're still with us, I know you're not actually reporting or chasing this thing, but please give us an acknowledgement in the chat if you could, please, just so we know we still have you in the chat, in the live stream, and you haven't lost power and everything is okay. EF0, EF1, unknown snipers gang, anywhere between EF0, EF1, getting up into the EF2 range. That is typically the maximum threshold for tornadoes associated with tropical cyclones, just because of the nature of their formation. Now, again, granted, there's always that 25% shot that we get stronger tornadoes, and we saw with Beryl a couple of wedge and stovepipe tornadoes out there in Texas. So it's not out of the realm of possibility we get some stronger ones, but a majority of our twisters will be short-lived. There we go, Michelle. Very good. Glad you're still here. Demonic Killer, good, very good. How are the conditions in your local area in Tallahassee? It looks like we have power and winds are not too strong. Okay, very good, David. Thank you for tuning in. Perfect. I did see you guys post in the chat a little while ago. Yes, the extreme wind warning. As we get closer to landfall, those winds are only going to ramp up just a little bit further, but thankfully you will be on the west side of the system, so we do have that going for us. Keaton Beach, give me the geography. Where is Keaton Beach precisely? Because right now we're going to be honed in on the landfall site. If you are within the immediate vicinity of the landfall site, you're going to see the worst of this system. If you're anywhere else right now, just stay hunkered down, stay in place, and maintain your situational awareness. But right now, it is just about closing time. We're running for home base. And hopefully, we can wrap up this tropical troublesome game here very soon. Naturally, we're still going to have to deal with Helene and the leftovers of Helene for the next 2 or so days, especially as it begins the interaction with that frontal band, the jet stream, and that upper low to its west. But guys, the faster this system can get on shore, the quicker we can make Helene nothing more than a bad memory. Once again, Charlie Montgomery, please give me a bit of geography. I'm not currently in Florida, and I don't want to quickly look up the geography of Florida. So if you can give me some geography, where is Keaton Beach in relation to the center? If it is right there, if you are looking at this map and you can put Keaton Beach in the path of this system, then you can more or less kind of figure it out. How bad will it be in eastern Alabama? Jessica Ward, good question. It won't be too bad. You're going to be on the far weak side of the system. You can see that we do have that interaction here on radar up along the border of Georgia, Alabama, right in through there. We have that interaction with our stationary boundary and the wraparound moisture on the northern periphery of Helene. That's going to keep steady state showers and moderate level rainfall for much of eastern Alabama, but nothing in terms of very severe weather or very heavy rainfall. If Keaton Beach is 20 miles from Perry, then, oh, that's right. Now it's coming back to me. Keaton Beach is right there on the coast. Well, Keaton Beach is about to get wailed on, to tell you the truth. Leesburg, Florida is doing pretty good. We are all pretty much on the weak side of the system. Everybody down there in Central Florida, as you can see, we are now on final approach into the Big Bend. So everybody in Central Florida will still continue to feel the effects of Helene, the sustained effects for the next 4 to 6, possibly 8 hours maximum. But by sunrise tomorrow, we are definitely going to be starting to see this really drift off towards the north. Big shout out to not giving you my real name. That's a very cunning username, not gonna lie. I like that a lot. Not giving you my real name, period. They do, yeah. That's because of just how much wind and how much mass is rotating around these features as they go along. It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat how these systems work. Naturally, the destructive nature behind these features is not fun whatsoever, but it is always interesting and captivating to see exactly what these things do from an atmospheric science perspective. And correct, Chrissy, I agree. You can see that our core of strongest storms are still well to the south. Keaton Beach, Cedar Key, Perry, Florida, you guys are going to receive the direct north and northeast quadrant of that eye wall core. Not giving you my real name, you're very welcome. Sounds like I'm saying a statement before I say you're welcome. Ralph Cramden, elaborate. Why are his time references so far off? What do you mean? So I'm News 6 meteorologist David Nazario. Feel free to look me up, Weather Center _Nazario. That makes sense. Pensacola getting some strong winds, probably out of the north. We have that interaction between the pressure gradient and that temperature gradient supporting our stationary boundary off to the west of Helene. And then we have that sinking trough and cold pocket or upper low that's sinking down. So we're going to see some elevated winds across the spectrum. And that's another thing, too. I'll go ahead and zoom us out again. We'll go back to the actual satellite imagery here in a second. Let's go down to the regional sectors. Let's look at the southeast. So if you look, we do have Helene, massive bowling ball system. In fact, this is a great image right here. Perfectly symmetrical system getting very close to landfall here. We have strong winds in the form of temperature advection, cool air advection. You can see the cloud lines right here. You see these little thin lines down here off the coast of Texas, Louisiana. They're thin, straight lines. Those are called cloud lines or cloud streets, either or. Typically, cloud streets are found inland, either or. It's the same thing, just, over land, over ocean, but whatever. That shows that we have a sinking air mass sliding south over Dixie Alley. That's why if you look, we are void of any cloud cover whatsoever. We're looking at clear skies for much of Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. You wouldn't even think that there was a major hurricane just off to your immediate east. And then off the east coast of Florida and the rest of the southeast, pardon me, we have our high pressure that's helping to increase the pressure gradient winds on the east side of this system. So yes, it's a big system, but a lot of the local phenomena that's driving the winds in Pensacola, even in New Orleans, I have my buddy Mike out there letting me know that the northerly flow was giving some pretty white cap, rough, choppy conditions out there off of Lake Pontchartrain, because we have other forces driving the wind field around this system. It isn't just Helene alone. And some of the sensationalist posts out there on other social media platforms are making it sound like Helene was just this gigantic hurricane unlike we've ever seen before, and that's not really the case. David Talkington in Tennessee, absolutely. We're going to get a lot of rain up in Tennessee. Not really too sure about West Virginia, though. I don't think we're going to receive too much in West Virginia. That's going to be more frontal than actual Helene at that point. Helene will be dipping west in association with the upper level cold pocket that's currently trying to spin up right in through here. You can see this cloud band being sheared off towards the west as our jet stream tries to deepen a little low pressure there. Mika, very close, very close. And I believe the eye is around 25 to 30 miles an hour, if I'm not mistaken. 25 to 30 miles an hour. 25 to 30 miles wide, I'm sorry, for the eye circumference or diameter. Let's go back to National Hurricane Center, see if we've gotten any updates on them. Update. I was afraid of that. We were at 140 miles an hour, so we are still strengthening. As of 9 o'clock, we are at 140 mile an hour winds sustained in the center. Central pressure is starting to bottom out, though, thankfully. I think this is it. We've reached the cap. Florida Coastal Monitoring Program tower located on Cedar Key recently reported a sustained wind of 55 miles an hour and a wind gust of 73 miles an hour. So we are getting into those hurricane force conditions right around our potential landfall location. It is moving very fast. Fibonacci 1911. It is moving very quick. Mika Jacobs, you're very welcome. Twilight Firefly, welcome back. I wouldn't be surprised, 939, but thankfully, I really do think we're going to bottom out here. Well, not necessarily bottom out. This system probably still has a lot of gas left in the tank, but we are so close to landfall that we are not going to realize the full extent of what Helene has to offer. Thankfully, we are going to just be into a forced cap at this point as this system gets very close to landfall. There we go. We are just about there. Eye wall finally coming ashore, which means we are moments away now, ladies and gentlemen, from Helene's landfall. Technically speaking, this might sound a little exciting, and I don't say exciting in a good way. I mean just exciting in the nature of the term itself. But we're about to witness history because Helene is likely a name that will be put down in the record books and retired for the rest of our natural life. So as we ride this storm out together, folks, this is it. We're coming on in for a landfall. Looks like it might even be a little sooner than our 9:45 prediction just based on visual imagery extrapolation. We're probably going to be coming in here in about another 10. I think maybe 9:45 looks pretty solid. Let's see, guys. Let's go ahead and see if that random prediction I threw out to you guys earlier is going to verify. We're going to be very close. I said 9:45 at the earliest is when that eye is going to touch the shoreline and we can officially announce a landfall. Ocala's doing okay. Ocala's going to be okay. We are on the backside of the system now. Everybody in Central Florida at this point is on the backside of the system. Conditions can only get better from here. which is great news. Everybody from the Orlando metro area, the Four Corners counties, to the immediate north near Daytona Beach, Daytona International Speedway, Jacksonville, St. Augustine, your conditions are still going downhill. We are not on the backside of this system yet. We are going to close the gap just a little bit over the next couple of hours. But as we get closer to landfall, we can get this system inland and start to weaken it down. Is it a good thing that it's moving very fast? Yes. It is always a give and take with Mother Nature. In this case, it is good that it is moving fast because for much of our West Coast and Central Floridians, we are only going to realize so much of what Helene has in terms of impacts. The bad news is for folks in the immediate path of this system into interior northern Florida, Georgia, northern Georgia, and Tennessee, we will see a bit more oomph in this system as it rapidly accelerates in your general direction. Exercise water heart. Unfortunately, we have not. Unfortunately, there's been consistent, kind of just neutral news with this system. Eric Burns, it's another thing, another valid point. Given the fact that we are still in a deepening phase, a intensification phase with this system, if it did slow down, that would be problematic. We would definitely have to hope for some good luck or a miracle from above that this thing were to cave in on itself, because clearly it has not done that. We are now at a 140 mile an hour Cat 4 hurricane. That is definitely a mid-grade Category 4 hurricane, which means we will likely have embedded gusts beyond Category 5 intensity. Category 5 is the strongest category out there, which means immense and extensive damage if you are to realize any of those kind of gusts or intermittent conditions, even if it be just in the blink of an eye or the snap of a finger. Anyone have any idea how Bradenton is doing right now? My boat is currently getting new upholstery done at Boaters World over there. They said it's being kept inside, but still worried. Bradenton should be clearing out by this point in time. We're likely still seeing some surge, some strong winds, onshore flow out of the south and west. If you think about it, if you follow my cursor, these are the winds around our storm. In fact, on this website, we do have a way to toggle data. Whoops, I don't want to turn it off. We do have a way to toggle some wind flow. I believe there are streamlines on here. Let me see, mesoanalysis and the streamlines. There we go. And as you can see, we have that southerly flow and the southwesterly flow on the south side of this system. So Tampa Bay, Bradenton, Brandon, Hillsborough, Pinellas County, and a little further to the north of there, we are still realizing the onshore flow with this system. But thankfully, we're putting some distance between us and Helene's center. So conditions will only continue to go uphill. That is one. If we want positive news in the chat, we are seeing the worst that this storm has to offer, if not just about, up there in the Big Bend area of northern Florida. Cedar Key, Keaton Beach, Perry, Florida, you are about to experience the brunt of major Hurricane Helene. However, on a positive note, everybody in our general viewing area, Central Florida, South Florida, everywhere who were afraid that this could take a hard right turn a la Ian or Charlie, we are now officially going to see upward conditions or improving conditions as we go through tonight. And Lord willing, tomorrow morning we can wake up and things will be pretty much in the clear. I'm in Clearwater right now. It's not raining whatsoever. The wind has died down a lot. Excellent. Not giving you, I'm going to just NGYMRN, since the Navy and the Air Force love acronyms. I'm just going to say not real name. Never mind. Trying to make a poor joke and I'm too tired to rattle it out. But that's excellent news in Clearwater that things are trending down. We're going to continue to see improvements throughout the night. We still have to do battle with some stray thunderstorms on the backside of the system. You can see some convection bubbling in the southwest corner of the state, just off the immediate coastline over the Gulf Stream, nearest to the Bahamas in the Miami area. But that's about it. For the rest of the night, everybody, ladies and gents, for Central Florida anyways, we're just going to continue to improve. We're going to continue to improve. Exercise Water Heart. Check out his personal channel where he does weather stuff too. Weather Centers are great content. Joined Just Weather earlier this month. This and that channel are great. Thank you very much for that. That means a lot. And I do recognize your profile and username as well. So thanks for coming on over from Weather Center Nazario and joining us here on Just Weather on News 6. It is 9:32. We are going to zoom in using the dual pole NexRad radar, and we are going to count it down together, ladies and gentlemen. We got to be imminent. Imminent, yes. We're starting to see the eye wall come ashore right now. Not the eye itself, but the eye wall. We are very close to landfall. Extremely close. It does look like we might just be beyond 9:45. It doesn't seem like we are close enough to realize a landfall in 10 minutes, but between the 9:45 and talk rough estimation I gave you guys earlier, we're going to be close. We're definitely going to be close. Derek Cross, yes, a lot of us have been getting lucky, very much so. I'm very thankful that I didn't buy into the early stress with so many even big weather sources out there local to Florida discussing the potential that this will march east, because I am too far away from home right now for that kind of intense activity to go down. To Discover EDM, thank you very much. I do sincerely appreciate that. And we're not done yet, folks. We're going to stick with you even beyond landfall. We got about another just under an hour and a half to spend together. So please give me your questions, give me your comments, give me your concerns. Matrix, you are indeed correct. And the problem with this fast moving system is the fact that we are not going to likely upwell the Gulf of Mexico as much as we could have with a slower moving system or a broad disorganized system. Not giving you my real name, definitely please stay in the chat then. It's nice to know that you have lost power but still have the capabilities of communicating to us. And please, nobody twist those words. I'm not saying it's good that they've lost power. I'm saying it's good that we still have connection with them despite having lost power. Because I do. I want to make sure that you guys are my eyes and ears. I am not in Florida, unfortunately, and it pains the living daylights out of me that I am not down there right now. So I'm thankful for you guys. You guys are my eyes and ears right now. Honestly, if you want to join me over on Weather Center Nazario, my personal page where I can cut loose just a little bit more, I'll bring you up to speed on how painful of a process it's been leading up to this system. Because dang, it's been like pulling teeth. Talk about tense, stressful, aggravating. Have we ever created a hurricane in a laboratory setting? As far as I know, and I do have access to classified material, as far as I'm aware, no. Too many children are being slaughtered, and if I was, this would be just the what? Okay, anyways, I'm going to pretend I didn't read that comment out loud. Weather manipulation perfected by HARP decades ago. Stay safe. Documentary The Dimming. Wind picking up in Jacksonville. Jennifer Summerlin, yes, you're definitely going to be seeing the winds picking up out of the east. We have that east coast gradient. I do believe we're still seeing some tornadic activity up there. I'm going to transition away very briefly. We're still going to catch the landfall, but I do want us to check on our Georgia friends up there because we have that continuous slew of supercells working their way inland. So yeah, take a look at all this, folks. We have lots of little tiny supercell bean-shaped storm structure out there. And I'm just about positive we have a number of active warnings. Yes, Effingham, Georgia, Lawrence, Effingham, Georgia, Bryan, and Chatham, Georgia. We have active tornado warnings, and we do have one that is on the ground. Bryan and Chatham, Georgia. We have an observed tornado, so make sure if you are watching or you know someone in that area, let them know to be in their safe space right now. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. I'm willing to bet it's this one right there. I can see that little supercell wrapping up in itself. It's very possible, Austin S. Not too sure about Western North Carolina. I think this will mainly be a waterspout and first 100 or so miles along the coastline or the east side of each of these states, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Really don't even think we're going to get much activity up here in Virginia, even though I know that's next up after North Carolina. Yeah, PM. We've had consistent run-to-run GFS and Canadian model data indicating a system up there. Justin James, I did not see your comment. You didn't answer me earlier. Maybe my comment was too long. This is the fourth hurricane in 58 years, 3 of which were the last 8 years. Isn't that weird? For this particular location, or do you mean for the state of Florida? Because if that's for the state of Florida, Dustin, that's definitely a little inaccurate, unless you're talking about particularly the Big Bend. Which even then, I'm pretty sure we've had more hurricanes up there, if I'm not mistaken. I've been seeing a lot of graphics highlighting our prior landfalls. Gonna switch the radar again back down to the south. Justin James, it's just the nature of the beast with that game of timing that we were discussing earlier in the live segment. Tropical meteorology and tropical forecasting is very much like a game of chess. You have to monitor the game pieces on the board very closely, and that'll dictate what the end game, not to get too Marvel Avengers on you, but that'll dictate what the end game looks like for your tropical cyclone. In this case, you can clearly see, based on the fact that we're actually seeing a cutoff low, not an actual just general low pressure area steering Helene from the west, that shows you that we were mint in terms of lining this system up to take it on its course that we're seeing in front of us right now. If we missed that cutoff low, or if that cutoff low came down too fast or came down too slow, we'd be looking at something totally different right now. So it's a very tricky game of timing. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on there. Please ignore, folks. Ignore. Unfortunately, I'm not the head of this YouTube channel, so I can't boot anybody. Starting to hear very low wind howling. That would make sense. Tallahassee is right up in through here, so we're not in the core of strongest thunderstorms just yet, and we may barely miss it to our east, but the wind speeds will start to increase and they will go up fairly quickly. Edwina Valdosta is going to receive this storm very soon. Within the next 2 to 3 hours, we are going to have the worst conditions on your doorstep. Since this system is moving fairly quickly, we are not going to see it diminish as fast as other systems in the past. That is once again one of the double-edged factors about these fast-moving hurricanes. I would anticipate we will probably lose hurricane status once this gets into about the middle portion of Georgia, right around where the what is it? The Macon area and the Warner Robins area is. We'll probably end up seeing this system drop for hurricane status. But until then, we are going to have, at the minimum, a Category 1 tracking through much of Georgia. The southern half of Georgia, I should say. Yep, here we go. We are right on the cusp of a landfall. As some of those other YouTube channels love to hype up their thumbnails, this is the part where you'd have the giant arrow and the huge capital bold letters. Here we go! Lena, it is far too early to answer that question accurately. To tell you the truth, personally, before picking up the wonderful position with News 6, we've been doing fairly good for ourselves with our internal weather center forecasts. We predicted that we would have 2 to 3 systems hit the Florida area this hurricane season. This is numero dos. We actually got really close to verifying a multi-month forecast. It was back in March, April, May, give or take. I was discussing with my viewers over on my YouTube channel that I do anticipate Florida will receive their first hurricane in the month of August, and we had Debbie. So we've been doing fairly well for ourselves with my little internal forecasts that I've generated myself. So I want to say, to tell you the truth, I can see there being another system. I really can. especially since we are going into a fairly active state in the Atlantic. Anything at this point, given the fact that we're getting further into fall, we will have stronger frontal systems, stronger dips in our polar front jet stream over the United States. So at this point, if we were to see a storm in the Gulf, a storm in the Southern Caribbean, it will be a southeast or east coast United States issue unless it were to remain fairly weak. Clicks and coins. Exactly, Chrissy. Exactly. And they're very reactive to model runs. It's one of these days here on Just Weather and on News 6 and over on Weather Center Nazario. I really want to take you guys through the actual forecast process, show you what it truly means to generate a weather forecast. Because a lot of these other YouTube channels out there that say they're giving you a forecast, all they're doing are reading models. And I have full faith and confidence that every single one of you, the 700 plus who are watching this right now, I have a feeling and I'm confident you're all smart enough to crack open your favorite weather website and look at a couple models and be able to see, okay, it's going this way. That truthfully is not a forecast. So I'd love to do some educational segments here on the channel and on other social media platforms. But obviously, once Mother Nature starts to cooperate a little bit more. Panaman, Winter Haven's doing pretty good. My family is in that general area, Winter Haven. Winter Haven, Davenport, Haines City, Poinciana, they're doing okay. They're doing okay down there. A little windy. Power's been going on and off down in that area with these these feeder bands and the squall lines coming through. But thankfully, the Polk County, Sumter County, Osceola County area is doing okay. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll go ahead and drop that in the chat real quick. But I'm also going to mainly be dual hatting here with Jonathan and a little bit more full time on the Just Weather channel once I'm back in Central Florida. So be on the lookout for the two of us and be on the lookout for our information and our updates and our segments, our future segments in between significant weather on either channel. Network speed test, it's far too early to tell. We don't have a storm on the game board just yet. We only have an area of interest marked 0 for 20. So it's just an area that we're going to keep an eye on. That's what that 0 for 20, that yellow blip means. It's another thing that a lot of the social media folks, the unofficial sources, love to get excited about. We get a yellow blip on the homepage of National Hurricane Center, and everyone immediately says explosive development, and that's not what that means. The state, there's levels to this, as you know, some of our rat fans out there, there's levels to this game. When there's a yellow area, all that means is it's interesting, kind of like raise an eyebrow. Maybe a tropical system. When you get into the orange area, you kind of have like this kind of a look. You still got the eyebrows raised, but you're leaning in a little bit, like, okay, maybe a tropical cyclone. Then when it's code red, most of the time, not every time, we're really leaning in with both eyebrows open, like, okay, tropical cyclone. Doesn't mean that it's for sure going to develop. I can't tell you how many different times I've seen the keyboard warriors out there mention, we got a yellow blip, rapid intensification. It's like there's nothing there yet. What's rapidly intensifying? Idaho is doing just fine, Travis. Sarasota is only going to be improving at this point. Matrix, I'm fairly certain I know exactly whom you're talking about. Lake City, Florida should be only improving from this point as well. If I'm not mistaken, we are also on the south side of Helene at this point. It is 9:47. We're getting very close. Let's see if we can let's see. You guys can test my skills here on the live stream. I just simply used a technique called extrapolation, and I said between 9:45 to 10 o'clock we are going to see landfall. Let's see. Let's see if I can prove my worth to the News 6 team and to you guys here in the chat right now. Let's go ahead and zoom back in on the radar and see how close we are to landfall. Yep, we're getting there. We're right on the threshold at this point. Nah, truthfully, we're gonna bust. It's gonna be after 10 o'clock. It's gonna be very close, but I'm not gonna go ahead and try to amp it up a little bit. It's gonna be after 10 o'clock. This system's gonna landfall. See, Michelle Sparks, yes, Central Florida is going to be in the clear for sure. Orlando is okay. We still have to pay attention to our overnight potential for isolated thunderstorms, but at this point, if I zoom you back out on the satellite image, let me go back to the satellite once again. Got to go back up here, go to the satellite, and we'll go into our sub-regional section. We'll come down here to Florida. As you can see, we are now on the southeast quadrant of the storm. So the worst of the storm is now beyond. The dirty side of the storm has now just about exited our AOR. Thank you, Magoo721. I appreciate the 5-minute margin of error. There's always a margin of error in meteorology, so thank you very much for respecting that. Cape Canaveral, Cindy is going to be doing just fine. Cape Canaveral is not even seeing really much cloud cover right now, looking at the satellite imagery. There's a tiny armband about to hit us in Osceola County. Yeah, I can see it right in through here. There's some cloud tops beginning to shoot up in the overall, what looks to be cirrus band. You got it, Daniel Schwartz, AOR. That's military terminology right there. There's been a few folks who have called me out on that before they even knew I was military. They were like, AOR. Why does that sound Air Force-y? As bad as these are, there is nothing like the bluest of blue skies the day after a hurricane. Ralph, to spread some positivity, I completely agree. After Hurricane Charlie more or less obliterated my area in Kissimmee, no power, no emergency services, no nothing. It was so cool and so tranquil after the storm. I remember we all slept comfortably despite having no AC because it was crystal clear and quiet outside. It was almost a little eerie, come to think about it, but it was very peaceful after the fact. Lisa's beautiful journey. Do you mean Tampa Airport? When you say TPA, the ICAO, I'm not too sure what the ICAO is for Tampa, but I believe TPA is Tampa Airport. Napkin just flew off my table. Learn, we will rebuild. I promise. Yes, and lights are on and off too in my house, Apopka. Natalia, I hope you guys are doing okay up there, especially with the animals outside. Wachula is going to be getting rain. Yes. Yes, definitely. As you guys can see, though, I'm definitely glad that National Hurricane Center adjusted their forecast, though. I'm not too sure why throughout the day yesterday we had the system bumping west. It was definitely moving more towards the east. It was definitely going to be more of an east side biased landfall, and I'm glad they accommodated for that today. Jess 23, really, in Kissimmee, what part specifically? I was near the, if you're familiar, Kissimmee Elementary, Kissimmee Middle School, Osceola Square Mall at the time, now Plaza del Sol, I think is what it's called in Osceola County. So please let me know, Jess 23, if you wouldn't mind. Natalia, no, not at this point. We're going to be on the backside of this system, so any occasional thunderstorm, especially overnight, since we don't have that daytime or diurnal instability working against us like we did earlier today, there is the potential for an isolated severe storm. Don't get me wrong, but at this point, we're just going to continue to see the conditions improve as this system gets some distance between us. Remember that, folks. For us in Central Florida, especially those on the West Coast, Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg, where we were expecting hellacious amounts of flooding and severe activity, we are now putting distance between us and the hurricane. We're not closing the gap. Earlier this morning, we were closing the gap, getting closer and closer to game time. Now we are expanding the gap. So we're in that positive phase now. We can all slowly but surely take our foot off the gas and finally pump the brakes a little bit. Yeah, actually, it does. Wow. Yeah, it does look like it is trying to get as much energy out of itself as possible. This is what I was telling you guys earlier. If you guys recall some of the discussions with Alberto and with Beryl and with Francine, the geography of the Bay of Campeche, that southern Yucatan, southern Mexico, that bowl-shaped region, we're kind of seeing those isolated influences here on Helene's center. It looks like with that opposite shape or that opposite side where the Big Bend is like a half bowl. And so it's naturally helping this system try to tighten up a little bit more. But I do agree with the individual in the chat. Let me see. Already missed it. To discover EDM, yes, I do agree. It looks like the eye wall is trying to tighten up right before impact. Alexander, Atlanta, no, it's not going to get hit intensely, but you are still going to likely see tropical storm conditions with as fast as this system's ripping along. I'm in Pasco, a mile from the coast. It's not really bad at all. Gennaro 79, I'm assuming down there near the Tampa area, the west coast in Pinellas County. I fully agree, Natalia. Fully agree. And I just realized I had a very blonde moment, Gennaro 79. I said in Pinellas County, you said Pasco. Hello. Sorry about that. Alexander for Atlanta? No, I wouldn't be worried. Your biggest threat up there is definitely going to be the heavy rainfall with this system on approach. Wow, yeah, that eye wall is shrinking. Helene is a whole menace. Helene is a menace. It is trying its best to strengthen as much as it can. Let me see if we've got another update at all. Nope, this is still the 9 o'clock update. I don't know if they're going to do any more updates at this point. So I think the official, unless they go back for a post analysis, post storm analysis, I really don't think we're going to get another update at 10. I mean, we might. We're very close to landfall, and they might do an hourly update at this point with it being so close. I'm very curious to see if it has strengthened at all from that 9 p.m. update to now. Yeah, we are right there. So we're going to be close. That 5-minute leeway that somebody mentioned in the chat just might do the trick. It looks like we are about to see landfall here any moment. Alexander, yes, I normally do live in Central Florida when I'm not operating with the military. Jim D on the satellite imagery, the black colors here are just cooler cloud tops. So if you look along the right-hand side here, this is a key to the satellite colors, the color code, or the what is it? The I guess we'll call it the color gradient. I forget the name of the color table. There we go, of this satellite enhancement. And so if you look, the black shades as they transition to the gray and then the white would indicate cloud top temperatures between 73 Charlie, maybe 70 degrees Charlie, up to about 100 degrees Charlie, negative, below zero. So these are very very cold cloud tops, very high in the atmosphere. Oh, I am not in Central Florida right now, Alexander. I'm in Virginia, like I said, with the military up here. Not at the moment. Ocala's doing okay. I forget where Cape Coral is, folks. If you guys could let me know where your location is in relation to the Florida Peninsula, West Coast, East Coast, Northwest Coast, Southwest, Northeast, Southeast, etc. Enough media, I completely agree. Anytime a nighttime storm rolls in, especially of this magnitude, it is a spooky type of situation, especially if you don't have any visibility out there. Exercise Water Heart, thank you for joining us tonight. Have a great rest of your evening. Be safe out there. Chinese made steel toe. Yes, Ocala is doing okay. We are on the outer fringe of the east side of the system. Oh yeah, Magoo 729, you would die if you were at negative 100 degrees Charlie. What you call super cooled water droplets. Oh, then yeah, Cape Coral is sitting pretty right now. We are on the weaker side of the system for sure. Thank you, Gennaro79. I appreciate it. Same thing with Elisa or Alyssa. Thank you. Transformers blowing in Jacksonville. That makes sense. We probably have a very good onshore flow gradient on the northeast side of the system, just ripping in off the coast. That's what a few of us were afraid of up here at the Fleet Weather Center. We have forces up there because we have a big naval station in Jacksonville, and they wanted to disperse all their personnel and their assets just to be safe because that onshore gradient was likely going to produce damaging winds. Alexander, you can definitely get some rest. If you are going to get some rest, I would say right now, just so this way you could be up at around 6 o'clock when Helene, although weakening, is going to be coming up. Bill's doing okay. We're on the southeast side of the storm now. Steenhatchee is probably feeling some hellacious impacts right now. So Hurricane Michael, JDK, much stronger. Bonafide Category 5. This is a Category 4, so splitting hairs in terms of its destructive amount or its overall destructive ability. But, I mean, I would definitely still say Michael was the more treacherous system, for sure. See, are we going to get a 10 o'clock update? I'm very curious to see if we're going to get a 10 o'clock since we are a minute away now. Nope, it does not look like we're going to get a 10 o'clock intermittent. Worst of the storm should be inland just about into Perry right now. Derek Cross, actually, you read my mind just now. I was going to say if there's anybody from Perry, Florida in here tuning in, that'd be great. Alexander, like I said, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, give or take around sunrise. Atlanta still has some time. We're barely at landfall here in Florida. Did we get that 10 o'clock update? There we go. 939 millibars. Whoa, I don't know what that aneurysm was. 939 millibars. Max sustained winds still sitting at 140, and I want to say that that is it. That is where we're going to bottom out. That is where we are going to bottom out, ladies and gentlemen, because this thing is going to be making landfall momentarily. Right on that fringe. It looks like at the last second it kind of darted to the left ever so slightly to avoid making an early landfall. Oh, D. Morgan, you're very welcome. Looks like it will pass Tally from right to left. I'm not too sure what you mean by right to left, but it's going to be missing Tallahassee to the right. And in fact, looking at this, it seems as if we're going to be right on the nose of that strong band of thunderstorms. So we're probably still going to get very sporty in Tallahassee. Alexander, thank you very much. I do appreciate that sincerely. Lake City, Florida, and rain starting to pick up. Kyla Lee, wonderful observation. Thank you very much. Maybe 20 to 30 miles max so far in Tallahassee. Okay, very good. That must mean that this is still a very north and east side loaded system. I'm looking at these very strong convective towers right there on the northwest quadrant of the eye. And I'm wondering if that's going to get into Tallahassee. Let me see if we can pull that up. There should be a way. Okay, so yeah, there's Tallahassee. We are on, like I said, the nose of those very strong convective towers, your strongest eye wall convection up there. Yeah, I think that's a very good extrapolation there. Where did it go? I just lost the comment. Eric Burns, looks like the eye is heading right for Valdosta. Valdosta. I already forgot how to pronounce the word. I'm getting tired. Honestly, me too. I agree. I wish we could see a live camera. It looks like we are just about there, though. It looks like this is it. We are about to landfall any second now. And obviously, you guys have to remember that these images, these satellite frames are updating every couple of minutes. Like our next update right now, for example, is going to come out in about 2.5 minutes. So by then it could be already on shore. Yeah, to discover EDM for sure. It is coming on shore. I think we are witnessing landfall right now. It looks like the strongest stuff is on shore. Perry is getting the brunt of it. Perry is probably getting ripped right now. Valdosta. Valdosta. Oh yeah, there's strong winds in there. If you extrapolate that down from radar beam level, we're probably sitting at around 140, 145, as National Hurricane Center mentioned. Scott Johnson, it's usually closest to landfall, the dome of water that is lifted up above the traditional sea level is induced or started by the low pressure center of a tropical cyclone. The wind pushing it further inland on the right side only exacerbates the issue, but usually that dome of water follows the center of circulation. Valdosta. Yeah, there's a bit of a Valdosta. All right, anyways, I'm gonna just start saying Val in Georgia just for the sake of not incorrectly saying it while we focus on all this other stuff going on. We're gonna get another loop update, another frame update on the satellite, and I'm fairly certain we are probably at landfall. Yes, Edwin Jones, there have been a few confirmed tornadoes, particularly more so in Georgia and South Carolina. But we have had a multitude of tornado warned cells down here in Florida. So the tornado risk is definitely active, alive, and well. Here we go. Update to the satellite loop. And there it is. I would call that a landfall. That is it. We have landfall, folks. Going right across Perry. Perry is going to be in the eye here in the next 20 minutes or so. Eye is going to go right overhead. So they will likely see a clearing for a little while before the backside of the system gets cranking. But, oh, my neck. There we have it, folks. Helene is now moving inland. And we were close. It is about 10:04, 10:05 p.m. And we made it. We made it. So a little early by 5 minutes, give or take, in my little extrapolation forecast earlier. Yeah, pretty close, Edwin Jones. Very close. Poke vibes or poke vibes, I agree. Yeah, I don't know why National Hurricane Center had us over to the west during their forecasts yesterday. This was always going to be more of a Perry, Florida landfall for a while now. All the models were calling it GFS, even the Canadian, the Euro. Icon had it to the east. Valdosta, pronounced like pasta. Valdosta. Yeah, a little bit, Edwin. But we're gonna hang tough. We're gonna hang with you guys for about another 50 minutes, and then we're gonna call it quits. Tomorrow is my last duty day with the Navy up here, and then I'll be traveling back home to Florida early in the morning on Saturday. Thankfully, just in time for all this to have blown through. I do agree. This is 2 for 2 now. Both hurricanes in Florida, and we doubled down with this one. We had Cat 1 Debbie, now we have Cat 4 Helene. Unprecedented. Anybody out there, and this comes from Weather Center Nazario, not News 6 Nazario, but anybody out there who has the audacity to leave a comment on this live stream or anybody else's videos or any unofficial sources' videos saying bust hurricane season, no, you're spitting in the face of everybody who had to leave their homes in the wake of Hurricane Helene. You're spitting in the face of folks who are losing things right now. You're spitting in the face of folks who will probably have their lives changed forever after this hurricane comes through. So if you out there in the live stream right now, or if you're watching this in the future after it is concluded, want to still come after meteorologists, especially the bigwigs who did the preseason forecast and say, bust, y'all were wrong, please refrain. Please have some respect. Please have a little bit of empathy. Just because a hurricane didn't hit your area doesn't mean that everybody got out unscathed. In fact, I would argue this has been quadruple more impactful than last year. Last year we had 20 named storms. We had 3 landfalls. This hurricane season we've had 9 named storms now. We've had 8 landfalls. Well, actually no, 7 landfalls. Because Isaac's not going to hit anybody. Gordon didn't hit anybody. So yeah, we've only had 2 storms miss landfall at this point. Kim, absolutely. Absolutely, honestly. It's been baffling seeing some, and it doesn't help that these unofficial sources out there egg it on. Helene, for example, I can't tell you how many people, unofficial, not actual, educated, credentialed meteorologists, but unofficial folks doing it in their home office and whatnot, were saying this was not going to develop. This is going to be sloppy. This is going to be a tropical storm. This will not be a major hurricane. Like, so many different things, so many inconsistencies. And that's why it pains me when I have recurring viewers over on the Just Weather page or over on my personal page leaving comments saying, why are you saying something totally different from this person? It's like, well, because I probably took a deeper look than they did at their 1 or 2 model runs before making their excited video. To discover EDM, I'm not even too sure about the wrong numbers, so no need to apologize at all, but I do appreciate that. Ralph Cramden, I absolutely agree. Somebody on a previous video of mine actually did mention that, preseason forecasts go out the window the moment you are there hearing the knock on the door about mandatory evacuations. Technically speaking, yes. Eric Burns, technically speaking, yeah. Alexander, it is going to start dissolving right now that it's moving ashore. We're going to lose that hot water source, the internal combustion engine, like in the hood or under the hood of your car. It's going to finally shut down. We're going to start to see the energy dispersed. It's going to take a little bit because this is a pretty big whopper of a hurricane, so it's not going to just poof. We're going to still hang out with Hurricane Helene for another 6 to 12 hours. Jim D, I do agree. I do agree. But there you have it, folks. Let's go ahead and zoom out to the big picture now. Yeah, it looks like we have some decent thunderstorms firing near Lake Okeechobee, Polk, Osceola County. I am seeing that on the satellite. I can see some pop-off convection in the southeast quadrant of the system. Yes, Florida Guy 1919, the wind field will widen after landfall. Widen, not in a bad sense, though. Once it begins to widen, that means that the center is starting to lose its spin. These tropical cyclones, they get so tightly wound up because they're spinning so fast near the center. So when you see it starting to broaden out, that means the center is slowing down. It is a dissipating system. Jonathan, I do agree. It's a somber night. It's a very somber night. We're not seeing anything right now because unfortunately all I can do is provide you guys with a long distance digital, bit of coverage, but next storm, mark my words, I'm going to be out there in the trenches. I want to be out there in the field. I really do. I really do. I want to be out there showing you guys the full extent of these storms and helping with search and rescue afterward, especially with my military background. That's why it's been so painful watching this happen, being separated from you guys, from my family, my friends out there, my team out there at News 6. It's been rough, very rough watching this happen, especially seeing some of the early model runs showing a major hurricane, and now we're seeing it. Talk about painful. Talk about painful. Not fun. And Big Navy was not helping at all, but a story for another time. Why does the storm go so far to the north in particular? Corey Creed, do you mean this storm in particular, or in general, why do the storms lift to the north? Oh, it looks like he retracted his comment. Is landfall in Cedar Key? I'm not too sure. It's definitely going right into Perry, Florida, though. Again, Adalia had its sights set on that location. So did Debbie. Now we have Helene. Davis Jackson, you are in Mayo, Florida, about 20 miles from Perry. What are you seeing out there? Edwin Jones, I've missed you guys. It's been weird. Very weird. When everything went kaput and I couldn't get live for you guys, it was rough. Everything's just been rough. I cannot wait to be back on Saturday. We won't have a new projected path just yet. We got to give it a little under an hour. At 11 o'clock, they'll update the cone. At least I do not believe that they've updated the cone right now. We may have gotten that 10 o'clock intermediate advisory on the stats, but we are not going to get an actual cone forecast until 11 o'clock. There it is right there. This is as of 8 p.m. This, I believe, was the 5 o'clock track, and you can see that it will be just beyond Atlanta. So it looks like Atlanta, Georgia is going to receive the worst from what's left of Helene as it weakens down into a storm at around 10 to noon o'clock tomorrow. Obviously, I know that noon o'clock is not a real thing, but you know what I mean. Jose Camacho reporting from Valdosta, Georgia. It's definitely going to go downhill as we go a little bit deeper into the night, maybe closer to midnight. Oh, pardon me. It's been a long day. Davis Jackson, you're a prime example, my friend, about why it is that I dispel any type of ignorance in any live stream or live weather forum that I'm a part of. Because it is not fair. I don't see anybody out there making their foolish comments about hype and fear mongering actually brave enough to report on the storm, let alone forecast for the storm, and God forbid go into the storm. So we definitely feel for you. Still hearing random noises. Oh, well, that is the interaction of the storm with the jet stream and a developing low pressure system to its northwest that's helping to steer the system. That's why we're seeing all this extra cloud cover off towards the north side of it versus the south. It's actually kind of helping to ventilate the center a little bit, and that's likely why we saw acceleration in the winds right up till landfall. That's another thing too, Matrix. Yeah, we're probably getting a lot of trolls and comments from folks in freaking, I don't know, North Dakota. Not all, no, T. Adams. Hurricanes come in all shapes and sizes. All different shapes and sizes. This is a fairly large hurricane. Jim Allen, thank you very much for that kind comment, for sure. Honestly, Jonathan and I, truthfully, the whole new 16, we were talking about this since end of August into early September. Him and I were, especially during our training shifts together, discussing the potential of a hurricane coming up towards Florida. I let my superiors know in the Navy that, hey, look, I might be away on my training at the end of the month, and there could be a hurricane rolling through. And this was right after the Labor Day holiday. So we've had eyes on this for a while now. It's just unfortunate that sometimes the good information gets lost in the sauce with all the weird information that's out there. Ken, yes, we are now moving inland. We have officially had landfall. Southwest Virginia could see the eye of this by tomorrow with increased risk of tornado activity. Also has to be a bad one for that to happen. Morgana, no, Southwest Virginia is not going to see this. I'm actually in Southeast Virginia right now, and we are not going to get anything really from this system. It is going to dart to the west into interior Tennessee before it can make it all its way all the way up to Virginia, West Virginia. Matrix, what was it that you heard? I'd love to hear now as well, because I know Jonathan was live while I was still on duty earlier today. 1AB Delhay 3, there are a lot of things that go into forecasting the path. The forecast models are one piece of the puzzle, but we look very carefully at the large scale features around the storm. Truthfully, and that's what a lot of folks get wrong when doing tropical cyclone forecasting, at least the unofficial sources, of course. They look at the storm specifically and how the storm itself behaves, and that's totally goofy. The storm itself is not going to just move where it wants. You have to look at everything around the storm. Lance Kent, that's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Monkey Face, are you kidding right now? Have there actually been 12 fatalities? Oh gosh, yeah, Matrix. That's one thing I see far too much of is the extreme, like the excessive clickbait. Oh, the storm turned east. Yes, but please stop stretching the truth. When you zoom out on the map, like where we're looking at right now from this perspective, yes, it turned east this much. Granted, of course, that changes the impacts for, say, the likes of Apalachicola, Panama City, Tallahassee, yes. But when you clickbait it to get people to click on your video, especially knowing that there are a lot of theorists out there thinking this could hook hard right and hit Central Florida, you scare people, and that's wrong. Davis Jackson, I completely agree. We need some serious information on that. Oh yeah, Magoo 721. That's another thing I would love to break down as an educational bit one of these days. How and I've gotten, unfortunately, when my YouTube channel was up and coming in the past, I've gotten scolded in the comments. Why are you talking about the Pacific Ocean with a storm in the Atlantic? It's like, well, because believe it or not, that feature that's kicking out across the Pacific, coming across northern United States, is going to play a role in what that storm does. So, Florida Guy 1919, yeah, honestly, the models did do a really spectacular job in this case. The ensembles all spotted it from a distance. 2 to 3 weeks out, the deterministic models honed in. And I would argue we knew where this thing was going with a week and some change still to spare. It's just unfortunate that there was a lot of misinformation out there that reduced a lot of the general viewing public's confidence. Up until the last second, there were still people saying it's going to turn. And it's like, come on, y'all. We're locked in at this point. Please calm down. You're only going to cause more stress. Naz, it was totally within the cone. They didn't give that impression. People in Cedar Key were so alarmed, was so irresponsible. Yes, it's been in the cone. This is the far right side of the cone, but the cone still had it. That's why the cone exists. It's not a perfect forecast, it's a margin of error. PM, I agree. Perry was in the cone the entire time. Oh, God. Breaking news, Helene changes track. Whoa. Corey Creed, to tell you the truth, this hurricane, and I wonder if there's a correlation. when you think about it. But this hurricane and Beryl, actually, and the reason I say a correlation is those are our two strongest systems so far this hurricane season, and the models did really well with both our strongest components of the 2024 season. The models were all over Beryl before it formed up, and nobody wanted to listen to them. Climatologically speaking, no one believed we can get a Cat 5 early in the season, and then there you go. And the GFS and our hurricane models, even before they got any recon data into them, were showing rapid intensification before the Windward Islands, and they nailed it. So it's a little spooky. I want to kind of do some research in that now because our models seem to do the best with our more high ceiling systems. Ernesto, meh. Debbie, definitely meh. I remember that giant jump. Now, that matrix in the chat, if you guys harken back to Debbie before it formed, that right there would warrant a title track change. I remember the Euro and its AI counterpart had that system well off our East Coast a ton of times. And everybody was saying, yep, fish storm. And then all of a sudden, in one model run, we went from far East Coast of Florida to the Gulf of Mexico. Now, that is a track shift. Not this. This is not something that warrants such a clickbaity title. A track shift would be what we saw with pre-Debbie, where the models, especially our more reliable ones, had it off our East Coast, and the next thing you know, the Panhandle was getting hit. That's a track shift. How long before the storm passes Tallahassee by? I'd give it a little over an hour, maybe an hour and a half at best, to make sure that we're out of the strongest thunderstorms on the west side. No, Matrix, exactly. This was not that. This was a wobble. This was the general tendencies that tropical cyclones exhibit on final approach. Again, I love to use the analogy. These features are like Geiger counters. They go off the chain. It's like a wobbly table that is not level. It just kind of bounces all over the place. Thank you for what you were doing. This is my first time watching this feed, but you were so much better than the Weather Channel. WDS, that means a lot, actually, especially the vote of confidence over the Weather Channel. Thank you so much. B-Town storm surge for Clearwater is 6 feet so far. Okay, so we're still under the maximum expected surge, which is good. Appreciate you more than you know during the hurricane. I survived 2 Cat 5s 1 week apart, Irma and Maria. Wow, Cheryl. Kids in Tally now, so tuned in to know. Thanks again. God bless. God bless you and your family as well, for sure, especially up there in Tallahassee. When is the hurricane tropical storm supposed to reach Atlanta? It'll be tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning for certain, JP. No matter what anything, I'm not telling you to put all your faith and confidence in me. I'm just saying if you want as realistic of a figure, since you're saying you're getting varying times, tomorrow morning after sunrise is when your stuff in Atlanta will go downhill. I can guarantee that. Guarantee it. If you've been watching the stream, we were 4 minutes off when we forecasted this thing would be bearing down on the coast for landfall. We were 4 minutes off, and I just threw that forecast out there, just extrapolating it out on satellite. So we kicked butt and took names even in the chat tonight. I just spat all over my computer keyboard. I'm getting excited because we're getting into the good part of this storm. It's finally crashing ashore, and we can see it weaken and fall apart. Corey Creed, not this hurricane season. Beryl was still it still has the trophy for most rapid intensification of a storm this season. But Helene gave it a run for its money. This thing definitely got its act together quick. So my son is in Tampa. It's not that bad over there, is it? Now it's still kind of tough out there. But thankfully, as you guys can see on the satellite image, we are now getting to the southern periphery of this hurricane. So Central Florida, your conditions are rapidly going up. Tampa Bay, Clearwater, even further to the south near Fort Myers, Sarasota, Venice Beach, Punta Gorda, your conditions are going up. We have some sporadic thunderstorms on the tail end of this system, but right now, a lot of us in South and Central Florida, the peninsula, are seeing conditions improving. From here on out, we can start broadcasting the positive news. Surprise aardvark, by the time this thing gets to Kentucky, it will be a remnant low. Totally different beast, totally different impacts. Patera, I'm not too sure just yet. Helene beat off the dry air. Yes, it did. Although I will say, that there were a lot of model runs, particularly from our hurricane models, that did show a Category 5. And I think, all things considered, if we want to continue to bring out some positivity here, that dry air did save us regardless. It did win the battle over it, but that dry air definitely was in our corner during the first couple days this system was on the board. Because if it didn't get any dry in there with as healthy as it was looking back on Monday, Tuesday when Jonathan and I streamed, this would have probably went after that Category 5 threshold. So thankfully that dry air did its thing. It didn't last. This system was very resilient and dominated, as Dr. Reed Timmer would say out there, but we still had a little bit of luck on our side. I don't know about any wind speeds at landfall just yet. I'm sure there's others reporting on it out there right now. We're probably going to get some info soon. Cannabis, you're very welcome. Thoughts on how safe Charleston is this weekend? Charleston is going to have to do battle with a inland tornado threat and isolated severe weather. No consistent hurricane impacts or anything. Alex Martinez, on Saturday, you will be all clear. Tennessee, however, will still be dealing with a little bit of what's left of this system as a remnant low by Saturday, but that's also when I'm flying back to Florida, so we should be in the clear by then. This system's moving quick. Ouch, Daniel, we need to get somebody out of here. We need to get him out of here quick. Not Daniel Schwartz, but whoever this other Daniel is. It's going to make landfall as a Cat 3. Well, if my calculations are correct, it's making landfall and is now moving ashore as a pretty solid Category 4. So you might want to adjust those numbers a little bit, respectfully. No, to discover EDM, don't think. It was definitely a Cat 4, a mid-grade Category 4 at that. Definitely no joke. You really, honestly, folks, you really can't hype this up. There is a criteria for hype. And once you're at this point in a storm's intensity, you can't really get too hypey from that point. Oh, it's going to be so bad. I mean, technically, you're not wrong. It is going to be pretty bad as a major hurricane. You could, at this point, you can only undersell it. You can only downcast it for the most part. Thank you, Daniel. It's going to get through Jackson County fairly quickly. When gamers are live streaming this storm, that's when you know it's making headlines. I wish Jonathan was here right now because Daniel would definitely win Troll of the Hour for 10 o'clock. Bud's in here saying, joke of a hurricane, you just want the views. First of all, I don't even need to be doing this. Like, yes, I'm a part of Click Orlando and I love the team. I love the studio to death. I love all my Floridians far and wide. But I'm on military orders, bro. I don't need to be doing this. I'm up here in Virginia with the Navy. So I could be fast asleep right now getting ready for another duty day. But I guess I want the views. And the best part, ladies and gentlemen, is I'm not even on my YouTube channel. So there's a little bit of that counterintelligence right there to throw some more military jargon in there at you. He wants the views, and he's not even on his YouTube channel. Awesome. Jacksonville, Florida guy, 1919 is going to be very windy. We're still on the outside, on the east side of this system. And remember what we were talking about earlier. I wish I could draw on this. I have Epic Pen on this laptop, but not during this screen share while I'm linked into the Weather Center computer down in Orlando. But we have very good pressure gradient winds on the east side of this system. It's not just Hurricane Helene that's generating wind speeds along the coast. We have really good high pressure that's over the western periphery of our Bermuda Island, the southwest Atlantic, right up against the east coastline of the United States. Brad Todd, thank you very much. Ian Pryor, I see what you did there. I see what you did there with that comment. David Furman, I appreciate you guys. What is the Gulf water temp and what did it play in this storm? So John Diebold, forgive me if I mispronounced the last name, but the water temps were very hot. I believe that up until landfall, this system, especially moving over the loop current to its south, was traversing waters anywhere between 29 to 31 degrees Charlie, which is very warm. We only need 80 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 26, 27 degrees Charlie to sustain intensification in a tropical cyclone. The warm water goes deep as well too. It's not just surface temp. We have a lot of heat content out there, and that's the catch 21 with this hurricane season. To kind of circle back to the folks trying to cancel the hurricane season and say it's a bust, that's more problematic than it is positive. In the short term, it's positive. Not a whole lot of storms to worry about. But the thing with tropical cyclones, like everything else on this earth, they have a role to play in keeping everything balanced. And what tropical cyclones do is they eat up those excessive water temps down there, kind of like Stephen King's The Langoliers, if anyone out there has seen that movie. It eats up the hot water temp both at the surface and below the surface of the water down into the thermocline, as it's called in the mixed layer. Shout out to Navy Aerography, just recently went over all that material. And as a result, it takes a lot of that energy and displaces it back up to the north. That's why a lot of these systems, as the Coriolis effect and their natural beta drift, as it's called, kicks in, it wants to lift out of the lower latitudes and pull north. And what they do as a way to naturally recycle energy, we're talking energy on a global scale, it moves it up to the poles to keep every much of a state of balance, equilibrium as possible. And so we can make fun of the preseason forecast. So you were wrong. There's no storms, but as a result, we're destabilizing the atmosphere even more. And that's when we have weird things going on, like we have all hurricane season long. Dustin James, your service to the Navy and just weather community is much appreciated. Thank you very much for that. I genuinely appreciate that a lot. Hisha, I'm so glad somebody else caught that reference, a forgotten gem in the Stephen King arsenal. Michelle Carmichael, David, I appreciate you more than I can say. I've been streaming this for like 9 to 10 hours. Excellent. Excellent to have you riding along with us. And we're almost done, folks. From here, it's all uphill. The system's going to move inland and start to weaken. Gail, I'm so happy that there are actually some people out there who recognize the Langoliers. That's awesome. Haven't watched that in a long time. Oldie but a goodie, starring David Morse back in the day and Bronson Pinchot. Can we get a quick and dirty on what 3 mesovortices mean? So essentially what that is, it's going on in the center. And that's essentially a telltale sign that the center circulation is only gaining speed. It's spinning faster and faster and faster. And as that whirlpool spins, it's kind of like if I were to take my cup here, and I know this is disgusting, this is old coffee, but rock with me here. It's as if I were to take my little straw here and spin faster and faster and faster. I mean, I could technically empty this out and fill it up and make it nice and clean so you guys can see the example. I'm not going to do that for the sake of stepping away from the live stream, but you get the picture. As I spin faster and faster and faster, and it causes the liquid to spin and deepen the whirlpool in the center. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that before. It's like the tornado in a bottle. When you turn your bottles upside down, you get the tornado. That's essentially like deepening a hurricane. And when you get those mesovortices, it means your convection is bubbling up and just flaring up so aggressively that you get embedded spin within the spin. And that's not a good sign. That's like your crash course. That's kind of the way to summarize it. Spin, smaller scale spin within a bigger spin. We could technically go over to windy.com and take a look at what's going on down there. If that's actual live data or not. It could be model derived, but I know windy is a very good representation of what the winds are doing down there. Dear Lord, look at that. And there's your onshore gradient. Whoa. There's your onshore gradient for our viewers in Jacksonville, St. Augustine. Look at that onshore flow ripping into Jacksonville, Brunswick area where those tornado warnings were. So we have a really good onshore gradient, even for Daytona Beach, Palm Ghost. Looking at easily tropical storm onshore flow. Magoo721, I did see a few posts on the old X, the old tweeter not too long ago about the mesovortices a few hours prior to landfall. So that was probably a clear indication, as we saw here live, real time, this system was deepening. But there you go. Steenhatchee is getting blasted by southwesterly winds, southerly winds. Same with Cedar Key. Perry is getting ripped into right now. Tallahassee hasn't really seen too much yet. It looks like the wind field is experiencing a little bit of the frictional interaction with the coastline there. So coming ashore, it looks like the winds are slowing down ever so slightly out of the north for Tallahassee, thankfully. That's what helps being on the weaker side. In fact, this is an excellent graphic here to show you the dirty side of the system. So if you look closely, you can see we have generally prevailing flow even off the coast. Wow, why did it go so far out? I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to be very sheesh. All right, we'll use this view then. I promise I'm only gently touching the mouse scrolling thingamajiggy. But anyways, let me collect myself talking a lot. You can see that we have prevailing southerly and southeasterly flow across the Atlantic in relation to where our surface high pressure is out there. And as you can see, because of the pressure difference between our high and our low pressure being the hurricane, that's why we have such a generous onshore flow of southeasterly winds from the South Carolina, the North Carolina coast, all the way through to the upper periphery of Florida. As a result, near to Gainesville, Hina, or Jenna, Perry, Steenhatchee, etc., you can see that these stronger winds are able to move inland because we're moving with the environmental flow. On the opposite side, if you look at Tallahassee, we're not seeing as strong of conditions, thankfully, because we're going against the flow. We're battling it. So on one side, you're adding to the momentum transfer, as it's called. On the opposite side, you're taking away from it. So you're actually losing energy on the left side, gaining it on the right side. Marin, that's terrible. That's terrible, terrible. Where are you located? I see a few other folks in the chat asking, where are you located? Technically speaking, Mary, yes, angular momentum. You could say that. Angular momentum is going to help more or less with deflecting the system alongside the Coriolis effect. In this case, it would be more of momentum transfer is the terminology you're looking for, but an excellent catch. I give you big kudos for throwing angular momentum in the chat. That is a quality term for us meteorologists. Thomas Joseph, is that a frappuccino? This was a white chocolate mocha. I had to embrace my blonde side a little bit. You know me. I was going to say something different, but not on a live chat like this. But I do agree. Pure motor oil. I've got enough of that from working on cars for a large majority of my life. Corey Creed, it is mainly just the wind. And obviously, anything that the wind interacts with, like buildings, poles, telephone wires, electrical wires, etc., is also going to cut the wind. And that's where you get that sound from. Matrix, have a wonderful night. Definitely be there for your neighbors. Look out for each other. We still have a little over people in the chat right now. Let's get a little bit of a roll call. No, Chrissy, I wasn't going to say that. I wasn't going to say dumb blonde. I wasn't going to say that. Something totally different. The three dots on the bottom, put the isobar lines on. Oh, heck yeah, there we go. Excellent call. Perfect. Thank you so much for that. You can tell I don't really use Windy enough to its fullest capabilities. Twilight Firefly 100, have a wonderful evening. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. But anyways, guys, now that we are inland and we are moving inland and we can start to watch the death of Hurricane Helene, let's get a roll call in the chat, please. Everybody tap in. How are we doing tonight? Everybody out there. I don't care if you haven't contributed at all to the chat. I got a wicked neck pump right now. Good God. I feel like Mike Tyson doing the neck exercises. But how are we doing in the chat, everybody? Regardless of where you are, where you're watching from, tap in and let's get a roll call. Make sure everybody's doing okay. We've been at it for a while. I'll go first. I'm definitely tired. Pretty much pulled back-to-back shifts. Had 8 hours of duty with the Navy, and then we've been rocking since 5:30 up until now. So, Michael, thank you very much. Corey, you're very welcome. Have a wonderful evening. Alexander, welcome back. Glad you're doing okay. Still here trying to see how Georgia is going to be in this now. Peek at you. Southern Georgia, tropical storm to hurricane conditions. Northern Georgia, more mid to high end tropical storm conditions. This system's moving fast, so we'll be with you later on tonight and into tomorrow. Alexander, don't be scared. My kids are freaking out. We live in Perry, Georgia. What is the expectation for here? Where is Perry, Georgia? I've been hearing Perry, Florida, and I'd be very impressed if you were still talking to us from Perry, Florida. But where is Perry, Georgia specifically? Ooh, Corey Creed, yes, definitely get some rest after that. That's an interesting experience. Daniel Schwartz, absolutely. I will be getting some sleep later on. I'm going to hang out with you guys for a little bit longer. Tallahassee here, chilling. Found this whole stream really enjoyable. That's excellent news. I'm glad to hear that. Mayor Richards, I'm in Deltona. 15 minutes until an update. That is true. We're going to get another 11 o'clock update. 11 o'clock advisory. Great coverage. Watching you from the first time this evening from Southeast Pennsylvania. Joseph, thank you for tuning in from Pennsylvania. Great to have you. It's awesome to get to kick it with you, talk some weather, talk unfortunately major hurricane impacts. Hopefully we won't have to do this again for a little while, but we got to watch because there's still something down there in the tropics and it could play a role in our weather or somebody along the Gulf coastline, regardless of if it's Florida. We've all seen some action this 2024 hurricane season, so we don't need any more, but it doesn't seem too promising. Vicentra, forgive me if I'm butchering that. You are the GOAT. Thanks for keeping us up to date. You are absolutely welcome. I appreciate that moniker for sure. Janice from Vancouver, Canada, welcome in. I'm still here for 2 days. Enjoy all the info and education. Polk City, glad to have you. That's close to home. Okay, so 20 minutes south of Macon, you will probably be right at the pivotal point when this system starts to go extratropical. It'll still be fairly strong, pack a bit of a punch. You'll get heavy rain, high winds, but it's not going to be nearly as bad as what we're seeing right now in northern Florida. I love Digis. That's exactly what we're here for. You can always count on us, myself, Jonathan, and the rest of the Pinpoint Weather team over at News 6 to provide you with that round-the-clock coverage. I can't wait till I'm back home in Florida to get really deep into the trenches with you guys. Lord willing, I'm not doing that here very soon, but you never know. Mother Nature can be cruel sometimes, so just know that I'm willing to go to bat for you guys every day of the week. Lisa Martin, thank you very much. I'm familiar with Warner Robins Air Force Base, not with actual Perry, Georgia, though. So thank you all very much for providing that information. Richard Ammons, Houston, Texas here. Thank you very much for tuning in. You've also felt this hurricane season a la Beryl back at the beginning of July. I just joined the stream. Sorry if this has been covered. Is it dumb to drive to work in Charlotte, North Carolina? Austin Patrick, not a dumb question, not a bad question at all. In fact, I would say absolutely. This storm is not really going to rock up there into North Carolina too much. You are going to have to watch for your isolated severe weather risk, but that's something you can take on a case by case basis. You are not looking at any tropical level impacts for sure. Bruce Rogers from Arlington, Texas. You have your childhood friend in Tallahassee. I have a lot of childhood friends down in Central Florida, so I feel you, buddy. Definitely make sure you're checking on them for sure. Will we have any weather? Will we have any of the weather after it's done in Michigan? No, Nicole, no. This will be shoved and bullied south thanks to a frontal system that started up there and moved down to the south. West Lake Okeechobee, nonstop tree bending wind since the AM. You can see down here, especially right along the lake, we are seeing a little bit of an acceleration in the surface wind, so that makes sense. Water does not carry the same frictional properties as land, and especially urban settings, metropolitan areas. Jiggy, you're very welcome. Katarina, Montreal, Canada, thank you all very much for tuning in far and wide. It's excellent getting to make your acquaintance, even if it be digitally. James Zanuga. James Z here from Hollywood, Florida. Hollywood is my dad's nickname. Wife is already asleep. I don't blame her at all. Was thinking of going to Kentucky from South Florida through Georgia tomorrow. Moving through Georgia, Eric, tomorrow might be a little bit of a risky move to make. Just saying. But of course, you have to make your own decisions. You have to plan accordingly. Just make sure you take the necessary precautions and be safe. Is it doable? Yes. Is it recommended? Not really. But regardless, we don't want to derail travel plans. It's kind of what happened for me. Robin, you're very welcome. Christopher, thank you very much for sending prayers from Louisiana. Jiggy, thank you very much for hitting that subscribe button for sure. Everybody else, if you haven't done so already, please make sure to subscribe, especially to Just Weather. I know we had our troll of the hour earlier saying that I'm doing this for you for views. Absolutely not. This isn't even my YouTube or my social media. This is News 6 and the Click Orlando team's social media and their official media at that. So this is far from me just trying to get clicks and views. Absolutely not. So make sure you are subscribed. If you are local to Central Florida, download the News 6 app so you can keep very close tabs on what us in the Pinpoint Weather Department are sending out for our local area and beyond. Katerina, I appreciate your time. Thank you for tuning in. It's a lot easier to get on camera and talk and talk and talk than it is for you guys to watch. So it's nice to know that I must be doing something right if you guys are still here tuning in. Derek, crapping my pants in Lake City, North Florida. I hope you're doing okay. You might want to get a change of pants there soon. The worst will be over within the next couple of hours, though. It's all uphill from here. Gary, you're very welcome. Y'all stay safe tonight. We'll catch another live stream soon. Chrissy, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for tuning in. I recognize your username from a couple of previous live streams that I've joined in on with Jonathan. Thank you so much for being such a contributor to the chat. It means a lot. I live in South Central Georgia, Douglas, Georgia. We have no wind yet. How bad is it going to be for me? I'm 1 hour north of Valdosta. Starting to get better at that. So if you're a 1 hour north from Valdosta, you are probably still going to realize some low-end hurricane force impacts. That is almost a guarantee because this system is going to take a little bit to wind down. We should be getting our 11 o'clock update here momentarily. NOAA National Ocean Service tide gauge located at Clearwater Beach recently reported a water level of 6.18 feet above mean higher water, which is an approximation of inundation in that area. National Ocean Service tide gauge at Cedar Key is reporting a water level of 5.76 feet above mean higher high water. That was almost a little bit of a tongue twister to read. Bainbridge, Georgia, let me know, are we cooked? I love that terminology. I'm not going to lie. This system, now that it's ashore, is cooked. But TM down south, Georgia girl, I'm assuming you're in southern Georgia. If that's the case, then you are not cooked, but you definitely have a sporty rest of the night ahead of you, especially early morning till sunrise. Lisa Carr, thank you for all your dedication to all of us, praying for everyone, worrying about news tomorrow and weeks to come. So, Lisa, definitely stick with us here at News 6 on the Just Weather channel and the rest of our forecast team here at Click Orlando because we are not done with the tropics just yet. We are still tracking other entities out there for our friends down south in the Lesser and Greater Antilles, potentially the Bahamas, and especially up here in the southeast United States and along the Gulf of Mexico coastline. Florida Strong, Chris Watson, you are very welcome. I live in Crawfordville, Florida. My son is in South Carolina. Found you and sent me the link for your coverage. It's been great. Has there been any chance in storm surge for the Big Bend area? Yes, there is definitely a high chance that we are seeing lots of storm surge right now, unfortunately. Appreciate that. Y'all be safe. TM down south, Georgia girl. Thank you for the quality question. Hope out any more if you need any additional assistance, please let us know. I'm a delivery driver in North Carolina from Pisha. Worked today. Majority of my route had flooded roads. We got the day off tomorrow. That is good news. Jiggy, I hope this isn't as bad as Katrina. How many hurricanes are expected? I haven't got to see all the news today. So we can't say that there are more hurricanes expected. Oh, wow. Excuse me. I'm sorry. We can't say that there are more hurricanes expected this far out in time. But now that we are on shore and to wind down the live stream a little bit, I can take you through some of our information, especially as 12Z, not 12Z. You can, I think I'm hooked. Now that our 0Z model data will start to be coming in, we'll see if our 0Z model suite carries development down there in the Western Caribbean, especially our ensembles, because that is going to be our next trouble spot, our next potential problem child. Regardless of development, I am expecting that Jamaica, Cayman Islands, Central America, Mexico are likely to see more heavy flooding rains if that area were to manifest increased thunderstorm activity. Thank you so much. I don't understand all this stuff, and that's okay. You guys are not meant to understand. You're not. We're here to decipher this information and communicate it to you to the best of our ability so you make it make sense. Or actually, I should say, we make it make sense. Finally, worst is ending. Another hour for some places. Like we said, a tornado like situation lasting for an hour. Correct. So, as this system continues to move on shore, we can slowly but surely let off the gas a little bit, because now we are going to lose that water source. We are going to shut down. We're going to blow a head gasket in that internal combustion engine that is inside of Helene, and this system is going to wind down. It's going to take a little bit, but please remember that we've covered you up to this point. We are going to continue to monitor the progression of this system. We are going to try to provide as realistic and accurate and a timely of a forecast for the remainder of Georgia and those out ahead of this system as it's on its way up over the next 6 to 12 hours. And then beyond that, as we get into the weekend, it'll be nothing more than a bad memory and a remnant low. And then we can say bon voyage to Helene for good. We are not going to see this name more than likely ever again in a future hurricane season. So that is very good news. Impossible for it to end up as a Cat 5. We are now moving inland. So this system is no longer going to intensify, and it will start dissipating from here. Perry, Florida, Alicia's MD, or Alicia SMD. Perry, Florida is ground zero. Whoa, okay. I don't know why Windy is so sensitive right now, but there you go. This is a little displaced. This is a windy overlay, so it's not going to be 100% accurate, but the center is moving right into Perry, Florida right now, and they are probably getting pummeled by the full extent of the major hurricane. I do, as a matter of fact, yes. I do weather for the Navy, for sure. Well, I don't know why I added the for sure, but yes, I served 10 years in the United States Air Force as a weather forecaster, then took some time away from the service because unfortunately I wanted to make a career swap. I wanted to get out of active duty, pursue a career in the civilian sector. The Air Force had no opportunity for me to continue serving as a weather forecaster, as a reservist or a guardsman, so I just punched out, went after my degree, and then the Navy called me and said, "Hey, we heard you were looking to join the Navy." And I said, "Not really, but what do you got anyways?" And they told me that they had the weather position available, and I figured, you know what? If you're going to give it to me in the reserves, let's give it a shot. This way I can continue to serve while also still pursuing my career in the civilian sector. Met Jonathan, met the lovely crew over at WKMG, and now the rest is history, and I couldn't be more thankful for these opportunities. Alexander, welcome back again. Jonathan, thanks for everything. Naz, you and Jonathan did great. Really appreciate that for sure. You guys definitely invigorate and inspire us to keep working as hard as we do. There we go. This looks a little bit more realistic to what's actually happening right now. We can also look at the satellite image. Yeah, that system is way in. Look at how fast this thing is taken off. We are already well inland over North Florida, which is a good thing. We're probably rocking and rolling right now, but you can see that the eye is already caving in on itself. We are definitely well ashore now. The center is right over top Perry, Florida for sure. It is right over top that whole county. Jennifer, thank you for your sincere and generous support. I do appreciate it. We all appreciate it for that matter. And thank you for the support as well for mentioning my military service. It means a lot, even more so. And no, you can count on us to always bring you that more realistic, scientifically rooted information that's not based on hype. We never do this for clicks. I've never wanted to do this for clicks. I've been passionate about weather, and the entire team, I can speak on their behalf, has always been passionate about doing a job like this for a very long time. We have no reason to be into this for the clicks. Absolutely no reason. This is our true profession. And as such, we treat it with as much professional and respect as possible. And I know you guys hold us to a high standard, so there's no reason for us to joke around or try to, oh, you know, if that were the case, I'd just go make a scary movie or a suspenseful movie. I'd probably have a lot more fun than hyping up a serious weather situation. Storm chasers try to measure air pressure in tornadoes, but it's hit and miss because you can't forecast tornadoes ahead of time and know where to place your sensors. That is correct. I don't know why National Hurricane Center hasn't declared a landfall. This thing is definitely well ashore. That's weird. Is it true that East Texas is susceptible to severe damage should a hurricane land on it? I feel like I've read that somewhere. Well, Austin, let's take a look back at Hurricane Beryl. That did some pretty significant damage to the Houston area in itself, and that was a intensifying Cat 1 when it made landfall, so that's so weird. Why are they not counting this as a landfall? We can see it plain as day on the satellite image. Let's go ahead and take a look at the new forecast track while we're here. 11 p.m. onshore. It's at 938 millibars now. Wow. Yeah, they haven't mentioned anything about a landfall. That's so weird. It is going to start dying down for sure. There have been on and off reports of active tornadic activity up in Georgia. Kind of looks like those bands that were wrapping in with the possible supercell activity have dissipated. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. This looks like these could still be some embedded tornado producers right along the South Carolina Georgia border. Those look like they could still be some discrete cells. Yeah, I don't know what National Hurricane Center is thinking, but that is a cut and dried landfall for sure. That thing is well on shore at this point. In fact, I'd argue that this radar might even be a little latent based on what we've seen on satellite image. Let me back this up a little bit. I was very close to the camera. Justin James, it's as soon as the eye begins to work its way onshore. Cynic El Girl or Cynic Girl, it hit 140 about a little over an hour ago. I would imagine Panama City Airport is closed. I know that Tampa Bay discontinued all flights about 24 hours ago. NHC may have gotten inundated by data requests. It's very possible. Very possible. I know that there are a lot, hundreds of, if not thousands of sources right now looking at this system and tracking every second. But I don't know why they aren't classifying that as a landfall. It is definitely onshore now. In fact, we are halfway to being fully onshore at this point. Betty Johnson. So now that we're looking at the landfall and we know what's what and the worst is upon us, let's go ahead and transition back over to that real quick. Let's go over to, let's see if Tropical Tidbits is up and running just yet. All right, so there's Helene. And just to give you a bit of continuity, the Canadian model did a fantastic job with the precursor signs for Helene. I'm not too sure why, but the Canadian model seems to naturally do very well with these very close to home systems. Last year, it was Idalia that it pinged on almost 15 days in advance. And you can check my personal YouTube channel because it was one of the first storms I started to do coverage on and create content for. And it was the Canadian model followed by the GFS that really alluded to the precursors for Idalia. Ralph Naz, you younger folks make us older guys proud. Salud. I appreciate that tremendously, Ralph. In fact, I would cheers to that if I could. I mean, it's possible, I guess. I would count it as a landfall. Landfall means we are touching the land, and at this point, we are definitely inland. We're definitely moving in. There he is. No wonder, no surprise this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I can't even. But anyways, so the Canadian model, for some strange reason, has a proven track record with these gyre-like storms. So there goes Helene. And as you can see, as we get into tomorrow afternoon, this will be a remnant low. It'll be absorbed into that developing low pressure system and associated trough that is digging in over the southern Midwestern states and over the Appalachians. You can see right there we have what looks to be a frontal appendage pushing out through the Carolinas and up into Virginia. So we will likely see some late in the day showers and storms up here, even in the Norfolk area. And we'll have to watch for that steady onshore bleed over effect with some system, with some potential embedded supercells working their way inland. I don't know. I've always seen a bunch of, I guess it must be open to interpretation then, or analyst interpretation, as many other folks in the weather career field would say, if you know anything about this field. Because to me, that looks like the eye is on shore. So I would call that a landfall. And once again, we're at the point where we're splitting hairs here. So I don't know. I digress. I'm not going to pick a very, very silly topic to debate in the chat. So, anyways, Daytona Dat Fluffy, what a username, by the way. Hello, I'm a semi truck driver and I'm just south of Chattanooga, Tennessee, heading up to Iowa. Do you happen to know when the storm will hit here? Tennessee or Iowa? Tennessee will be approximately 24 to 36 hours from now. We'll start to see the effects. You can see here we have the remnant low pressure system. This is 8 p.m. tomorrow night. And we have the remnant low stretching out into a mature system, an occluded system across the mid Atlantic state. So at this point, it is almost fully non-tropical, if not having fully transitioned to an extratropical cyclone. So you won't have nearly the same threat of weather phenomena as we're seeing down here in the southeast. So anyways, Jonathan IM is probably doing hits for television now. This is their 11 o'clock show. So he might be joining us here momentarily, I would think, within the next 20 or so minutes. As you can see, what happens down here in the Western Caribbean, unfortunately, is we have another repetition of instability and rising motion. And you can see the sporadic cells of showers and storms indicated here on the MSLP preset product here. And as you go through time, lifting up out of the southern central Caribbean, as we get into the month of October, you can see right there, very reminiscent of what Helene did. And this is what has a lot of our attention, including National Hurricane Center. I really didn't want to start to discuss this. I've mentioned it, I've touched on it, but it looks like National Hurricane Center has that eyebrow raised, kind of confident look of this is an area we need to watch. And you can see at the end of the Canadian run, we have this thing running and gunning for the west coast of Florida. This has been there for a couple of runs now. Very curious to see what the 0Z model suite has for us. It goes without saying, you click over to the GFS, pretty decent model consistency, although I will say this is a little sus for my youngins out there. This looks to be a little bit more convective feedback, a little bit more of the bias that the GFS tends to have on clinging to a random piece of thunderstorm activity and developing it, but it doesn't help that our other models are singing in unison. It looks like there's a bit of Venezuela vorticity bias down there in our thunderstorm activity. It just naturally fixates on the strongest cluster and tries to develop it. That's a bias that the, quote, hydrostatic nature of the GFS, basically, it doesn't take into account other more intricate variables like the Euro does. I'm not going to get into that because I'm probably going to have the entire live stream quit out. But you can see the GFS is almost perfectly in line with what the Canadian model was showing. If you go even further than what the Canadian model can run, it shows a system coming into Florida. Obviously, these are deterministic models beyond 150, 200 hours out, so they are going to change. They're not likely to change. They will change. They're going to adjust all over the place. I noticed earlier that even our European AI model is showing something very similar to what the Icon and the actual Euro were showing earlier this afternoon, with a weaker system spilling over the Yucatan, which is very viable. Remember, I had mentioned much earlier in the chat that a weaker system will try to move west towards Mexico, Texas, Louisiana. It would be sloppy and weak. If it gets stronger, which what the Euro AI does show, it comes up and moves up towards the panhandle of Florida. Still is a fairly disorganized system. And then look at that puppy moving in towards the Lesser Antilles. That is definitely likely to change. If we come over to some of our ensemble members as well, if we go to the GFS, the 18 Zulu GFS, this is where we make our money. The ensembles are where it's at. And right now, even, I don't even have to move the screen. This is 18Z. This is 2 p.m. on October 2nd. So this is only a few days from now. It seems like it's so far out, but today is almost the 27th of September. It's still obviously the 26th, and we have a whole overnight period to go through, but you guys know what I mean. So this is about 6 to 7 days out. This is not too far into the future. If you look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of our 30 ensemble members showing something down there in a nice tightly packed cluster that then try to either, you can see the weaker solutions over the Yucatan, stronger solutions up through the Yucatan Channel. And unfortunately, it becomes a potential issue for us in the southeast. Same thing with the Canadian ensembles. The Canadian ensembles are right there, Tuesday, October 1st into the 2nd of October. Same little signature, something to keep an eye on. A lot of the members taking it up right into the southeast as a potentially organized system. That is true. I guess I'll reach out to him to discover. There we go. Just shot him a quick message. But yeah, that's, and I don't want to cause concern or cause any, additional tension since we do still have a major hurricane making landfall right now. And again, I have probably mentioned ad nauseum at this point that I'm disturbed at the fact that I'm reporting on this system from far away, safe and sound in Virginia. I'd much rather be down there. But I don't bring the additional system up for no reason. And honestly, I feel as if I have some justification to present this information and some long range outlooks to you guys because it's also being looked at by the National Hurricane Center. So it's definitely something we want to keep an eye on. And the primary reason I bring it up is because a number of our ensemble members predict that if it does organize and mature into a tropical storm or, God forbid, higher, it could be a situation for Florida. And we do not need that right now. We're staring a major hurricane in the face. That's only a week after this. We do not need that. It is very Bonnie Charlie-esque. In 2004, we had Tropical Storm Bonnie that hit northern Florida for my Florida vets out there, and then we had Charlie fairly soon after.
What's going on, David?
Dustin
How are you,
James with a
buddy?
fairly. Oh, there you are, Jonathan. Good to see you. I'm doing good. How about you?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you could see or not. It's this whole remote thing. We're actually talking to Eric Sandoval right now. He's just went through the eye wall in Perry, and we saw him almost get hit by an awning, and then he had to take cover because there was stuff flying everywhere. So he got in before. So he's in the eye right now. So if you want to wrap up some of the coverage stream, we can send it to talking to Eric on the phone if you want to say bye to everybody as we get to wrap up the landfall coverage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be opposed to that. I really chat. What do you think? I mean, we're hanging tough. I have one more day before I can happily come on back down to Florida and get back with the rest of the team. So I would definitely like to close out the evening on a high note, especially now that
Excellent.
we can see this thing start to weaken.
Alrighty, sounds good. Well, then we will catch you later, David. I'm going to send it over to Eric. He's talking to our anchors now. We'll send it here, and then I'll come back on after the 11 o'clock show and just say bye to everyone. Get some sleep, David. I know you got a long day tomorrow. Can't wait to get you back in town. And thanks so much for taking the coverage while things were happening on TV. And I think we're actually going to take the governor
Yeah,
now.
absolutely.
He is talking live, so we got some important stuff coming. So we'll get it right to the governor. Thanks again, David. Crushing it as always.
Likewise, Jonathan. You guys have a wonderful evening. Everybody in the chat, we'll talk to you again very soon. God bless.
Joined here, of course, by Kevin Guthrie, the Division of Emergency Management Executive Director, as well as Dave Kerner, Executive Director of the Florida Highway Patrol. We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway, car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa was hit when a sign fell onto the highway. So that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now's not the time to be going out. Not only are we seeing it hit landfall here in northern Florida, you're still seeing surge and water rising in parts of Florida far south from the Big Bend area. So you look at southwest Florida, you look at the Tampa Bay area, you're seeing really significant amounts of surge. There's going to be streets that are flooded and will continue to flood all up and down the west coast of Florida. So it's hazardous conditions right now, and please, do not be going outside until things settle down. We know that travel on the roads can be hazardous, and we typically, unfortunately, will have fatalities in every storm from that. When you are out on the roads in the middle of one of these storms, that is very, very dangerous. So please do not do that. stay put. Also, if you're sheltering in place, know your surroundings in terms of trees. You are going to see trees that are going to get knocked down. I'm sure some have already been knocked down, but you have these 140-mile-an-hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane-force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west of Taylor County, and that's going to cause trees to fall down. If you are in an area where you have that, please take precautions there. Treat it almost like a tornado as that's going by you for there. We have many major bridges that have been closed throughout today at various points. Most of the major bridges, of course, in places like Tampa Bay have been closed, and they will be open as soon as it's safe to reopen them. We have FDOT, they're standing by. As soon as it's safe, they're going to go in there, do the inspections, and get those bridges open again. You may, if you're here in North Florida, you may have a period of calm when you are in the eye of the storm. Just understand that storm is not done, and it's very, very hazardous to go out for there, especially with how fast this storm is moving. You're going to be putting yourself in jeopardy if you try to go out in the middle of the eye wall of the storm. We are going to see down power lines. Those are very hazardous as well. Please do not mess with any down power lines in and around your home or anywhere you may come in contact with them. Also, be very careful about standing water. People get up in the morning when it's light out. There's going to be standing water in a lot of parts of this state. Don't go trudging through that. There's going to be a lot of hazards that could be in there, and just please be mindful of that. The storm is going to pass, and when it does pass, you're going to have still going to be dark outside. Do not go out in the pitch black trying to navigate any debris or anything. That's just not going to be the safe thing to do. Wait till you get light and you can take stock of what's going on in your property and govern accordingly from there. When you're using ladders, please be safe with that. We do have fatalities involving people climbing on ladders, trying to get to their roofs and falling, and that happens almost every storm. Please just be very careful with that. And also, of course, there's going to be an enormous amount of debris in various places, and you could have down power lines, you could have dangerous objects. Just be very careful when you're around the debris. Also, be careful about using a generator. Do not use a generator inside your house. There have been power outages. There's going to be more power outages. You can use a generator, but make sure you're running it outside your home. Keep it away from windows and keep it away from the doors. We have not had fatalities in the more recent storms with misuse of generators, but that has happened in the past, and this is something that's very much avoidable. So the state is ready as soon as this storm passes and it's safe to do so. To commence search and rescue operations. We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed. We're also going to be ready for road clearing. There is going to be debris on the roads. We want to get these roads open. We want to make sure that people can travel safely. And so our Florida Department of Transportation is standing by for cut and toss operations, and those will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. They're also going to go in and inspect the bridges so we can ensure they're safe and can be reopened. They have 40 large pumps to be able to pump water out of areas that have flooded, as well as almost 700 generators. And then, of course, another mission is going to be power restoration. We have tens of thousands of linemen that are standing by. I think people have seen some of the pictures that we've seen from TECO, from Duke Energy, from FP&L, and they are going to be on scene probably as soon as it's light outside in the morning. And so you'll have all day Friday, a full day worth of power restoration. I think they're going to get a lot done. Obviously, we're going to have to navigate this debris, and hopefully they're going to be able to have easy access to these power lines. but this is a priority to be able to get the power restored as quickly as possible. And then we're also standing by to help with disaster supplies for people that need them. We have meals ready to eat, of course, the water mission, bottled water, Starlink internet devices, fuel for folks who may need fuel. So that all is standing by and ready to be done. And there'll be a lot more that is going to be done as circumstances warrant. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance after the storm, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Now, this is not for emergencies. If you are in a situation where it's emergency, you make the normal emergency calls. This is for non-emergency assistance involving the aftermath of the storm, and we urge you to call that number if you need help. So we are here. We're going to face the storm in Tallahassee. I think we're on the west side of the storm, but I think the winds are actually going to be very, very significant. And even though the eye of the storm has entered into Taylor County, you are absolutely going to see major, major gusts in Jefferson County, in Wakulla County, in Leon County. That's going to happen. So we'll be here at the EOC through that process. And then when it's safe to kind of be liberated from here, we're going to be out and about surveying the damage and coordinating the response. With that, I will bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Helene is, as the governor mentioned, is currently making landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. Please shelter in place, as the governor has said. Stay indoors. Again, I like his analogy of treat this like a tornado right now. Again, those individuals along Deckle Beach, maybe even as close to Steinhatchee, you're probably seeing very, very clear skies right now. That's because you're in the eye of the hurricane. If you can hear us and you have power, please do not go outside. That eye wall is going to close on the back side momentarily, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes as it continues to make landfall. So please stay indoors. Roads are dangerous due to the flooding, debris, potential down lines. Do not risk it. We have numerous roads that FHP and DOT are responding to now that are underwater, and we do not want anybody to drive through that. So please, again, turn around, do not drown. You never know what's underneath that roadway. If you are hearing trees snapping in your area, take immediate shelter. Go to an interior room away from windows and doors, most likely an interior bathroom. Close the doors and get as low as you possibly can. If you lose power and use the generator, do safely and never indoors, as the governor's already indicated. Once the storm passes, listen to your local authorities for updates. There may be situations where it's not safe for you to return back to your home. You can call ahead. You can talk to your local sheriff's office, your local police department, and see if they have anything that may be dangerous to where your area cannot actually be accessed. There's nothing more frustrating than coming back into an area after a disaster and you can't actually make it to your home. So call ahead and see if the area is accessible before you spend all the time in traffic trying to get back to your residence. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. Make sure you report the damage to local authorities. If you have damage, make sure you're calling your local emergency management agency or local 911 center. Please do not mess with power lines that are wrapped up in trees. If you do need assistance, as the governor said, you can call the State Assistance Information Line, 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have talked about this in just about every press conference we've done, but do not do dangerous things after the disaster. If you need help, we will send you help. If you need help, your local county emergency management agency will send you the help. We have folks like Team Rubicon, the Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, the Methodist, the Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, United Way. All of these agencies will come and help you take the debris off your house. They will help you take the debris out of your yard. They will get on ladders themselves with people that are trained to do so. And that is free of charge. Don't take the risk. Use the free assistance. You can always follow us at floridadisaster.org/updates for latest information, or you can follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and on Facebook at FDEM for real-time updates. And again, thank you very much, Governor.
So this is a big storm. It's a powerful Category 4 storm, but it's also just very large, and it's going to have impacts are being felt, have been felt, and will continue to be felt far and wide. And so when Floridians wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up to a state where very likely there's been additional loss of life, and certainly there's going to be loss of property. You're going to have people that are going to lose their homes because of this storm. And so please keep those folks in mind, keep them in your prayers. We've got a lot of folks here that have been lined up, ready, mobilized for days now, ready to go and provide support. Kevin listed some of the nonprofit groups that are going to be here. Of course, the local officials and the local emergency response folks, first responders, they're going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of assistance that's going to be brought to bear. But the reality is, a storm of this magnitude, it leaves a lot of damage in its wake. And so I don't think we're necessarily getting the full pictures of it right now, just because so much of the impact has been in the nighttime and will continue through the wee hours of the morning. But I think when we get the sunlight back up and people are able to go out and take stock, you're going to see some serious damage. So it's not anything that we can't handle as a state. We're very good at being gritting through this stuff, and we know that's just part of life when you live in a tropical climate. But it is going to be difficult for an awful lot of people. So everyone that's been involved, thank you. Everyone out there offering your thoughts and prayers, thank you as well. Okay, any questions? Yes.
What's your reaction seeing the storm continue coming out?
All right, you have been listening to Governor Ron DeSantis from Tallahassee give an update on the status of the storm as it has made landfall in the Big Bend area. Meteorologist Jonathan Keg is saying it's just about 10 miles west-southwest of Perry, which is where Eric Sandoval is. One death reported so far. That was in Ybor City in Tampa when a street sign fell on a car.
Yeah, somebody was driving on I-4 when a street sign fell and killed the person inside that car. We're hopeful that maybe we can get through this night with just that one death, but man, the way things are trending right now, that would almost be hard to believe. Let's get you to Jonathan Kagas. Jonathan, while the governor was speaking, this storm officially made landfall.
The strongest storm to ever make landfall in the Big Bend region of Florida as well. Adalia, if you remember last year, used to be, that was a 115 mile per hour Category 3. This coming ashore is a 140 mile per hour Category 4. Again, here's the landfall site just southwest of Perry there in the Big Bend. This is exactly the landfall point. Half of the eye on, you see it half onshore, half offshore. That is the official call of landfall by the National Hurricane Center. So where Eric Sandoval is right here in Perry, you see the darker reds. That's the eye wall. So that was the intense stuff that he was describing with us just moments ago before the governor started talking. And now he's in the calm part, some light rain, and he's eventually going to get into clear skies. And that's what Kevin Guthrie was talking about, to not go outside whenever the things calm down, because, yeah, there's going to be clear skies in here. You can see the stars through the eye, but then you get the second part of the eye wall right behind that, and then things get very dangerous again. So that was the official landfall point. We have a couple of tropical downpours associated with some of the outer bands of Helene. Still working through Central Florida, downpour over downtown Orlando. We have some scattered thunderstorms moving through parts of Osceola County as well, just to the east of Lake Toho, getting into St. Cloud. We have more a beefier outer band coming through Denellen now on the west side of Marion County. This is the band that we're going to watch over the next couple of hours as that pushes inland for the potential to spin up one or two tropical tornadoes. Again, the environment is getting less and less conducive as the night goes on, but that threat still is not zero. That tornado watch in play until 6 o'clock in the morning. Gusts locally have started to come down a little bit. We were talking about wind gusts topping 60 miles an hour across a lot of central Florida along into the west of I-4. Now we still have wind gusts of 54 miles an hour in the villages. Horseshoe Beach reported a wind gust just moments ago of over 100 miles an hour. It's 101 at the official observing site. That's closer to the center. Horseshoe Beach is about right here. Again, Perry's where it came ashore up here, so you can only imagine how much stronger those wind gusts were at the landfall site. We were estimating winds to be about 135 to 140. That's, of course, what the hurricane hunters were finding inside the eye wall. You might imagine power is going out. Your power might be out if you're watching those numbers go up locally and statewide, of course. For more on that, here's meteorologist Samara Kokinos.
You know, it's mind-boggling to me, these numbers, as they keep on jumping, and I anticipated them to jump, right? But the thing is, it's been happening over a period of 15 to even 30 minutes. So when we last looked at the state of Florida, we were at 870,000 people without power, and now we're just shy of 1 million by 30,000, okay? So as the night goes on, again, the system will continue to move to the north. We're seeing down power lines. This has been a big time wind event across central Florida as well. I'll get to that in a moment, but definitely the Big Bend taking the brunt end of this very devastating storm, and now moving into Georgia, bringing the numbers from about 27,000 up to 37,500, and even the numbers in the Carolinas going up 7,000, so a couple thousand have jumped since then too. So we'll continue to see all of these colors really trend upward in terms of how many homes are going to be without power as we see this system make its way to the north overnight. Meanwhile, back here at home, a little bit closer, Marion County is at 25,000 people without power. Meanwhile, Orange County, Volusia, you're about around 10,000 people or so. And in the green, we have Putnam, Lake, Polk, Seminole, and Brevard County. Brevard County now up to 5,000. Previous runs over the last 30 minutes have been at 1,000. So we're already seeing those numbers change here locally. And I can tell you that as we head into the overnight hours, it's still going to be rough in terms of wind speeds. We're talking wind gusts anywhere between 40 and 60 miles per hour, what we've been seeing pretty much over the last couple of hours. But then as we head into the morning, we'll begin to start to see some improvement. So like Jonathan was mentioning, around 8 o'clock in the morning, you'll notice that it's not as windy. You'll still have wind gusting up near 40 miles per hour. And I think between about 20 and 30 miles per hour is going to be your gust throughout the day. There could be slightly higher ones, but for the most part, your sustained wind speeds will be about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Jonathan?
Getting into tomorrow, Samara, we are still going to be doing a little dodging in terms of some tropical downpours. The severe weather threat comes down. It will still be gusty, certainly not 40, 50, and 60 miles an hour like we were seeing over the past few hours, but more like 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts. High temperatures tomorrow back to around 90 degrees with a little more sunshine breaking free. Now here's a look at your pinpoint accurate forecast.
Sponsored by Strata Air Conditioning and Heating. AC emergency? You ought to call Strata.
Temperatures tomorrow again around 90 degrees, 50% shot for showers and thunderstorms. Then we're back to more of our typical pattern Saturday and Sunday, hanging around 90 degrees as well through the weekend. Early next work week, 40% shot for thunderstorms, back to the upper 80s by Tuesday, guys.
All right, Jonathan Kegas, our meteorologist, thank you very much for the update there. Our man on the ground in Perry, Florida, is reporting for us now. Florida's Big Bend, that is ground zero. Going to see the worst impacts when the lights come on in the morning.
Yeah, the eye of the storm moved ashore there a little while ago. Eric Sandoval is in the city of Perry, just east of Tallahassee. And congratulations, my friend, because you just survived the strongest storm to make landfall in that particular area. And the way you were describing it, it sounds like it was something else.
It was something else, Ginger. So I just want to set the scene for everybody. We were outside when the storm was really hitting its critical peak, and that is when we ran inside this coffee shop. We made friends with the people who own this place. This is Dustin, Amanda, and thank you guys for letting us just come in and basically take over your house and keep us safe. We really appreciate that. These are the people we were actually sitting in this very living room with when we just heard this thunderous sound outside. The window right behind me just started shaking, and we all just looked at each other, and they guided us to the cinder block room, which is behind here. I told you guys that we kept hearing this rattling. The whole house was rattling. Well, we're in the eye right now, so it was safe to open the back door to find out what it was. Let me show you a picture of what it was. The whole side of this house crumbled, brick by brick. That's how powerful the winds and the rain were, this whole system that was coming through. So the whole exterior wall just crumbled on the side of the house. Dustin, can I ask you really quick? I'm sure this wasn't what you were expecting to see when you heard that sound, was it?
No, not really.
No.
No.
What are you going to do?
We're probably going to fix it.
I know that. I mean, do you guys have insurance that'll cover that? You've been through Adalia. You've been through Debbie. You said you still have repairs that you're making from Adalia.
That's on my building. On this building, so on this building, obviously, like right now with what we just went and saw, it's a little too early to say. So we can still see that the roof that was repaired during Idalia is up. We did lose the top maybe 3 to 4 feet of the cinder block wall, but it looks like the remainder of the load-bearing walls is kind of in good shape. So, you know, tomorrow when we can actually see what we're looking for.
Clearly, we have a complicated weather situation going. Oh, I think we just got the
got him back.
shot back. It's kind of jumping in and
hard
out.
to
Did you get us back? Okay, they lost a second, but suffice it, he said he's going to be able to rebuild that because it's an exterior cinder block wall. The load-bearing wall is okay. So this place is okay, but it's still just another thing to get fixed after these hurricanes. Guys, this is a hurricane to hit the Perry and Taylor County area within 13 months. What a do over. Again, we're in the eye right now.
Yeah, and it's understandable that we're having a problem establishing and keeping an established shot because he just went through something that was historic.
There's no doubt cell phone towers
yes.
are struggling to keep up with those 140 mile per hour winds. Glad Eric is safe, and thanks to the folks.
And that guy's going to rebuild.
Took them in. Yeah, he was very honest about that. What are you going to do? I'm going to fix it. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Freedom Health Medicare Advantage Plans.
All right, let's take a look at this very powerful storm, Helene, as it is just about totally on land. We just spoke with our reporter, Eric Sandoval, who is inside the eye in Perry, Florida.
He went through it.
He did. He went through it. He hunkered down, as they say, with some of the folks who owned a coffee shop there. We do have one death to report so far with this storm. It was somebody near Ybor on I-4 in Tampa. They were out driving and one of those big street signs fell on top of the car.
This is why they tell you not to be out during the height of a storm or even any part of it. They just want you to stay inside because of things like this. You can't control it.
That's right. Need to avoid it.
All right, we still have more coverage for you ahead tonight. Now, News 6's Treasure Roberts is live in Apopka, where we've been checking in with her very often this evening. There's a home we understand that was damaged. We had some part of the roof ripped off. Treasure.
Yeah, Ginger, things have really calmed down over here, which is great, but this is what happened about 3 hours ago or so. The entire top part of the roof of this mobile home literally ripped off, and it is now laying in the front lawn. It also fell on top of one of the homeowner's cars. You may be able to see the back of a white vehicle over here. The homeowner said they can't even get to the car. That's how much paneling is laying on top of it, so they don't even know the extent of the damage at this point. But the good news is they are not injured. They are inside of their home right now. They are a little bit worried because they said when the paneling came off, it kind of opened the chimney at the top. So they're worried that if we do get heavy rain, that water could start to flow down into their home and cause water damage. But right now, it is relatively dry. The rain is kind of on and off. So we haven't seen many elements in the past hour, which is a really good thing. No complaints here. It is very quiet right now, but earlier, I mean, it was a little bit scary. This paneling was flying everywhere. We have some that flew almost over the fence to the point where we thought we were going to get hurt, so we ran behind the van. And take a look at this video. I was doing an interview with the person who lives here when some debris was flying around. Are you worried about how much this might cost to fix?
Hopefully insurance does something about it. That's all I can say about that.
Oh, watch out. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Fortunately, it was foam, but that's the scary part about that being right here.
So.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so
and you're okay? I know that you never know what that was coming toward us.
I was hoping it wasn't the paneling flying at me.
Exactly. That would have hurt. That would have hurt. So fortunately, it was just a piece of foam. Foam has been flying all around, or at least earlier it was flying around up and down the street. We actually had some of the neighbors come out and grab it to secure it so it wouldn't fly into anyone's home. Some of the neighbors said they plan to come here to help their neighbors in the morning clean up some of this debris. It's going to be a handful, so they're going to have all hands on deck, and they are hoping that their insurance company can help pay for this damage here. We'll continue to monitor the area, and we'll give you updates when we get them. Back to you guys.
Great cat-like reflexes, Treasure, in seeing that thing flying at you guys, even though it was foam. You don't want it to hit you. But stay safe out there. Thank you. Great job.
Yeah, and to the photographer who got the shot.
I know.
Saw that thing
yeah,
from
it was good.
way out there. Okay. Wildwood is a place right in the middle of our state in Sumter County. It's beautiful, but it has a lot of those big, old, mossy oak trees. Troy Campbell has been out there, and he's been seeing how things have progressed throughout the day. Troy, how's it been?
Yeah, those mossy oak trees, no good when it comes to big wind gusts. Earlier today, we were over there on County Road 462, and we saw a massive oak tree that just slammed into the roadway and also the utility cable. So we saw a crew from Seco. They were there making quick repairs before the winds increased too much. On our way over here, we're on Pine Court in Wildwood. On our way here, we didn't see many people out on the roadway, which is a good thing, especially since we found out about the one fatality being somebody driving in these conditions. But if we take a look here behind me, you can see there is still some wind here going in Wildwood. You can also see that there's this water pump here. Now, we're told that Public Works, they put this pump here a couple days ago ahead of the storm. Residents tell us the goal is for this water pump to remove any water that overflows from the retention pond. They add that recent nearby homes on Woodland Avenue, they experienced some flooding recently because of that. So they were trying to prevent. They're taking, all the steps that they need to take it seriously. We saw those crews removing that tree to quickly make those repairs to the utility lines, and we have been keeping an eye out for power outages in this area. Sumter County did go ahead and post on their social media that if you live in Sumter County and your electricity goes out, they do urge that you report that to the utility company just to verify that that is an area that crews will make their way to go to. And they also remind something we heard from the governor as well. It's dark out. So if you heard something you might want to go and check out, make any repairs, go, assess some damage, wait till the sun comes up. So again, emergency officials here are echoing that. So we do have a bit of the wind, but thankfully the forecasted up to 4 inches of rain in Sumter County. Not sure if we're actually going to hit that, but the wind has remained steady. Live in Wildwood, Troy Campbell, Getting Results, News 6.
It looks like Wildwood fared just fine tonight. Troy Campbell, thank you.
All right, we want to see how our friend Eric Sandoval is doing right now, because he definitely got the worst of Helene's impact tonight. This thing has zeroed in on that area of Perry where he is located, and it has been that way from day one. We knew this is where that storm was going to come ashore. Eric, how's it going?
Yeah, so we were in the eye. I have a feeling our time is very limited, but I did want to show you this wall that collapsed when the eye wall was coming through Perry. This is just a really good shot of some terrible destruction of this poor family's house. They're just adding this to a very long list of hurricane-related damage. They had Adalia, they had Debbie, and now unfortunately, they have Helene. I have a feeling that the hurricane is actually is starting to come back now. It's been really, really calm for the last 5-10 minutes while we were trying to reestablish our shot, but we're hearing some nasty noises over here. Some metal sounds like it's being stirred up. So we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio and get back into safety.
Yeah, we know when daylight shows itself, Eric, that the destruction will be more clear and more evident.
Was that either block or brick?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the winds that it would take to
140
blow that
miles
over?
an hour. That he survived a historic storm.
For sure. Now he's going to go be safe as that, because he's been in the eye, and now as that second eye wall is coming around. Okay, News 6 investigator Lewis Bolden, he is on the ground. He just moved. He's in Inverness, I'm hearing, which is in Citrus County tonight. Lewis, why'd you head over that way?
Listen, so we got a call. We had a bit of an adventure. We got a call from our assignment desk that there was some possible damage that they wanted us to check out. It was about 25 minutes from where we were, which was right in the little downtown area of Dunellen. And I have to tell you that when you leave the city limits in this area, things change, and they change quickly. We were on a 2-lane road. It was very rural, trying to make it to this scene. There were no street lights, no overhead lights like this, of course. So you just have your headlights, and the road was dark and winding. So the first thing that happened was, as we got farther and farther away, a tree limb smacked our windshield. That was the first sign. And then as we made it around the corner, there was a giant tree blocking the road on both sides. And this is a 2-lane road. There was no shoulder. So we had to try and turn around, and we're driving a pretty big van, but we had to inch our way around so that we could make it back the other direction. While that was happening, we got more rain and more wind than we have seen all day in Dunellen. And what was interesting was, when we were in our last location, things had calmed down. We were getting bands, but we would go 10, 15-minute stretches before we saw anything. So I thought, the worst of it was behind us. But just before you came to us, when we pulled into this very lit parking lot, which is why we chose this area. But yeah, it picked up again. And so those bands, even though the storm has moved much, much farther north, those bands are still coming. In fact, the wind kicks up, and you still get that howl every now and again when the wind kicks up. And this is the most rain that we've seen in this area all day. You guys, back to you.
Yeah, Lewis, I'm glad you made it around those 2 big trees. And that's going to be the story tomorrow, the number of trees toppled in this state, because we've had so much rain for the month of September. Glad you guys are okay, and nice job of making it to your next location.
Yeah. And those, the trees, anything that is mildly old or has maybe a little rot inside of it, definitely in these areas that we're seeing 40, 50 mile an hour winds.
Luz has to also gear up because, he always does the homeowners insurance or the property insurance stories. He's going to
be busy.
He's going to be very busy after this.
Mike DeForest is live for us in Ocala. He's been busy today. Man, I think in Central Florida, just taking a look at his live shots, he has been dealing with some of the worst weather. Mike?
And it comes and goes, as you would expect, with the way these bands move. But you just happen to catch us by chance during one of the heavier bands. You can really see the rain. This may be some of the most intense rain. And the wind is not quite as bad as we were seeing maybe about an hour ago. But, well, it depends on where you walk. We're kind of shielded by some buildings. If I head over this way a little bit, away from the buildings, we're getting some wind gusts. And again, what is interesting is just kind of the way I'm facing. That's north. The hurricane is that way, but the winds are coming from this way, and the rains are coming from this way, which makes sense because of the way those the rotation of those bands. But it just again shows that we are so far from where that storm made landfall here in Ocala, and yet we are really feeling the strength of this storm, particularly right now. And earlier tonight we showed you a tree that had crashed into the house. We were already seeing those power flashes, which means unfortunately some folks have no power, have no air conditioning right now. And we know that once we have daylight, we're going to probably see a lot more damage in terms of tree damage, power damage. A little while ago, we heard a really loud rumble. I think it was thunder, which you usually don't hear thunder in these types of storms because it's so wind-driven by the hurricane. And I wanted to look at a radar to see where that may have been coming from. Now it's possible it was also just some kind of an electrical issue, but it's really rare to hear that thunder, and it was loud here as we continue to also see those power flashes, the blue lights from transformers and wires touching. So we know folks out there in the Marion County, Ocala area, some may be having a rough time of it right now. We don't know what it's like out on the roads. Fortunately, there haven't been too many people, although occasionally we will see cars as people leave some of the bars and restaurants for the night here. But it's been relatively quiet right here in the heart of downtown Ocala, and we can only presume elsewhere folks are heeding the warning and just trying to stay home in this tonight.
Yeah, kudos to you for withstanding that wind, and also your photojournalist Anthony Murdoch out there who's doing great work as well. It takes a team. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, good stuff, guys. Surprising to see people walking behind them at the beginning of driving. People aren't going to let a little hurricane get in the way of a nightcap. You know what I'm saying?
They like to party.
Yes, they do up there in Ocala, apparently. All right, let's get a check of that weather. Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas, how are we looking? Can people breathe a sigh of relief as we head into the evening here?
Yeah, and our wind gusts have been on the order of 50 to 60 miles an hour today, guys. We peaked at the Orlando International Airport at 67. That was the highest gust I've seen so far. Here's where Mike is, a couple of lightning strikes too. So we have these cells that are embedded in some of the outer bands of Helene, the center, of course, right by Perry still. But nonetheless, we have some of those heavier downpours. You saw that live in Mike DeForest shot there. So we have those gustier winds within the outer bands. And again, that's really the thing that we're going to be just watching for overnight. There's a low-end tornado threat. We're still in that tornado watch until 6 o'clock. Most of the severe weather parameters, if you will, have really come down, not zero, but we're going to be watching that closely again through the night. We have some downpours working their way just to the west of Rockledge into Titusville tonight. Palm Bay, we're dry, but these kind of feeder bands out ahead of it and the actual outer bands continue to slide through. As for the center itself, we saw Eric Sandoval just a little bit ago. He was in the eye and he was right on the money. Obviously, we heard the wind starting to pick back up, but now the